Hey everyone, Vanity here, your resident Zenless lore channel. Today I wanted to cover the entire Zenless storyline with main chapters, agent missions, important events, and even lore tidbits that we've learned through dev interviews, even if they've not been shown in-game yet. I am taking a note out of Mr. Raffle Waffle's book here today, and I'm going to attempt to make this video sound like a story that I'm telling you around a campfire. My plan is to make it where even if you've never heard of Zenless before, you'll be able to leave this video ready to hop into Season 2 with a full understanding of everything that's happened so far. As you can see from the length of this video, it's a movie, and it's gonna be a long one. However, if you've already clicked on the video, I assume you're mentally ready and locked in for this. Despite the length, this video will not be including every single thing that's ever happened in the Zenless universe, as this video would easily be 4 times as long. I've included everything that I think will be relevant to know for 2.0 and some other interesting bits of info that might become important later on in the story of ZZZ. Think of this as a complete Season 1 lore compendium book. Chapters are on the timeline below to jump to certain areas, but I recommend watching all the way through for the full story experience. To any content creators watching, please feel free to react to this video on stream or on your channels. Just please tag me so I can watch all of you react. With all that said, go get some snacks, a drink or 2 or maybe 5, get comfy, or just throw an earbud in while doing something else. Let's get started. In the beginning, the world was once brimming with life and technology. But as most things, this was ruined by a war that collapsed the old civilization as we knew it. This war led to the creation of intelligent constructs to act as soldiers, and to the creation of hollows via ether. While the true origin of ether has yet to be revealed, this can be essentially compared to radiation from nuclear fallout. Ether is something that exists in the air and can even condense into crystals. Lengthy exposure to this energy can result in damage to anything organic or capable of sentience. Hollows are an extension of ether. Its home. Hollows expand in a spherical dome, inside a constant stream of ether energy that distorts time and space. It's able to override the data of reality as we know it to reform the world around it as it sees fit. If someone were to enter a hollow, they would almost never make it back out, as the land becomes a maze. At first, these hollows didn't have any direct hostility, as they were just energy domes that were expanding. However, evolution stops for no one. Eventually, ether energy started to corrupt sentient life into new forms, into beings that became known as ethereals. These ethereals started to spawn from not only corrupted animals, humans, and other life, but even advanced AI. Ether does not discriminate when it comes to sentient, intelligent life. If it can think, have emotions, or has the concept of a soul, ether will encroach until it corrupts. This means intelligent constructs with advanced AI that have passed the so-called forbidden fruit test and are considered to have a soul can be corrupted as well. Humans are born with a certain amount of ether resistance known as ether aptitude or ether adaptability, but as they grow, their aptitude may change, plateauing during adulthood. However, sickness, aging, and mental stability can affect your adaptability. For machines or androids, adaptability depends on the type of metal used to build them, as different metals become corrupt faster than others. Adaptability ranges from 0 to 100. For those under 50, it is recommended to never go around hollows. With an aptitude of 50 or higher, you are resilient enough to do hollow work. Humans with animal traits called thyrans have a naturally higher resistance to ether than normal humans. However, once corruption begins in thyrans, they tend to become fully corrupt much faster. Eventually, the era of fighting hollows for survival came to be. Due to the fall of the old civilization and the tech that was achieved in the era due to the war, it was not easy. In fact, it was almost impossible to stop the expansion of these hollows. As the hollow expands and corrupts more and more of its surroundings by collecting larger traces of ether energy, it will eventually surpass the Zenless limit, causing it to create a child hollow. These hollows came to be known as companion hollows. Humanity was forced to retreat from its main cities and attempt to build new safe havens, all while keeping the hollow crisis at bay. Step forward in time and we finally reach an age where humanity was able to thrive, creating new companies with power who managed to create these Sheiyu pillars. These are pillars that allowed humanity to mine ether energy from the hollow and their surrounding area, and refine it into energy to power cities and other technology. This was a huge milestone in the war against the hollows, as this was killing two birds with one stone. It was taking ether energy away from hollows to stop their expansion and giving humanity a new energy source. Enter the Mayflower family. They wanted to create a safe haven to bring normal urban city life back to the people and attempt to reclaim what they had once had. They began construction on a city to accomplish this goal, a city where humanity can rise anew, a city known as Eridu. As you can imagine, this was no easy task. Hollows were a major threat and had consumed most of the planet by this point, so an area had to be cleared for this haven for humanity to be built. Thankfully, powerful individuals stepped in to help the construction of the city by protecting it from ethereals and hollows. These individuals were renowned as heroes and were given the title of Void Hunter by the first mayor of Eridu.
We can put an end to evil and split the heavens. We can walk out of the fog and step closer to the truth. This is our nation, forever standing tall, and with the power to accomplish miracles.
The title was not granted just due to their incredible strength, but because they contributed to the advancement and safety of Eridu and the future of humanity. 7 individuals were bestowed with the title of Void Hunter at this time. Their names were as follows. Swordmaster, the 3rd generation head of the Hoshimi family, who took down the Exaltist Overseer. The Overseer was the leader of a cult that worships ether and hollows. The Exaltist saw ether as the next form of evolution of the world and want to bring about the Age of Hollows by doing the bidding of their creator. This is something we'll go more in depth later. Lady Sunbringer, the slayer of the Hive Lord Hollow in the Sky, the former CEO of Marcel Group and the inventor of Bangboo. These are robotic friends in the shape of rabbits that were created to help escort civilians through evacuation routes during a hollow disaster in order to keep as many people safe as possible. Eventually, the Bangboo evolved to accept data known as carrot data, which is data that decrypts the current layout of a hollow to create a path in and out with safety. The data essentially acted as a map to the unmappable. This carrot data was created by another one of the hunters, a figure known as Joyous. Joyous was the leader of the Investigation Guild. He traversed the Divine Maze, which is also known as the Papago Hollow, alone, and emerged unscathed. Through this exploration, he created the standard for hollow exploration routes known as Rosetta data, which is the data carrots are derived from. Think of Rosetta data as the master copy, and carrot data as time-limited data that expires after a short while. Joyous can be seen as the first proxy in this world. A proxy is someone who uses hollow carrot data to lead a team of hollow investigators in and out of a hollow with safety. These investigators are known as agents, and they form their own numerous groups called factions. Being a proxy is something that is now considered illegal if not done through the government-funded companies, while investigators are legal as long as they keep their license up to date. Next are 3 hunters that worked together to accomplish a great feat. Colonel Vike, Lieutenant Colonel Dan of the Guard of Staves, and the leader of the Falkenhayn mercenary troop managed to push the Dark Wall back 37 kilometers. Not much is known of the true nature of the Dark Wall. However, we do know that it is related and tied to Hollow Zero, a hollow that constantly eats away at the foundation of Eridu, and is the largest known hollow in the city, even in current times. This leads us into the 7th and final Void Hunter, Professor Arke, the founder of Helios Academy. This is an academy that was created to study and research ether and hollows as a whole. Arke is responsible for discovering the common characteristics of hollows and entered Hollow Zero to seek out the truth. Unfortunately, Professor Arke has never been seen since. Hollow Zero will be the main culprit behind many of Eridu's tragedies, including the eventual destruction of Eridu as a whole. Hollow Zero's vast size and ether energy is, of course, prone to follow the same fate as any hollow that surpasses its Zenless limit. Hollow Zero has spawned 6 companion hollows that have so much ether energy on their own that they are known as primary or main hollows, which of course can spawn their own companion hollows as well. The main hollows derived from Hollow Zero are the Cretan, Limnian, Papago, Hawara, Persinus, and Solov. Hollows have areas of unstable ether energy that can form what are called fissures. These essentially act as portals that can connect to different areas of a hollow, or even link a companion hollow to its parent hollow, allowing someone to travel from one hollow to another instantaneously. Another great feat of the city is W engines and their drive disks. A W engine is a supercomputing machine built from etheric material that empowers an agent's weapon while inside a hollow. Their effects are incredibly varied, ranging from being able to rapidly lower the temperature of its environment and instantly freeze things, to being able to produce flames so hot that they can clear an entire battlefield. Drive disks, on the other hand, which slot into W engines, are CD-like disks made out of similar etheric material. The reason they are shaped like disks is due to the fact that, for some reason, music is able to affect ether on a basic level. These disks rotate with the W engine, creating a melody that resonates with the ether surrounding an agent, enabling them to draw power from their surroundings and protecting the agent from ether corruption. With the basic foundation of our story now set, let's jump generations past the founding of Eridu and the original Void Hunters, to a time of destruction and death, to the end of Eridu and its stories, and the beginning of another story, that of our main characters and everyone they know. 11 years prior to our current time, an event known as the Fall of the Old Capital took place.
Warning, warning, a hollow disaster has struck.
Run! Does money mean more than your life?
My brother! I want my brother!
One fateful day, Hollow Zero began to rapidly expand, causing it to swallow almost the entire city of Eridu. During this horrific event, at the Helios Research Academy was a researcher by the name of Carol Arna. Carol was a senior research director who also looked after children at the academy. Among these children, 2 siblings are of significant importance. Their names are Belle and Wise, the main characters of this story. The siblings looked up to Carol as their role model, and the 3 of them were extremely close. Carol had used them to test some of her research and gave the 2 of them eye implants that link directly to their brain, allowing them to connect to the Bangboo EOS through the HDD, or Hollow Deep Dive system. We'll get more into those 2 a little later. During the fall, Carol desperately wanted to protect those she loved, and managed to save Belle, Wise, EOS, and the HDD system. However, this was at the cost of herself. Carol was abducted by a giant hand right after the academy was taken over by an unknown force and attacked by unknown monsters. Due to the research Carol was involved in, she is among the names etched onto a pillar of shame and is seen as one of the main culprits behind the expansion of Hollow Zero and the fall of the Old Capital. While Carol is saving the siblings, countless stories are beginning to unfurl simultaneously across Eridu. The Eridu Defense Force attempted to send troops to help quell the expansion of Hollow Zero, including members of Nemesis Squad and Liar Squad of the Chrysoberyl Division. However, after they were sent, they were quickly overwhelmed by large ethereals. Instead of sending recovery teams, the Defense Force realized that this was no ordinary Hollow expansion, and left the members of Liar Squad and Nemesis Squad with no reinforcements. It was a lost cause. Nemesis Squad was completely wiped out except for one member, a sniper named Zoe. During her retreat, after her comrades had fallen, she ran into the remnants of Liar Squad, who were all heavily suffering from the effects of ether corruption. The captain of Liar Squad, Charon, requested that Zoe take their sniper, a soldier named Trigger, to safety. Trigger had been hit in the face by the beam of an ethereal that had left her eyes blind and corrupted. Other members of the Defense Force were sent to other areas of the city to attempt and save as many people as possible before the disaster claimed them. One of them, Spacebar, from the Defense Force's Diamond Division, left a journal of his encounters during the fall on a laptop within the Hollow. This included an account of seeing members of the Exaltists holding a public rally during the fall, muttering about their faith and wanting to be refined by their creator. Unfortunately, Spacebar eventually met the same fate as countless other Defense Force soldiers and died due to ether corruption. Meanwhile, non-researchers and militia members were attempting to do their best to survive as well. A fox-eared girl, a descendant of Swordmaster from the Hoshimi family, is forced to wield the family heirloom, Tailless, and use her mother as a sacrifice to unlock the strength to fight out of the hollows herself. This little fox is Hoshimi Miyabi, and while she doesn't know it yet, she will one day hold the title of Void Hunter herself. We will pick her story up later. 24 hours before the Hollow disaster started, the president of Belobog Heavy Industries, a construction company specializing in hollow construction, Hors Belobog, discovered something inside of one of their construction projects. Inside the monument was a strange creature, one that he was immediately afraid of. Worried of the danger it could cause to his daughter, that night he took a large bag of money that was intended for the construction of a prototype mech and fled his home, leaving his two daughters, one adopted and one biological, Grace Howard and Koleda Belobog. After delivering the money and acquiring the prototype, he finally arrived at the monument where he attempted to use the new mech to destroy the creature. After sealing it inside the structure by using the prototype to trap it, Hors got into an altercation with an unknown figure. Fatally wounded, he used his final moments to ask what the creature was. The mysterious figure replies, "A sacrifice." We will pick up this point later. 24 hours after the Hollow disaster started, at the border between the Vulcan and Janus quarters, a young girl that was on a missing persons list named Astra Yao was hidden inside of a bunker. Though she was ridden with fear and anxiety, 3 field agents from the Hollow Investigative Association, or HIA, were there to soothe her. As they hummed a song created by the popular artist Horan de Winter, the song moved and calmed Astra so much that she decided then and there that when she grows up, she wants to become a popular singer just like Horan. Unfortunately, during her rescue, the Ethereals broke into the bunker that they were sheltering in, and the HIA agents sacrificed themselves to save the girl, staying behind to protect her exit as she used the single rope that could guarantee an escape.
Ethereals are closing in!
Rescue team is en route. Roughly 1 minute out.
We don't have a minute! Captain, take my harness and set it! We'll hold the door here!
Astra, grab this tightly and stay calm. Do you remember the song I just taught you? Now it's your turn to sing for me.
La 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 la.
Rescue team to command. We've reached the entrance. Ready to deploy the escape rope.
Get the kid out first!
This is the captain! Abort rope deployment! Retract the green rope at full speed! Over!
Eventually, in an attempt to fully seal off the expansion of Hollow Zero, Eridu's leaders detonated the 14 Sheiyu pillars from the southeast to the northeast. The power of the explosion sparked a strong geological chain reaction, bringing about the formation of the chasm, a massive geological ravine that left nothing behind that could be corrupted, preventing Hollow Zero from gaining more etheric energy to continue its expansion. The creation of this chasm enabled the construction of the current city in our story, dubbed New Eridu. At some point between the start of New Eridu and current day, 4 super AIs were created, each with their own purpose and serving a secret agenda. These AI are monitored by 2 unknown individuals that reside outside of New Eridu. They uploaded the AI's data into the internet forum and put all 4 of them to sleep as they awaited being awakened by someone, waiting for the opportunity to arrive. These AI are named Ghost, Jinni, Yokai, and Fairy. More on them later. After the fall of the old capital, everyone's lives changed as they readjusted while moving to New Eridu. Many lives were lost in the tragedy, and as you can imagine, this left many kids alone as orphans. In one orphanage, there was a pink-haired girl who had overheard that one of her friends was suffering from an extreme case of ether corruption. Unless they could manage to afford a suit that could help her stay alive, she did not have much time left. The pink-haired girl desperately wanted her friend to see the sun one last time, so she got all the kids in the orphanage to go around the city trying to gather as many dinnies as possible. Dinnies are the currency of New Eridu. The kids searched day and night, and unfortunately only managed to find a small bag full. The pink-haired girl came up with a last-minute plan. The kids would use the shiny dinnies to reflect the light of the sun and create a path to which she could shine the light through the friend's window. Ultimately, the pink-haired girl, Nicole Demara, succeeded, and managed to show her friend the sun one last time. After this, she was adopted from the orphanage by a prominent family in New Eridu. However, shortly after the adoption, she was found alone, roaming the streets by herself. Out of all of the divisions in the Defense Force, the only one to survive the fall of the old capital was Obsidian Division. Years later, Obsidian Division was forced to shut down a secret program they were working on where they attempted to make clones of a white-haired girl to create the perfect soldier. The program was called Silver Company, and within it was Silver Squad, comprised solely of clones, all bearing the same appearance. The Defense Force tested each of the girls in different ways, all in service of creating the perfect obedient soldier. One such trial consisted of asking them to kill themselves in order to show their resolute dedication. Two of these clones will be important to our story, their names being Soldier 11 and Anby. Eventually, the Silver Company project was shut down, and they decided to discard the clones, keeping only the strongest of them for the Obsidian Division. To make sure they kept only the best, the Defense Force sent the entire squad on a suicide mission, where the only one to seemingly make it out alive was Anby. Soldier 11 had not taken part in this mission, as she was left behind in her sleeping chamber to recover from a previous injury, so Anby took her spot in the mission. When she returned, they requested that Anby finish the job by killing Soldier 11, which would leave Anby as the sole clone. Seeing Soldier 11 as her own sister and closest friend, she refused, slitting her own throat instead, leaving Soldier 11 as the final survivor from Silver Squad. Or so they thought. Once the Defense Force dumped Anby's body into the ruins of the old capital, she was found by a pink-haired woman named Nicole Demara. She took Anby in and cared for her as family, causing Anby to eventually adopt Nicole's surname, now calling herself Anby Demara. Together, these two founded a faction called Gentle House, that would later be known as the Cunning Hares. Meanwhile, Wise and Belle, the siblings we previously mentioned to be under Carol Arna's wing at the Helios Research Institute, set up an account as a proxy on Internaut. The Internaut, also known as the Proxy Network, is a forum where civilians and proxies alike can create posts and discussions about holos, or even post commissions requesting the help of proxies to retrieve items or loved ones from within a holo. The government-run HIA, or Holo Investigative Association, as mentioned previously, can become quite expensive, which leads a large number of civilians to put their trust in the illegal proxies to do their work instead. As the siblings create their accounts called Phaethon, they move to 6th Street in New Eridu and begin managing their own video store named Random Play, using the store as a cover for their proxy business. Deep inside the store is the HDD system and their Bangboo, EOS, that they managed to save with Carol Arna back during the fall of the old capital. As I stated earlier, the HDD, or Holo Deep Dive system, is a unique smart device that is linked to the eye implants that Carol gave the siblings. This system allows Wise and Belle to connect to EOS, allowing full control of the Bangboo as if it were their own body. However, due to the implants creating a full sensory link between Phaethon and EOS, any sensation that EOS feels causes the connected sibling to feel the same thing. The major benefit of using this system is that it allows Wise and Belle to communicate with each other and others while inside a holo, something that is otherwise impossible, as the Hollows block all signal communication with the outside world while inside. By using the HDD system and their Bangboo double, their ability to communicate from outside the Hollow with the investigators they work with starts to bring renown to the Phaethon name as they rise through the ranks of being a proxy. As Wise and Bell are completing smaller Internaut commissions for money, they encounter a man named Shepard. Shepard is a commission broker who filters out high-quality and high-paying commissions for proxies for using a small percentage of the commission fee. The first commission Shepard offers the siblings is something much more than they could have ever anticipated. The individual who posted it is looking for a specific woman. However, they gave very little detail on how to find her, only providing a single photo, some sheet music, and a harmonica. The photo was of a timid woman with her eyes completely covered. The siblings decide to head to a port in New Eridu named Port Elpis, as they believe they've seen someone with covered eyes there before. Once they arrive, one of them hacks the cameras in the surrounding area to check the feed and try to find the woman, while the other sibling asks the locals in the area if they've seen anyone that looks like the woman in the photo. While asking around, they come across a stern woman who mentions that it would be better to ask the public security officers in the area before showing her distaste towards PubSec, as they cannot even deal with simple problems like ether batteries floating in the sea. She quickly takes her leave as the siblings resort to the final option. They begin to play the sheet music with the harmonica. And as if it were fate, the woman from the image appears before them. After discussing where they learned the song that they were playing, the woman agrees to follow the siblings home and meet with the client that sent the commission. They arrive back at the video store and the woman introduces herself as Charon. Despite her blindness, she immediately showcases her enhanced other senses by pointing out a faulty TV in the HDD system as it was continuously buzzing. She explains that she lost her vision in an accident, but worked on her other senses to make up for it. Shortly after this, Shepard arrives with the unfortunate news that the client who posted the commission has not responded in days, but had just randomly sent a location near the edge of a hollow. Charon mentions that we can take her into the hollow and search around, as she was a soldier who had served with the Eridu Defense Force under the Chrysoberyl Division as a sniper before retiring after the fall of the old capital. The siblings enter the hollow, using Eos and a company trigger, where they end up finding the corpses of two individuals. Charon mentions that they seem to have only died recently, and that they have bullet wounds representing sniper rounds. Cautiously, they continue exploring. After a short time, they find even more people within the hollow. However, this time, they are only unconscious. Using her special ether detection from her ether-corrupted eyes, Charon can tell that one of these unconscious individuals is not going to live for much longer, as she mentions that she can see the ether fluctuations in his body and that he will pass soon. Charon pulls out the harmonica and begins to play a familiar melody. The tune echoes through the hollow as the dying man stops groaning and simply listens to the music before taking his last breath. This peaceful moment doesn't last long, as another one of the bodies awakens. Charon convinces him to help carry the other two unconscious bodies out of the hollow. After reaching safety near the abandoned ballet twins, which were left empty following another hollow disaster, they question what happened to each person. They learn that each of the victims had served in the military at one point in their life, and one of them was the stern woman that the siblings spoke to at Port Elpis. She mentions her name is Zoe, and the names of the others were Aaron and Jesse. They all described their traumatic experience of being kidnapped and brought into the hollow, only to be played with as someone sniped at them, shooting them in non-vital areas and causing them to run into ethereals. Some twisted individual was sniping at them for fun, watching them run for their lives. Charon questions them further and learns that Zoe was a part of the Impura squad, Aaron was a part of Chartis squad, and Jesse was in the Noct squad. Aaron mentions that all three of their squads worked together on a mission during the fall of the old capital outside of Hollow Zero. Before leaving, the veterans mention that they are going to Remembrance Day soon and hope to see the others there as well. Remembrance Day is an event organized by the Defense Force for the families of the deceased soldiers and veterans as they gather to mourn the loss of their loved ones from the expansion of Hollow Zero. After returning to the video store, Shepard comes running in while out of breath and exclaims the client had sent yet another location at the edge of a hollow 10 minutes prior. Charon states that she would like to go and investigate, no matter the danger, because it's important to her to find the client that posted the commission. After retiring from the military, she spent years searching for her missing teammates. To someone raised as an orphan like her, they were family. She had searched every corner of New Eridu and had lost all hope until she heard the siblings play the harmonica at the port. This song was called Homecoming and was composed by her squad leader. This client is the last lead she has in trying to find her squad, as they were the ones who provided the sheet music. Wise and Bell agree to help her in the Hollow once again. Things go a little different this time around, as once they enter the Hollow, they find a communication device. Shortly after turning it on, a voice introduces herself as Grim Vulture, and mentions how glad they are that a sniper of Liar Squad is here. They have a list of names that they're crossing off, and it just so happens that Charon is next. This won't stop the Vulture from trying to have fun first, though. The siblings and Charon go through each trap as Grim Vulture continues to snipe at them. At the end of each route, Vulture has set up a surprise package of seemingly bloodied items from each fallen teammate of Charon's squad, of her family. Vulture relentlessly mocked and berated Charon with insults. She is the reason her squad is dead. She wasn't a good enough soldier to save them. All the while, Vulture tortures Charon with stories of how each one of her teammates died.
Such a pity. In the end, both her hands were missing. Oh, don't you think that's a shame, little sniper? Such beautiful hands, yet they could no longer hold a sword. Ethereal's gnawed off her arms and part of her leg as well.
Charon fires off a shot in a fit of rage with the intent to kill Vulture, but misses. In return, Vulture decides to tell some of Charon's story, as she explains that her teammates went missing during the fall of the old capital, which can only mean one thing. As soldiers that fought during the tragedy, they were either killed by Ethereals or became them. She declares that Charon is creating false truths to give herself reason to go on, and will latch onto any excuse that her teammates are still alive. Charon stands there visibly shaken by the verbal assault as Vulture attempts to snipe once again, and the siblings drag Charon and escape via a nearby fissure. Once back at the video store, the siblings attempt to console Charon as she explains the full story of her tragedy. In the first hour that Hollow Zero started expanding, the Defense Force HQ believed it was just a normal Hollow disaster, and thought that they could suppress it with the normal amount of troops. The Liar Squad was among the first troops to be sent. Before they left, they were promised to receive backup shortly after. As HQ realized how bad the disaster was, as it was devouring Eridu at a horrifying speed, they decided not to send reinforcements, causing the initial troops they sent out to deal with an endless torrent of ethereals like never before seen. Charon mentions that an ethereal beam had hit her in the face, causing her eyes to become corrupted, that she shortly lost consciousness after. She eventually wakes up again, and the last thing she sees before her eyesight disappears forever was her squad mates standing in front of her, looking back as a massive ethereal loomed in the background. She then lost consciousness once again before waking up back at base. She hasn't seen her squad since, and has no idea who saved her life. Shortly after she was rescued was when they decided to detonate the Shiyu pillars to regain control of the Hollow. In case you didn't connect the dots already, yes, the so-called Charon we have been discussing was in fact Trigger from Liar Squad mentioned previously. Zoe, the woman they saved from the Hollow before, was the same Zoe that was asked by Charon, the leader of Liar Squad, to drag Trigger to safety. We'll get into why Trigger took Charon's name in a bit, but for now, let's continue. Wise and Bell console Charon by telling her a little of their story, and how they're in a similar boat. They too are searching for someone important to them that they know is alive somewhere, but have no proof. All they can do is just hold out hope, no matter how many tell them otherwise. This tender moment ends as Shepard appears with a new location. However, this time, it's at Scott Outpost, a base managed by the Defense Force and White Star Institute to keep watch and research over Hollow Zero. Conveniently, this is the same location that the Remembrance Day ceremony is being held. In fact, it's happening as they speak. Charon and the siblings head to Scott Outpost to attempt and have direct contact with Grim Vulture. But when they arrive, Charon sees the family of her deceased teammates and musters up the courage to speak to them. Many console her, saying it was never her fault. However, one younger girl named Zeta, the daughter of her teammate Styx, has her own opinion.
If that's so, why didn't you protect my dad during the fall of the old capital? Why did you let him die and make him unable to come back to me?
The mother, Sally, apologizes for her behavior as they take their leave. Shortly after, all of the family from each member comes up to Charon and mentions how much she meant to each of their teammates, and that, while it's sad that they're gone, they have managed to make the most of their loss, and have been able to achieve many new dreams while attempting to make their loved ones proud. They mention that they were all invited to Remembrance Day via a DM by a man named Nathan, who was the brother of Lethe, another one of Charon's teammates. He was a part of the defense force and was actually a part of the squad that was supposed to be reinforcements for the Liar and Nemesis squads, but couldn't stop the defense force from pulling them back out, causing Nathan to leave his own brother behind. Charon asks which squad he was a part of, and he responds Impura, the same squad that Zoe, the girl they saved from the Hollow before, said she was a part of. Right on time after this revelation is made, the defense force begins a speech from a retired member of the force. And who else but Zoe walks up to the stand for a speech.
Hello, everyone. I'm honored to stand here and speak on behalf of all of the soldiers of the Defense Force. Today, we gather to commemorate Remembrance Day, a day born from the tragedy of the old capital's fall.
Zoe raised her eyes to scan the crowd. Her eyes fell upon Charon, and her demeanor suddenly changed as she continued.
My speech was meant to end here, but since you all seem quite engaged, please allow me to share a little more. The reason you all agree with what I've said is because it offers a way to step away from the pain. That's what the living do. They seek ways to ease the weight of others' deaths so they can find a way to start over. This is the new Eridu of today. A huge disaster consumed the old capital, and the people who survived it keep saying things like, treasure the moment and start fresh to numb themselves, hoping to forget the nightmare. No one talks about the soldiers who gave their lives in Hollow Zero. No one asks why they had to die. The brave gave their lives battling the ethereal onslaught, while the weak survived.
The speech continues to grow in angst between Charon and Zoe before Zoe firmly declares that her speech is over and flees the outpost. Suddenly, the siblings receive a call from Shepard saying that he received yet another location at the edge of the Hollow in Port Elpis, along with a photo of more tied-up individuals. Charon and the siblings return to the video store as they prepare to enter the Hollow for the last time to have a sniper duel with Grim Vulture. Once they enter, they find yet another communicator where Grim Vulture starts her normal trash talk. This time, Charon decides to fight back, stating that she understands now. Grim Vulture, who at this point is clear to be Zoe, stated that she was in the Nemesis squad during her speech, meaning that she was in a squad who was left to die like Charon. They had been on similar paths, but took different routes after the fall of the old capital. While Charon had tried to live a normal life and find her missing teammates, Zoe had taken it upon herself to find the members of the squads that were supposed to provide backup and kill them all for fleeing like cowards. Zoe continues her mocking method, this time on the individuals in the squads she killed.
Noct, Cartus, Impura, and many other squads. Did you know the reinforcements that were meant to back us up ended up deciding to retreat? Relying on a show of hands to vote, isn't that ridiculous? Our lives were discarded in such an absurd way, like a kindergarten election for class monitor. When I killed them, I employed the same method. I made the dozen or so people I captured vote on who I should kill first. You wouldn't
The two continue to fight over morals and which path is right until they have a final standoff. During the battle, Charon uses a precise moment of the wind, ripping a flag off the building to block Zoe's vision as they both get hit by precision shots. Thankfully, the bullet that hit Charon struck the harmonica in her vest and didn't pierce through. Charon goes to Zoe's side as she bleeds out from the sniper shot. The storm pouring down around them can't seem to wash away the scent of her blood. They have one final conversation in which Zoe reveals that she was the one who saved Charon from the ruins of Eridu at the request of her former squad captain. She also reveals that she did not kill some of the members that were tied up in the image sent to Shepard, and that they were still alive. As Zoe recites her life's message, she continues to bleed out. Charon pulls out the bullet-marred harmonica and plays the same familiar melody, Homecoming, once again, while enduring the pain of her corrupted eyes. A faint glimmer appeared in Zoe's empty eyes in her final moments as she finally finds her own peace. After rescuing the kidnapped Defense Force soldiers and leaving the Hollow, Charon and the siblings anonymously report the situation to PubSec and reach out to Shepard to set up a meeting with him and the people they saved. The meeting was set at Port Elpis, and upon checking the trash next to where the siblings first met Zoe, they find a journal written by her. In this journal, we find out that Zoe had a plan to train a new Guardian of Eridu by throwing them into a hollow and sniping at them from afar. If the person managed to best her, then Eridu would finally have a new Guardian. Zoe writes that one of her teammates in the Nemesis squad, Peregrine, had proposed to her, but she was too shy to give an answer. She decided that after her next mission, she would finally wear the beautiful outfit he had bought for her and give him her answer. That mission was the Fall of Eridu. The siblings put the journal back where they found it and let it rest, before meeting back up with Charon and interacting with Nathan. Apparently, Nathan managed to find a gift left behind by Lethe and his belongings with a recording on it meant for Charon. She played it aloud for the siblings.
Hey, hello? Alright, it's a recording. This is a message from Liar Squad for our little sniper. Everyone ready? I'll count down. 3, 2, 1.
Congratulations on your 1000th day with Liar Squad!
Hey, you guys are totally out of sync. Captain, can we redo this? The anniversary gift has to be perfect.
That's our assault specialist, Acheron. She has a strong sense of aesthetics, prioritizing beauty in both combat and her daily life. She taught me a lot about makeup and fashion.
Oh, she won't care if we're a little off. Forget the re-record. Let's just get it done and order the cake. We don't want him to sell out.
That's our medic, Kakaitis. He's usually lazy and a bit of a smooth talker, but he's actually very capable and kind. He taught me a lot about unconventional negotiation tactics and ways of handling things.
You two, stop arguing during the recording. I've already ordered the cake. If you keep rambling, we really will have to re-record this. Cut the chatter already.
And that Styx, a reliable artillery specialist. He's the oldest in the squad. He loves sharing photos of his daughter and reminiscing about how he wooed his wife. The way he won her over inspired me a lot.
All right, let's all calm down. Wouldn't want to get on the captain's bad side. Captain, would you like to go first? We can edit or re-record whatever we need to.
That's our scout and engineer, Lethe. He's a bit self-conscious because of how his younger brother excels, and he's somewhat introverted. But he's actually very capable. He taught me sharp observation skills, calm execution under pressure, and how to make use of the environment.
Okay, thank you all for settling down before I completely lost my cool. It's fine, no need to cut anything or re-record, let's just keep it as it is. Loud and messy, just like our Liar Squad.
That's our captain, who took me in and taught me how to play the harmonica. And the real Charon. I'll make sure to explain properly to you later, Proxy.
As you've heard, this recording is a little gift from the 5 of us. How time flies. When I brought you into the squad about 2.5 years ago, you were just a shy kid who blushed whenever you talked to someone. Over these 1,000 days, you've really worked hard to keep pace with our fighting rhythm. You've done incredibly well. In the last mission, your successful sniper kill of that high-risk ethereal really helped Acheron a lot. I hate to say it, but yeah, I went too far in last time. Thanks for getting me out of that mess. Just this once, I'll admit, your moves were more elegant in that fight.
And not just that fight. Ever since you became a quicker shot and learned to adjust for wind speeds on the fly, we've been taking fewer and fewer hits. Makes my job way easier. So, cheers.
You often worry about not doing enough. But in these 2.5 years, you've absorbed everything I know about stealth, reconnaissance, and tactical countermeasures. Trust me, you'll become an incredibly skilled sniper.
Having you covering us from the rear makes every fight feel safer. But you still have a lot to learn about socializing and romance. When peace finally comes to Eridu, leave us and live your own life.
Where did that come from? She's not leaving us. Even if she retires, she'll move into my house and I'll spoil her with loads of beautiful clothes. We can talk about living alone in 10 or 20 years. Sorry, I got carried away. Anyway, you're talented and hardworking. Over these 1,000 days, you've opened your heart to us and even encouraged us in return. Having you as a comrade is a blessing for all 5 of us. But I have to say one thing. You're always so sensitive and kind. Every time you see us get hurt, you look like you're about to break. Has our squad motto, having each other's backs, become too much of a burden for you? I get how you feel. When your squad mates trust you with their backs, your first instinct is to protect them, right? But that's not the way it should be. No one can shoulder everything alone. Don't try to carry everything on your own. Choosing to fight on the battlefield is my resolve. Feel it. Share yours with me. And when it's your turn to watch my back, I'll give my all to honor it too.
As long as you fight with all your strength, there's no such thing as failing to protect something, because your will and our will is preserved and carried on in other ways.
But don't let that weigh on you. Try to trust in us, just like we trust in you, no matter what.
I've struggled with that kind of thinking myself, but I eventually made my way through it. All this talk of camaraderie, of keeping each other safe, it's like a harmonica melody scoring our time together. Even when things change, our tune will go on, and that's enough.
Exactly! Honestly, I'm sometimes terrified. Afraid that someday, you'll blame yourself for failing to protect us and fall apart. That's why I wanted to record this message. Please, don't try to bear everything alone. Maybe you can start relying on us more, fully entrusting your vulnerable side to us. Our will has long been intertwined with yours. We're comrades. This is getting way too sentimental. It doesn't feel like me anymore. Anyway, we just want to see you trusting your comrades enough to share your burdens, even if it isn't us. Finally, we'd like to give you the song that's closest to us. If what we've said is hard to understand, just feel it through the music. Please, enjoy my masterpiece, Homecoming.
As you heard here, and as I mentioned before, the old squad leader's name was Charon, and the Charon in front of the siblings finally admits why she took her captain's old codename. She believed that as someone who couldn't protect her own squad, she didn't deserve her codename. And so, she took on Charon's name to honor her, as the real Charon was an orphan just like her, and didn't have any family, meaning Trigger may be the last person alive to remember her. Right before she reveals her true codename as Trigger to the siblings, they stop her. Since Trigger wants to find the people behind the fall of the old capital and bring them to justice, and the siblings are simultaneously trying to find and clear Carol Arna's name, they say to her that although they are walking different paths, it will all eventually lead to the same destination. Once they arrive there, only then can Trigger reveal her true codename to them. She leaves the siblings and decides to accept an offer to join the Obsidian Division. The Obsidian Division being the last remaining division after the fall of the old capital means that they have to be sent out on a large array of missions all across New Eridu. On one such mission, an Obsidian Division soldier named Tsukishiro Yanagi was sent to fight a clan of Oni rebels who were fighting to live within New Eridu's limits. During the mission, she finds a hungry blue Oni child. As she attempts to feed her, a bomb comes sailing down from the sky.
Get down!
She covers the Oni girl during the explosion and passes out. She awakens later within the Oni's den, as they argue on what to do with the human they found with the child, Sokaku. Yanagi begins to lecture the Oni leaders, saying that their desire to keep seeking revenge is why the cycle of bloodshed continues over and over. Humans and Oni are both to blame for the war between the two. Sokaku runs over and bites Yanagi's thigh while yelling to the Oni leader.
Hello, leader?
Sokaku, come here now.
Sis! This lady gave Sokaku tasty food! Sokaku wants to share with everyone!
The leader tells the other Oni to stand down and asks Yanagi why she's there. Yanagi explains that if her intel's correct, the Oni leader that started all of this is already dead, and there's no reason to keep fighting. Since Sokaku's sister is responsible for the fights after the original leader's death, she sacrifices herself and merges her blood with Yanagi, making her a symbol of peace and unity between Oni and humankind. Now, with half Oni, half human blood, Yanagi begins to return to New Eridu under the ruse that the Oni have been dealt with. However, Sokaku runs after Yanagi, who now smells of her beloved sister. So Yanagi takes Sokaku back with her as her guardian.
What? What is this?
A few months later, a hollow disaster begins as the hollow named Argos begins to rapidly expand, consuming a part of the city. The defense force sets up air support and rallies troops inside to attempt to slay a massive symbiotic ethereal named Lerna. Symbiotic ethereals are an extremely rare, advanced, and dangerous class of ethereal. Not much is known about them at this point, but we'll discuss them later in the video. Due to a lack of intel, the Eridu Defense Force was unaware that destroying one of the ethereal's cores would just spawn more false cores in its place, similar to a Hydra from Greek mythology. In response to this, a consultant of TOPS, a conglomerate of some of the most powerful companies within New Eridu, begins a meeting with the chief commander of the Defense Force, the fox-eared Hoshimi clan descendant Miyabi, as well as the half-Oni-blooded Tsukishiro Yanagi and executive officer Asaba Harumasa. Both Miyabi and Harumasa are executive officers of HAND, which stand for Hollow Affairs and Neutralization Department, a department that works with TOPS and the Defense Force, specializing in taking down high-risk targets such as this. The consultant wants to detonate the Seiyu pillar that is currently inside the Argos Hollow to ensure the death of Lerna. However, as Yanagi points out, this would also kill the civilians attempting to escape, with a total of 208 casualties. Miyabi steps in, overruling the TOPS consultant, who screams that if she fails, the death of everyone and the expansion of Argos into a Great Hollow will be on her hands. Miyabi counters that she can't allow the death of so many innocents. She jumps out of the helicarrier and falls into the hollow from above, wielding the Hoshimi relic sword, tailless. In less than 3 minutes, Miyabi manages to shatter all of Lerna's cores, defeating the ethereal alone, saving the potential 208 casualties and preventing Argos from expanding further. Shortly after this mission, Miyabi is officially granted the title of Void Hunter for her massive accomplishment. Due to Harumasa and Yanagi speaking up against the TOPS consultant, Miyabi asks for the transfer of them both to her command, as she founds a new section within HAND that will attempt to seek out the roots of all evil and sever it. Hollow Special Operations Section 6. Eventually, Yanagi gets approval for Sokaku to join Section 6 as well, due to Sokaku's incredible strength that would allow her to help during field missions. Now, we fast forward a bit, to 2 years before the present day. The White Star Institute, a faction dedicated to researching and observing hollows and ethereals, sought to hold a mission to retrieve both the rare special etheric matter and the research inside their fourth laboratory, which had succumbed to being overtaken by Hollow Zero and a ravine area called the Arpeggio Fault. During this mission, however, the White Star Institute had no idea there was a spy within their ranks. This spy was Eloan Mystique, a girl who was commonly forgotten and never excelled in any category. She was actually working for the Rebels, a group of Defense Force defects that betrayed the military and fled to do their own missions. During this mission, she was supposed to obtain a keycard, as the Rebels used mechs stolen from the Defense Force to keep the White Star members at bay while they raided the lab. However, Eloan never managed to obtain the code to the lab vault, which caused the Rebels to move to Plan B, using highly volatile ether explosives that the mechs bought to blow the vault open. Unfortunately for everyone involved, a mysterious symbiotic ethereal that used crimson threads to manipulate people and their consciousness found its way into the vault and began wreaking havoc. Eloan knew that the people she was supposed to betray were in grave danger, and yet she couldn't just let them die. She had grown fond of the researchers at the White Star Institute, and so she fled from the Rebels, hacked into the mechs, and gave them a new directive. Instead of bringing the bombs to the designated location, the mechs were sent to seek out individuals with high ether activity and detonate the bombs in close proximity. This was successful in causing the massive ethereal to retreat. However, in the process, Eloan had suffered too much corruption and was going to turn into an ethereal herself. She made one final request to the White Star team: to be cremated before the Hollow could cause her to turn. If she was going out, she wanted to go out on her own terms. The team agreed and buried her remains within the vault and left a gravestone behind in her memory, as they were only alive because of her. In the end, neither the Rebels nor the White Star Institute were able to make it to the fourth laboratory. This left the special etheric matter and research inside to never be recovered or seen again. Or so they thought. We'll come back to this later. Woo! Okay. You still with me? I know I've been yapping your ear off for quite a while, but I have some great news. We can now officially start to get into the story and lore that starts at the beginning of the game. Fun, right? Let's begin. Of course, the game starts off by introducing the main siblings, Wise and Belle, chilling in Random Play's office watching TV. We see the head of Janus Quarter's Public Security, Officer Justin Bringer, on the news. He gives a briefing to the reporters about the operation on 14th Street, where they are currently conducting a manhunt for the Red Fang Gang and their leader, Miguel Silver. The Red Fang Gang are a criminal faction in New Eridu that, according to Officer Bringer, perpetrated a terrorist attack against the White Star Institute. Remember this, officer, as he will become extremely important later. Unfortunately for public security, their manhunt has just been interrupted by the appearance of a hollow on 14th Street. Unbeknownst to the siblings, it just so happens that this manhunt also involves the main faction and customers of Phaethon, the Cunning Hares, previously known as Gentle House. At this point, we've already discussed how Nicole found Anby and founded the Gentle House, but since then, Billy the Kid has joined the faction. Billy is an intelligent construct from the old civilization that resided in the area outside of New Eridu called the Outer Ring for quite some time. He eventually made his way to New Eridu, where he met Nicole and joined the ranks of the Cunning Hares. It might seem like a catchphrase at this point, but we'll get more into that later. The Cunning Hares were deep in the red with financials, so Nicole took a risky commission to steal a strongbox from the Red Fang Gang. When things inevitably went wrong, the Red Fang Gang, led by Miguel Silver, chased Nicole and company to the top of a building in the Janus Quarter. Unfortunately, they get closed off and pinned down by the Red Fangs. Being out of options, they use a flashbang to alert the public security air force in the area, and, with the help of a deranged news reporter, cause an explosion, which knocks Billy, Anby, Miguel Silver, and the all-important strongbox into the hollow below. This is obviously very dangerous for everyone involved, as they fall in with no proxy or carrot support. Thankfully, Anby quickly runs into Billy, and they look for a way out of the hollow. On the way, they come across the strongbox. Hooray! Which is next to the currently mutating Miguel Silver. They witness as he fully mutates into a Dullahan ethereal, and Billy quickly acts to provide cover for the two of them to retreat to safety as they know that they can't take them down by themselves. Meanwhile, the siblings are still watching the news report as Nicole frantically breaks down the door, informs them of what happened, and begins to try and hire them to help her get Anby and Billy out of the hollow. During this conversation, Nicole does mention that the general election is around the corner, which, albeit just a passing comment, this general election will be a plot point in the future, and I recommend keeping that in the back of your mind. The siblings agree to help Nicole save the rest of the Cunning Hares, and she places Eos at a designated location, while Phaethon connects to him through the HDD and enters the hollow. They quickly locate Anby and Billy and extract them to safety, leaving behind the strongbox in the hollow for now. Once everyone's reunited, Nicole gives the siblings a USB drive she took off Miguel Silver to try and decrypt the information in case it has something on the strongbox. While the siblings decrypt the drive, the Cunning Hares come up with a foolproof plan to re-enter the hollow and retrieve the strongbox. This incredible plan is instantly derailed after entering the hollow, as the HDD system gets hacked and taken over for a short period by someone named White Noise. This causes the siblings to get disconnected from Eos, leaving the Cunning Hares stranded with no proxy and no carrot data. Shortly thereafter, the Hares come across a group of hollow investigators. Billy suggests that they give up the identity of Phaethon in order to receive help out of the hollow, but Nicole declines and tells them to keep moving. On Phaethon's side of the hack, the siblings learn from the hacker that the strongbox contains an AI system that can calculate hollow paths similarly to the scale of Rosetta data, which, as we mentioned before, is the master copy of hollow data only accessible to the city's rulers. The siblings quickly realize that this hacker is not all he seems cracked up to be, and outsmarts him by sacrificing their Phaethon account to him and then calling PubSec on Phaethon, who was now the hacker. As White Noise leaves to deal with the sirens that are approaching his location, the siblings promptly reconnect to Eos and continue on with the Cunning Hares to find the strongbox. After defeating the Dullahan, who was once Miguel Silver, the siblings mention that the carrot data they originally had was corrupted due to the hacking that just occurred, and their only option is to open the strongbox and use what's inside to find a way out. Nicole gives her permission, and Phaethon inserts the data chip from the strongbox into Eos's cute little forehead. The sibling controlling the HDD then receives a strange memory or vision of them standing by Hollow Zero at what appears to be the lookout tower located in the Scott outpost. They watch as Hollow Zero starts to expand and consume everything around it before the vision ends. While they reel from what they just saw, the sibling gets flooded with information and agrees to a contract with Fairy to wait for the opportunity before passing out. We then get to hear a conversation between the two mysterious voices that are said to be outside of New Eridu. Remember when I said we'd come back to this later? These are the two people I mentioned towards the start that are overseeing the powerful AIs that were put to sleep. The voice mentions that one of the keys has been activated, mentioning all four super AIs: Fairy, Yokai, Jenny, and Ghost. Once this conversation ends, the sibling that passed out and agreed to the contract is woken up by a mysterious doctor, provided by Nicole, of course, who pulls them out of the HDD. Fairy introduces herself to Phaethon as a Type 3 general-purpose AI equipped with total sequential integration and the ability to access over 80% of smart devices in the city. This marks the end of the prologue, as the siblings start to use Fairy to build up a new Internet account after giving away the Phaethon account to get rid of the hacker. The siblings take a break from working the smaller level commissions and decide to watch some TV together for the night. Meanwhile, the Cunning Hares are off to find out more information about the strongbox and why the Red Fang gang stole it. While watching TV, the news comes on, showcasing Mr. Perlman and Sarah, who talk about Vision Corporation and their amazing plan to rework the old Metro project, which they won the bid for by beating out Belobog Heavy Industries, now owned by Koleda Belobog, who took over once she was old enough after the disappearance of her father. Vision Corporation offered to do this project in less time with lower costs. Their plan was to send special explosives to the demolition zone since they had evacuated all the residents there, but there was a hollow blocking part of the metro line called the Dead End Hollow. So they decided to send these explosives through a special train, transporting them through the hollow itself. During the news segment, a Cat Thyron girl bursts into the store and mentions that she hired Nicole and the Cunning Hares for a commission and was sent there by Nicole while she deals with the mass amounts of residents still within the blast zone because, surprise, surprise, the way they actually lowered the cost of the Metro project was that they didn't evacuate anyone. To prove that she's telling the truth, she gives the siblings Nicole's Bangboo so they can look at the visual data and see the entire situation firsthand. The playback starts and we get to see Nicole being chased by the Red Fang gang, which she quickly handles, but then gets surprise attacked by the cat girl that came into the video store, who explains to Nicole that she wants to hire them to help her retrieve her family heirloom from the gang. In this conversation, she also mentions her name, Nekomata, or Nekomata for short. The news kicks back on, interrupting the siblings from watching more of the Bangboo footage, as they announce that the final train of explosives are on their way to the demolition site. So the siblings quickly come up with a plan to intercept the train and stop it before it can arrive. While Nekomata and the siblings are on the way to the train's location, they ran into a small maid wielding a chainsaw who introduces herself as Corin. She got stuck behind a train and had no carrot data to get out of the hollow. Phaethon and Nekomata quickly help Corin find a way out before continuing towards the train. Upon getting inside the train, they find it filled with fake public security officers. Nekomata quickly jumps into the train and throws Phaethon out to return to the store, mentioning that she has a carrot to escape. Once the siblings return to random play, they learn that the demolition has been postponed for an extra day due to technical difficulties, giving them a little bit more time to save the residents near the demolition zone. They come up with a new plan to use the train to evacuate both the residents and the Cunning Hares from the blast zone. This is safe for the residents as well, since the train itself is resistant to ether corruption, so it will act as a sort of suit for the residents to avoid getting corrupted as they travel through the hollow. Shockingly, this plan goes south. When they capture Perlman to hijack the train, one of the fake public security officers blows up the tracks, rendering the train plan useless. Nekomata then reveals that she actually used to work for the Red Fang gang, and that the heirloom she was looking for was a picture of her and Miguel Silver. She originally hired the Cunning Hares to get close to them in order to get revenge for killing Miguel Silver. Alas, Nekomata has a change of heart when she sees how hard the Hares were working to get the residents to safety, and after learning that Miguel fell into the hollow rather than being killed by the Hares. She then attempts to offer herself and Perlman as a bargaining chip to stop the demolition plan. This, however, does not work, as Sarah immediately shoots Perlman with a sleep dart, exclaiming that he is but a pawn in the bigger scheme of things, which means Nekomata's plan has now failed. Thankfully, the siblings had come up with a backup plan when Nekomata fled with Perlman, just in case it didn't work. The size of a hollow depends on the amount of ether energy inside it. This includes all the ethereals within it, meaning if they could reduce the size of a hollow, then it could shrink enough to allow the residents to leave through the train tunnel without having to risk ether corruption. To do this, Phaethon sends the Cunning Hares on a mission to kill the Dead-End Butcher, a high-ranking ethereal with enough ether energy to equal hundreds of normal ones. Once the Cunning Hares destroy the Dead-End Butcher, they start to evacuate everyone. Frustrated, Sarah tries a last-ditch effort and orders the fake public security officers to open fire on all the residents. When all hope seems lost, our girl Nicole comes in clutch and saves the day. Thinking ahead, Miss Damara had contacted Bellabog Heavy Industries, who showed up in person to inspect the situation with the media in tow. As the residents celebrated, the fake public security officers were taken into custody and Sarah fled the scene. In the aftermath, the Cunning Hares decided to add Nekomata to the team as a permanent member, and Nicole agrees to represent the thankfully still alive residents in court for the inevitable hearings against the Vision Corporation as a result of the whole situation. During the downtime after the Vision debacle, Shepard reached back out to the siblings for a special commission that would involve meeting up with a Defense Force agent. They agree and decide to meet the agent in the back alley of the video store and use the code words Shepard gave them to signal they are the proxy.
Flame? Thunder.
After completing the code word, the white-haired agent introduces herself as Soldier 11 of the Defense Force. If you remember, this is the same woman that Anby sacrificed herself for back during their time in Silver Company. After Silver Company was dissolved, Soldier 11 was transferred to a normal squad within Obsidian Division, the Obel Squad. Soldier 11 is unaware of the real identity of the siblings and explains that for this upcoming mission, she needs them to act like they are the legendary proxy Phaethon. There's a mole within the defense force leading a rebel squad, and she intends on infiltrating the rebel group as a spy to bring them to justice. She expresses how much hate she holds for traitors and will never see them as anything more than worthless. Thankfully, the leader of the rebel group is a huge fan of Phaethon, so Soldier 11 brought the siblings in to act as a fake Phaethon to buy her some trust with the rebel group and be fully initiated. After some missions with the mole, and as the siblings prove their worth as the legendary proxy Phaethon, he gives Soldier another mission. Steal confidential defense force information from a mech that was left inside a hollow. This is risky, because there's a chance that 11 could get caught by other Obsidian Division members and be seen as a real traitor. So, 11 asks the siblings to come up with a new route that would sneak them out of the hollow without being alerted. She steals the information from the mech, which begins a self-destruct sequence. Thankfully, the siblings manage to tap into an old Defense Force beacon and get enough hollow information to create a new route out of the hollow. Finally, the mole sets up one final meeting, but this time in person, in order to thank Soldier 11 for the information and for defecting from the Defense Force. However, once they arrive at the location the mole sent, there is no Mr. Mole, but instead, there's a ton of rebel army members ready to take 11 down. Mr. Mole comes over the intercom stating he knew she would never defect, and that Shepard's information network has been compromised for a long time. Soldier attempts to call for her teammate, Trigger, but gets no response, as the rebel army had set up jammers in the area. If you remember, Trigger had joined the Obsidian Division's Obel Squad after the debacle with Zoe, also known as Grim Vulture. Soldier yells at Phaethon to run away and try to call for backup as she holds them off. After hacking into another old Defense Force beacon, they manage to get a hold of Trigger, who fires off a shot next to Phaethon as a body drops dead.
Sniper Trigger, in position.
Phaethon returns to 11's location to let her know that Trigger is in position, and together, they defeat the rebels and Mr. Mole, who had stolen a Defense Force mech, as a final hurrah to make it out. Once the mission is complete, 11 thanks the siblings for their help, and says that she would love to work with them again in the future. As the proxies begin taking on smaller commissions again, Shepard comes in again. This time, he mentions that he had somehow acquired backdoor access to Hollow Zero, as they've begun routine operations yet again. Since the siblings are attempting to get back to Helios Research Institute in order to find evidence that can clear Carol Arna's name from the Pillar of Shame, they jump at the opportunity to explore Hollow Zero, despite knowing that Shepard's information has likely been compromised. All they have to do is complete a test commission inside Hollow Zero with an HIA investigator keeping watch on them. During this test commission, they encounter Nineveh, another symbiotic ethereal. Nineveh is a special swarm type of ethereal that is capable of causing a special type of ether corruption known as the Withering. This is the same ethereal that Trigger and the rest of Liar Squad faced during the fall of the old capital. As one of the swarm is about to attack Eos and the investigator, they are saved by Hoshimi Miyabi and the leader of Hollow Special Operations Section 6, or HSOS 6 for short. Miyabi immediately leaves after vanquishing the swarm, followed by the rest of Section 6. Due to this being an emergency, the Hollow Investigator hands Eos over to Section 6 as they continue through Hollow Zero to catch up with Miyabi. After a bit, they find Miyabi as she attempts to strike down Nineveh. Unfortunately, despite her immense strength, Void Hunter status, and legendary Cursed Blade that can only be opened with her fingerprint via a scanner on the scabbard, she was unable to make a hit that would leave lasting damage. Thus, Section 6 take Eos and head back to the Scott Outpost to report their findings. Just like Soldier 11, Miyabi mentions that they too would love to work with the siblings again in the future. While chilling at the video store, Nekomata approaches the siblings, asking if they would be willing to accept a commission with her to assist a company in conducting a preliminary survey for a hollow route. She feels like she needs to repay the cutting hairs in some way after they took her in, and with the hairs in the red when it comes to Denny's, she decides that she needs to help in some way. While the initial commission pay is not much, it could lead to a follow-up commission after the survey that would reap huge rewards. The siblings agree and they enter the Hollow to meet up with the company contact as Nekomata takes the lead. Once inside, they meet the company contact, who introduces himself as Ollie. He comes off very suspicious and extremely skittish when it comes to being inside a Hollow, something a normal field survey contact would be used to. The three of them continue deeper into the Hollow as Ollie continues screaming at every ethereal that appears, and Nekomata quickly takes care of them. Eventually, Nekomata decides to probe Ollie with a few questions, as he seems too suspicious, and decides along with Phaethon that he is definitely a fake. Once they reach the end of the survey, Nekomata decides to get full confirmation, pickpocketing Ollie and finding a pair of handcuffs. Ollie freaks out and admits that he's actually a public security officer. They all leave the Hollow, and Ollie begs Nekomata to not tell anyone about meeting him during this mission, as it was top secret and he can't let information leak. He explains that he has a phobia of ethereals and has screwed up a couple operations, to the point that he's never sent on missions anymore. A current case his team is working on was lacking in leads, so he believed he could use Internaut as a way to lure in a culprit to get some crime-related info. As they are discussing this, Ollie's superior tells him that using Internaut was a great idea, and that if Ollie can crack the case, then he will take first merit for it and get a handsome bonus. While it seems great at first, Ollie quickly realizes that this means he'll have to go on future operations with the team in the Hollow, and is afraid he'll mess things up again once he encounters ethereals. So, Ollie asks Nekomata and Phaethon to act as his case consultants in order to complete the mission. Nekomata agrees on the condition that she gets his entire bonus that his superior mentioned. The following day, Nekomata decides to tail some public security officers to try and learn some intel on how they operate, to prepare for when Ollie reaches back out. Thankfully, Ollie does reach back out the following day with a plan for the investigation. He wants Nekomata to enter the Hollow and provide remote support in case any ethereals show up, so he can feel safe while setting up ether resource traps for 2 other public security officers in an attempt to try and catch the criminals in the Hollow. Unfortunately, Ollie sent Nekomata the wrong coordinates, sending her to the officers while he went to the location intended for Nekomata. In the heat of the moment, Nekomata decides to claim that she was Ollie to the officers, setting herself on a path to impersonate Ollie during the mission. As she and the officers continue in the Hollow, they begin engaging in gossip of recent events at the station. Thanks to Nekomata's tailing of the public security officers the previous day, she managed to blend in perfectly without raising any suspicions. However, she does say one thing that causes the officers to ask more detailed questions, and although Nekomata almost reveals her identity, she manages to fabricate some lies by using the truth of her past and the situation she faced alongside the Cunning Hares during the Vision debacle. She gains the officers' trust back and even earns their respect for the supposed reason she became a police officer. Once the 3 of them set up the bait, Ollie begins screaming over the intercom that he encountered some ethereals. Nekomata quickly comes up with a plan. She tells the officers that there could be a potential stalker nearby, and to wait there while she checks it out. As the officers wait, Nekomata dashes over to Ollie's location, saving him from the ethereals. While she does this, the other 2 officers staying by the bait actually manage to catch and apprehend some criminals, and Nekomata asks them to bring the culprits back for interrogation, tasking Ollie with keeping her updated on the status. After a while, Ollie reaches back out to Nekomata. He explains that they managed to get the gang member, Alberto, to leak all the information on their plans, and that they've decided to use Alberto to set up a sting. They had him leak information to the gang that the ether resources they found in the Hollow set up by PubSec were legit, and that there's plenty more to grab. Ollie's mission this time is to lead a small team along with Alberto to capture those involved in fencing the stolen goods, all while inside the Hollow. Naturally, the mission did not go as planned. The gang had set up an ambush to take down the team of PubSec officers that was originally supposed to take in the other gang members. After capturing the other officers, the gang threatens Ollie, who takes a page out of Nekomata's book and tells a backstory mixed with lies and truth on why he should be kept alive. The gang threatens Ollie again. Help them find the resources, or he will lose his life. Ollie, thinking quickly, decides to lead the gang members to a location where he had previously been attacked by a large number of ethereals. After a hard-fought battle, the gang wipes out all the nearby ethereals. Just as they are about to punish Ollie for tricking them, Nekomata swoops in to save the day. After defeating all the gang members, Phaethon and Nekomata express how impressed they are with Ollie's quick thinking. He mentions that most of the story he told the gang was true. As the oldest kid at an orphanage, he had to raise a ton of siblings that were not blood related to him. He had chosen Argyle, a pub-sec training school with free tuition that's normally seen down on by other members due to family finances. Ollie wanted to become a public security officer so he could hold his head up high and tell his siblings, "We can all become amazing people." Nekomata tells Ollie that she no longer wants her share of his bonus that he'll receive after this, telling him to use the money to buy his siblings gifts instead. Because of this, Phaethon decides to share their cut evenly with Nekomata. 1 week later, Nekomata comes back into the video store with a ton of fish, and mentioned that Ollie told the kids that the gifts were from Nekomata, so the kids went out fishing as a way to say thanks. Anby walks in to return a videotape and tells Nekomata that she's the very role model of a cunning hare, making Nekomata smile. As the two cunning hares depart, the siblings decide to eat fish for dinner that night. With the addition of Fairy to the HDD, the siblings' electric bill has gone up 5 times higher than normal, meaning they are running very low on funds. Wise mentions a commission he found recently that offered a large amount of compensation. However, the person who sent the commission was not easily identifiable and could not be trustworthy. Fairy works her magic and finds out that it was likely sent from someone in Belobog Heavy Industries, the company who has now taken control of the old Metro project post-Vision debacle. She then mentions that one of the members are on a TV show as they speak, so Wise turns on the TV. We get to see Anton partake in a children's game show about Belobog versus Vision, where, unfortunately for Belobog, it appears to be set up to shine a negative light onto Belobog in their past. The host goes off script, mentioning that the previous president of the Belobog Industries, Horace Belobog, Koleda's father and Grace's former guardian, ran away with a large sum of money on the eve of Hollow Zero's expansion. The show ends and the siblings get another message from the client of the aforementioned commission. They would like to meet up in person. The siblings agree. When they meet up, they learn that it was Anton who posted the commission, and that he had learned about us through Nicole. He leads us to Belobog's construction site to learn about the commission from the president. This is where we meet Grace, Ben, and Koleda. They explain that since Belobog has taken over the Metro project, they have become a thorn in the sides of other companies that want to take it over. So, the other companies are going out of their way to hinder Belobog's progress. These hindrances range from stopping low-interest loans to the rigged game show that Anton went on. The Belobog crew reveals that during an update to the logic cores of the smart machines used for in-hollow construction, which were using code from the old president, 3 of them had run off, disobeying Grace's orders. To try and limit the bad look on Belobog, they hired the siblings to help retrieve these machines. Phaethon agrees to help and gets sent on missions to retrieve the machines, which include the following: Grappler Hans, a grappling machine that ran away due to being tired of the mundane tasks he was programmed to complete. After helping it avoid getting attacked by ethereals, he decides to come back. The Boring Machine Mark III, Greta, a boring machine that fell in love with a building that she named Mr. White. In a frenzy, she causes her beloved building to collapse on her. Grace helped her recover emotionally, allowing Greta to return as well. Finally, the most important one, Friday the Pile Driver. Friday received a signal to reinforce the seal from his mentor Horse. Once Horse is mentioned, the vibe of the entire Belobog team shifts. Koleda recounts her past before the fall of the old capital. From her POV, she explains that the prototype we mentioned earlier was originally made for her to use in the future, and that Hors allowed her to name it. Unfortunately, as time went on, Hors was not able to spend as much time with Koleda as she wanted, and he ended up seemingly running away with a bag filled with money. After receiving a frantic phone call and him asking what's in there, he leaves Koleda and Grace behind, saying he would be back in no time. He was never seen again. As we mentioned previously, this is when Hors left to seal the mysterious ethereal inside the monument on the eve of Hollow Zero's expansion. The Belobog crew and Phaethon bring Friday back home and start to look into the signal it received, which Grace quickly finds. The signal was being broadcast from the prototype. However, they couldn't get a good reading on where the signal was coming from, so they brought all 3 of the machines into the hollow. They positioned them in separate spots throughout the hollow in order to triangulate exactly where the signal is coming from. Once the signal was located, Belobog and the siblings head over to the location, a monument that Belobog had been tasked with building before the old capital fell. The prototype was underneath the structure and appeared to be holding up one of the spikes on the monument. Koleda brings Eos with her to check out the cockpit, where they find bullet holes covering the inside, alongside a clipboard with an invoice for the prototype. This proves that Horus did not run away with the money, but actually paid for the prototype manufacturing. While this is great news, it's overshadowed by the fact that the cockpit was full of bullet holes. Confirmation for Koleda that something bad had happened to her father. The group decides to take the prototype back with them for further analysis. As they remove the prototype from beneath the monument, along with the spike it was holding up, the special ethereal Horus had sealed away burst out. After a brief struggle, the ethereal is pinned down by Hans, Greta, and Friday. In a flash, it surprises everyone watching as it absorbs the 3 machines, transforming into a mass amalgamation of machinery and etheric flesh. This absorption of the machines does also mess with the siblings' ocular implants. Belobog does their best to hold it off as Koleda decides to pilot the prototype and fight it, machine versus machine. As the ethereal overpowers her, Koleda remembers what her dad said to her when she named the prototype.
Here, Koleda. Give it a name. When you call out that name, it'll accomplish whatever you need it to.
Dad, can I really believe in you again? Get moving, Jerry! Don't look down on me! We're proud to be Belobog, the power of smart construction machinery! Even if corrupted, our Belobog machinery will never give in! Dad, you idiot. Hope you'd be proud of what Belobog's become.
After the fight, the siblings return to the shop. A few days later, Koleda visits Random Play, mentioning that they received an external memory unit from the prototype and asks the siblings to take a look into what's on it. Unfortunately, Fairy cannot hack into it, so Phaethon is tasked with trying to find Rain, a notorious hacker proxy that is well versed in hard-to-crack drives. Before she leaves, Koleda also mentions that 2 public security girls will be retrieving the body of that ethereal for examination. Wise takes a phone call with Nicole where he mentions that they're looking for Rain, and that the case involving the mysterious ethereal in the monument is being handed over from PubSec to Hand. Nicole says that she will try and help find Rain, and is surprised to see that public security is handing the case over so easily since those 2 departments seem to not be so buddy-buddy with each other. Once the call is over, Belle arrives and Wise mentions that they need to get their driver's license renewed, so they head to the new Eridu Public Security office in Lumina Square. When leaving Lumina Square, Belle has an odd glitch happen on her phone when looking for places to eat, so she tries to hold her phone up while walking into the sidewalk of the main street, where a car going haywire almost ends Belle's life. Thankfully, Juyuin and Qingyi come in and save Belle and stop the car. Juyuin is a well-trained police officer serving public security, and Qingyi is an intelligent construct from the old civilization. She is also currently serving as a police officer in the public security. Belle mentions that they may have seen them before, but Wise quickly corrects her, saying that they have the wrong people. The officers give them a flyer for a Public Security Safety Awareness Month lecture that they'll be holding soon, and mention that they'll be near 6th Street to hand these out. Then they leave and head back to public security, and the siblings head back to the store to discuss why the cops looked so familiar. They take a look back at the recorded video of the monument debacle with Belobog, and remember that they were the 2 police officers that showed up to take the body of the ethereal. In this recording, Belobog had come up with an excuse to public security on why they were in an unauthorized zone of the Hollow, and they said it was because their carrot data malfunctioned, and they wandered in, finding the mysterious ethereal. Qingyi uses her robo powers to taste and check the monument, and finds odd shards in the crystal, which is interrupted with the appearance of Bringer, the commanding officer of the district headquarters, and the one shown on TV at the start of the game. Zhiyuwen mentions they requested that the evidence be sent to hand for further analysis, and Bringer starts to freak out, saying this would look bad for his election if news about a new mysterious ethereal broke out among the people, and then assigned them to hand out and be part of the safety lecture, while saying that public security should do the forensics on the evidence before giving it to hand. Zhiyuwen and Qingyi eventually show up to hand out the flyers and ask the residents of 6th Street to join the seminar, which everyone says no to besides the siblings. When asking General Chop if he would like to join, he gives a little more backstory on Bringer, saying that he is the praised Hollow hero from before the fall of the old capital. Back in the day, once he was promoted from the front lines, he still got involved at the ground level and interacted with the residents. Then he went missing in a Hollow rescue mission, but miraculously came out with a child who he saved. Unfortunately, now Bringer seems to be faking hard work and just trying to get higher and higher in the ranks, even cozying up to the Tops Alliance and putting rules in place that benefit them. He's aiming for commander of Janus Quarter in the upcoming municipal election, and is doing everything he can to seem like the best pick. The siblings head back to talk things over with Zhiyuwen, and overhear her mention that she was the kid that Bringer saved back in the day. After a short discussion, General Chop comes sprinting over, saying a crime has been committed, and everyone heads over to check it out. There was a Pegasus logistics driver that had the back door open, and a bunch of ducks flew out, and the driver was blaming Give Change, the Bangboo of the 141 convenience store, for opening the back of the truck. To try and remedy the situation, the residents of 6th Street, along Zhiyuwen and Qingyi, go to look for the ducks that flew out to return them to the driver. While searching for the ducks, they run into 3 more situations of odd occurrences with vehicles, meaning there's definitely something suspicious going on. After returning the ducks, Wise realizes that all the accidents that have happened recently could have been due to an EMP attack, which Qingyi agrees with, and asks the other officers to look at surveillance footage to find a suspect, which they call in, saying he's headed in their direction. Zhiyuwen and Qingyi chase after him and end up going into a hollow. The siblings then head back to the video store to pair up with Eos and follow suit. The siblings help clear the way for the officers while staying hidden in the shadows to refrain from being noticed. Once the officers catch the criminal, they bring him to the station and interrogate him. They return to 6th Street and mention he was in a Hollow Raider gang, and that they manufactured several EMP emitters to bypass vehicle security systems to steal them, but due to a lack of experience, various accidents occurred. The residents all decide to attend the seminar, since the officer helped them deal with the situation on 6th Street, and the officers leave to do another round of interrogation. Once the day of the seminar arrives, Zhiyuwen and Qingyi excuse themselves for a second after receiving the coordinates of other locations the EMP criminal admitted to targeting, with Qingyi realizing that all the marked locations are along the route of the evidence carrier with the monster from the monument. In a quick decision, Qingyi and Zhiyuwen decide to head into the Hollow, leaving the seminar without telling public security. They do this because the route of the carrier was recently established and was top secret. The fact that the criminal had the route meant that there could be a mole in public security, so they opted to keep the mission a secret. Fortunately, the siblings were eavesdropping, and they decided to do something similar as before and provide support with Eos without getting noticed. When Zhiyuwen and Qingyi reach the evidence carrier, they unlock it and check if the evidence is still there. However, they realize that the criminals had already taken the true evidence and swapped it out with a fake one to make it seem like nothing happened. Shortly after this realization, they get shot at from the criminals and make a run to a safer spot. Unfortunately, they are about to get ambushed from the direction they are heading, so the siblings make the risky choice of exposing the fact that they're in the hollow with them and help Zhiyuan and Qingyi escape from the criminals using fissures within the hollow. Once they are safe, the siblings reveal themselves by Bangboo only and mention they knew how to navigate and hack their comms because they are Phaethon and can help them get the evidence back as well. Zhiyuan and Qingyi agree and obtain the evidence. Phaethon then leads them to an exit. During their goodbyes, the siblings slipped up and mentioned something that tipped the officers off on whoever Phaethon might be. The following day, the siblings decide to go back to the public security office in Lumina Square to say goodbye to Zhiyuan and Qingyi, as they are leaving to go back to their branch. After giving them a gift, the siblings leave and Zhiyuan gets a call from Miyabi. Miyabi mentions that the monster was handed over to Section 6. She continues and mentions that they found pieces of what resembles a mask within the monster's remains and managed to extract human male DNA from it. The DNA does not match any missing persons or criminals throughout the city. This means the DNA must have belonged to someone from the old capital before it fell. After the call, Zhiyuan and Qingyi leave, as it cuts to Mr. Perlman inside a public security detention room in the Janus quarters. Sarah comes into the room with a new look and asks Mr. Perlman to confess to all his crimes in court. In turn, she and whoever she works for will make sure that he gets the best treatment in prison. Mr. Perlman retaliates, stating that he saw she had plans to use some of the explosives during the Vision scheme to be used on the monument, seemingly wanting to retrieve the monster for themselves. He threatened to reveal that he has the evidence linking her and the person she works for to the Vision case during court. Sarah then leaves and talks to the person she works for on the phone, asking if she will agree to Perlman's terms, to which he just responds,
"I'll handle it."
Grace reaches back out to the siblings for help on a new commission. Since the incident with the original 3 machines, they've been low on mechs to use in projects. Thus, Belobog agreed to cooperate with the industry leader 3 Gates Corp on a small project where they will provide Belobog with some heavy machinery assets in exchange for some technical documents. However, the data they want involves awakening Horse's prototype's logic core by bringing it into a hollow, as ether interacting with the logic core enables it to fully awaken into an AI. Unfortunately, there's a third party that also wants to partner up with 3 Gates, so Grace and this third party will have to compete to see who 3 Gates partners chooses. The siblings help Grace bring the mech into a hollow, but as she's fiddling with the AI core, she's overrun by ethereals. Thankfully, a mech comes in to save Grace. It defeats all of the ethereals, and Grace recognizes the mech as a modified Guardian Mark II. The owner of this mech is revealed to be a woman named Betty Brenda. In Betty's eyes, she and Grace are old enemies, as they went to the same engineering school together. To her, Grace is her nemesis. Despite this seemingly heated rivalry, Grace doesn't remember Betty at all. Coincidentally, Brenda just so happens to be the third party interested in teaming up with the 3 Gates Corp. Betty insults Grace, calling her the Iron Witch, and expresses how fed up she is with how Grace treats others, as she puts mechs above people. Betty vows to destroy and humiliate Grace in the tech battle for 3 Gates Corp and leaves. A few days later, Grace reaches out to Phaethon again for help, this time with calibrating some of the mech's AI functionality by doing some simple tasks. The mech had gone haywire on its first startup, so the calibration is supposed to help it maintain control after booting up. The siblings ask Fairy if she could fix the ether-corrupted data. She refuses, saying that she cannot interact with AI that could pass the Forbidden Fruit test. This is against her code. She also says that she prefers not to deal with ether-corrupted data herself, as she finds it disgusting. After calibrating the machine, Grace attempts to enter her commands before realizing that her control panel is dead, so she leaves to grab a battery pack. While she's gone, Betty comes in and chats with Phaethon for a bit before attempting to fix the mech herself. In the process, she secretly takes a copy of the mech's AI, all while going on a very passionate rant about how much she hates logic cores. In her eyes, machines don't need to have a personality. She becomes so heated that she accidentally gives the mech a slap in her anger, causing it to boot up the mech's defense system. As it begins to move towards Betty, Grace runs over and commands it to shut off. Betty exclaims to Grace that 3 Gates Corp has officially recognized her mech and that she is locked into the tech battle. The siblings then head home for the day. The day of the tech fight finally comes around, and Betty wants to show off her new mech OS to Grace before the fight. When Phaethon and Grace appear at the location Betty sent, she starts using voice commands to show that she implemented a new personality OS into her mech. The commands were executed flawlessly, and much to Betty's surprise, instead of Grace becoming upset, she begins to compliment the mech and Betty's work. Betty decides to show off more of the mech's amazing skills on the way to the meeting location with the Three Gates Corp's rep. On the way, Grace notices that the mech was moving too similarly to how her own mechs move. This causes Grace to ask the mech what a valid seat height would be, to which it gives 140 centimeters, the same height that Horrors had embedded into the prototype's OS as a seat height for Koleda, so that she could pilot it from the get-go. Grace tells Betty to either shut down the mech or uninstall the Personality OS, as it's still corrupted by ether data, and can still suffer from malfunctions. Betty, of course, refutes the fact that the OS is stolen and asks the mech to take care of Grace. The mech immediately malfunctions and begins to target Betty. After firing a few shots, the mech runs off and the others follow behind. Betty begins to freak out as the mech gets more and more corrupted, admitting that she has no idea how to fix the situation, and that everyone should flee and let PubSec or the HIA take care of the mechs instead. Grace full-on yells at Betty that this is her mech and her problem to solve. She can't put other people's lives at risk because of a mistake that she made. After realizing Betty has no resolve or way to stop the mech, she asks for the control panel, to which Betty relents. Grace begins to divert power around the mech to try and make it to the OS, but it's too slow, causing her to have to manually reset the mech from the switch in the middle of its chassis. Eventually, Grace makes it, and after a close call, she shuts down the mech. Public security quickly comes in afterwards to help clean up the situation, and Betty loses her mechanic's license as punishment for putting everyone in this situation. As everyone leaves the Hollow, Grace tells Betty that once she's off of probation and gets her license back, Grace can give her some data of the Personality OS that she can research and make her own. Grace then explains that the reason she's so obsessed with mechs isn't because of machinery, but because using these machines can replace actual soldiers and workers, protecting them from being in the Hollow and saving countless human lives. This is inspired by the fact that Grace's parents were Hollow workers. When Grace was much younger, her parents left for a project in the Hollow and never returned. Reported deceased. After this, Horrors adopted Grace, and she made it her life's work to make sure the same fate couldn't befall anyone else. She thanks the siblings for their help once again, and they return home shortly after. After a bit of time, Koleda comes into the video store and gives the siblings a brief on the mission that Grace and the rest of Belobog have been working on. They've just been hired for a reconstruction project on a nearby elementary school. However, during the project, they noticed that a companion hollow was nearby the school, and told the principal that it would be best to report this hollow to the city administration. However, the principal had yet to report it. In fact, after the construction was completed, he paid the invoice exactly on time, which, according to Koleda, never happens. The principal wants Belobog out of his hair. Koleda and Grace come up with the bright idea to infiltrate the school, with Grace posing as a teacher and Koleda as a student, which they accomplish through the connections that Anton has. The school had planned a field trip and a choir presentation for people in Lumina Square that the principal will have to attend, leaving the school unattended during the field trip. The only access to the hollow is through an abandoned parking lot by the school, and the principal has the only key. They concoct a plan to steal the key from him while he's distracted by the kids singing due to their choir presentation. Meanwhile, the other kids are chatting, 3 of whom are important: Emmy, Leisha, and Dan. These 3 decide that they don't want to sing in the choir because Leisha and Dan found out that Emmy was hiding the fact that she's transferring schools soon. After a long string of events, they are finally convinced to attend the choir performance as normal. During the singing, Grace manages to steal the key from the principal, but he became a little suspicious with how close Grace had gotten, thanks to a quick save from Emmy, where she calls out that Grace was just trying to get dust off his clothes. They avoid detection, and the principal awkwardly says that the dust is chalk from the school, before storming off after a comment on morality. With the key obtained, Koleda and the siblings head into the hollow, where they find that a group of criminals had been hired to mine ether crystals in the surrounding area. While the ether activity is low, the hollow is very unstable, meaning that the high impacts from mining or fighting could cause the hollow to rapidly expand. Koleda mentions that the dust from the mining is probably the chalk that the principal claimed was on his clothes. They agree to keep the fighting with the ethereals as minimal as possible to lower the chances of disturbing the environment. As they continue deeper into the hollow, they find the principal, who says that he knew Koleda was disguising herself as a transfer student, so he came to check in on the hollow. He admits to his plan of using the gang to mine the ether to earn some extra cash on the side, so his kid could live a better life, which is completely and utterly ironic, considering that he's putting all of the other kids in the school at risk from the hollow expanding. The principal escapes as the gang fights their way out, which causes the hollow to expand. While Koleda is yelling in anger, the siblings ask Fairy to scan the environment, where she picks up the voice of a new individual. This ends up being Emmy, the kid from the choir group. The group retreats to attempt to find the location of Emmy. Koleda gets Ben and Anton to help as they spread out and check the locations of all biosignals in the hollow, which reveal that there are additional children that came in as well. As they check each location, they find Emmy, who was near an ethereal. After saving Emmy, her and Koleda have a heart-to-heart about their hatred for adults, as Emmy admits that she is in fact the principal's daughter. She states that the other kids in danger are probably Lisha and Dan. She asks Koleda with help finding them and bringing them out of the hollow. After rescuing them, Anton and Ben bring them out of the hollow as Phaethon and Koleda check the location that Lisha and Dan told them that they had last seen the principal. The crew arrives and confronts the principal. Koleda gets him riled up, and as he begins to rant that he is only doing what any normal adult would do, turning a blind eye to make some extra cash. Here, Emmy butts in, yelling at him for putting her friends in danger. After the two of them berate the principal for a while, he agrees to report the entire situation to the association and see what they do. After a couple weeks, Emmy reaches out to the proxy and Koleda to give them an update. She transferred to a new school and lives with her mom now. The sub-hollow danger rating had raised, so the school was moved to a new area. Her father had gotten fired, but it didn't take long before a school associated with Tops swooped in and asked him to be the principal. Emmy and Koleda have a cute moment, where Emmy tells Koleda that she wants to grow up strong into an adult like her, and not like her dad. Phaethon, Koleda, and Emmy enjoy some snacks, and eventually everyone returns home. The siblings sit down to watch the court case for Nicole as she represents the residents of Canvas Street. But as the airship is preparing to pick up the Cunning Hares, Nicole gets a bunch of blank messages from Rain and decides to confront Phaethon about it. She explains that both her and anyone close to Rain has been getting blank messages from her for weeks, but that she had sent a ton just that morning and thinks something may be wrong. The siblings ask Fairy to check if the messages are actually blank, which they are. However, the location of where she's sending them from was not encrypted, and shows that they're being sent from the Ballet Twins building. The siblings agree to go check out the Ballet Twins, but asks if they can take Anby and the others with them, in case they need to go into the Hollow. Nicole agrees, saying that she won't need them in court. The crew starts to investigate inside the building, and after clearing some ethereals, they encounter Victoria Housekeeping Company, who was very hostile until Korra mentioned Nekomata and Eos were the ones that helped her out of the Hollow during the Vision debacle. Victoria Housekeeping mentions that they were employed by the owners of the building to keep it in check. And the siblings explain the entire situation on why they came to the Ballet Twins, along with the fact that they are Phaethon. They did not mention about Rain being a hacker, however. Unfortunately, during this conversation, Nicole calls and says that all of the Cunning Hares were registered to be on the stand at court, so they have to hurry back to get to the airship. Thankfully, this works out, because the carrot data that Victoria Housekeeping had was outdated, so the siblings are able to continue their investigation with them instead. Before they continue further into the building, they leave to escort the rest of the Cunning Hares out of the Hollow, and meet up to talk with the members of Victoria Housekeeping before starting the investigation. During this meetup, Rina actually mentions that Eos had a previous master before the siblings, and that they took him in after Eos lost its last master. This is of course referring to Carol Arna, Belle and Wise's teacher. Rina mentions that one of the reasons she has so much insider information is because she works for very important high-up people, and who better to confide in than a housemaid who keeps her mouth shut. Meanwhile, Perman and Nicole are boarding the airship. Sarah ended up accepting his terms, and gave him instructions to open a briefcase on the airship 2 hours after takeoff and to follow the instructions, as someone will get him out and leave New Eridu. The rest of the Cunning Hares show up, as Billy mentions he switched his respiratory module recently and can't switch it back to intake mode. They all board the airship and leave, as the siblings enter back into the Ballet Twins with housekeeping. As they enter, Lycaon mentions that they can do their maintenance as they go, so the main goal will still be to find Rain as quickly as possible. Along the way, Rina explains the supernatural rumors behind the Ballet Twins, that when the building was swallowed up by a hollow, a pair of famous ballet twins, 2 sisters, died here. They would warn intruders with flashing lights, and if they would refuse to leave, then they would cause a blackout and show up in the darkness to harvest their souls. She continues saying that the true reason they are here is to see if the rumors are true or not and report back to the owners. Lycaon speaks up, saying that the atrium path could be blocked off by a power outage, as it could cause the doors to instantly close. A warning which happens almost instantly, as the lights start to flicker faster as it becomes a race to the doors. Lycaon almost makes it, but is cut off by a stray ethereal at the last second, and the doors fully close. Fairy mentions that Corin and Ellen can't just cut through the door, as the area is unstable, and any massive impacts could cause the hollow to distort. After a short while, Lycaon managed to find that the building has a power supply underneath, but since they can't access it, they need to go to 2 separate rooms to check the malfunction and restore power. While exploring the area around the central control room, they find notes of a story of the ghosts in the building. After collecting all the clues, they realize that when the building was consumed by the Hollow, there was a group of 7 that tried to escape. However, when they got to the elevator, 5 of them decided to leave the twin dancers behind to allow for more weight for their items and belongings. This unfortunately led to the twins' demise. They still overloaded the weight of the elevator, however, and the other 5 perished as well, with their last words stating that this was karma for leaving the twins behind. They make it to the control room, and everything there seems to be operational, which means the issue must be from the second room. So the siblings lead Corin and Ellen to the room and find the issue, turning the power back on and opening the door to Building B. When they enter, Eos finds Rain's backpack, and a playable device starts to play music, which attracts one of the ethereal dancers. After a short fight, Eos throws the playback device into a spatial fissure, causing the dancer to disappear, but is immediately attacked by missiles. Ellen rushes in and knocks out the ones responsible, and then passes out due to using all of her energy. Lycaon recommends we help them out of the Hollow and continue the investigation after. After exiting the Hollow, Rina and Lycaon interrogate one of the soldiers and learns that Rain was kidnapped and is being kept on the roof of the building while they are tasked with keeping people out. And so everyone enters the building again, and as they defeat some of the grunts, they find a signal transmitter and files showing the blimp that is transporting everyone to the court case. At the same time, Billy calls, saying that Perlman opened up a briefcase which had released a gas that knocked everyone out, including the pilot. Billy is the only one that did not pass out due to his air intake malfunction that he mentioned earlier. He mentions that the ship is on autopilot mode, but that the course has been changed to the Ballet Twins Tower. The siblings mention that Rain must have been forced to change the signal and direction of the airship, while also creating a fake signal to make it seem like it was still on the right track. Lycaon comes up with a new plan to save Rain before the airship collides with the Hollow and have her undo the changes she made. After a short sprint, they run into some thugs who throw Rain into a pit for knowing too much about the plan. Lycaon thankfully rushes in to catch her, as the rest of the housekeeping get behind the thugs to knock them out, although some manage to escape. Rain jumps into action, saying they need to make it to the rooftop as quickly as possible, but gets cut off by leftover thugs as they blow up the path to the roof. Fairy calculates a new path, and Rain says that she can disable the autopilot from the roof, but someone will have to steer it out of the Hollow. Lycaon says he can do it, and they rush to the roof using the new path, but right before they reach it, the dancing twins return. Victoria Housekeeping jumps into action and fight the dancers until they back off and disappear. Corin and Ellen then jump into action and break through the roof. Lycaon, realizing he does not have much time to reach the ship, goes full overdrive and rushes up the building as he barely makes it onto the airship and flies it to safety. Once the airship lands and they evacuate everyone inside, the siblings and Victoria Housekeeping decide to take Rain back into the Hollow to leave through the main exit so that public security doesn't know that they were involved, while Billy will tell the police that he is the one that piloted the airship and landed it. Unfortunately, Perlman wakes up before public security gets to the scene and gets back onto the airship and leaves, flying it outside of New Eridu to the Outer Ring. The following day, Rain cracks into the memory unit from the prototype from Belobog during the Monument incident. Meanwhile, the trial is postponed till they find Perlman. The siblings meet up with Rain to retrieve the decrypted memory unit, and Rain explains how she got involved in the first place, which was trusting a shady commission due to the high payment involved, and got kidnapped to help them hack the blimp. She did not get to hear who employed the ones who kidnapped her, but did overhear the main reason to attack the ship was to get rid of Perlman, and something was mentioned called the sacrifice. The siblings take the memory unit from Rain and go back to the video store, where Grace and Koleda are already waiting to listen to the audio log inside. Horse's final moments were captured as he asked the mysterious figure mentioned from before what the creature was inside the monument. As this happens, both Lycaon and Grace are standing atop a building watching the video store, having a conversation which shows that they know about the sibling being Phaethon and the fact that they now know about the sacrifice. They mention that their master tells them to help the siblings in their investigation, as they are too involved to keep them out, but could become allies for them in the future. While it's not mentioned until later, the master of the Victoria Housekeeping is the current mayor of Eridu, and was actually friends with Carol Arna in the past. The mayor will become a huge helping hand in the future of both Belle and Wise. Speaking of Belle and Wise, they believe that Perlman knows who is behind all of this, so they plan to find Perlman in the Outer Ring. After losing Perlman at the Ballet Twins, Lycaon approaches the siblings about a commission. He'd like them to stop the theft of a painting that belongs to one of his clients. He shows Phaethon a post on internet that describes the theft, and while they think it's just an edgy post, Lycaon ensures it must be true. He offers double pay for the commission, and Phaethon eagerly accepts, quickly accompanying him into the hollow. Together, they stop the theft and apprehend the suspect, which turns out to be the daughter of the client who the painting belongs to, Lilac. After revealing her roleplay name,
My name is Lempeluch Aznabel Phantomhine Lilac.
Lycaon and Phaethon escort her out of the hollow. Upon exiting, Lycaon and Phaethon press Lilac for information, where she explains that she wanted to steal the painting in order to get into the organization. The theft was meant to be an initiation into Mockingbird, a gang of phantom thieves that Lycaon seems to recognize. Despite trying to talk her out of the act, Lycaon allows her to continue with her plan, with a warning that Mockingbird is dangerous. As she leaves, Lycaon expresses his frustration in trying to reach Lilac and his hesitation to intervene with Mockingbird. He insinuates that he was once involved with Mockingbird and that the organization is not what it seems. He lets Lilac go, deciding that he needs to find a way to educate her in a proper way, rather than just telling on her to her parents or reprimanding her. The next day, he requests Phaethon's help in investigating Lilac's new habits, with Phaethon playing the role of his master. They discover that Lilac had gotten a part-time job at the noodle shop in Lumina Square in order to buy the painting legally. Lycaon wonders if Lilac is happy with her many duties with absent parents, and then begins to reflect on his own past, when someone told him that family is an everlasting curse that follows you forever, like a shadow. He, however, disagrees, saying that family should not be a curse, and mentions that an old friend said that. Worried that she will use the money from her job to buy the painting in order to give it to Mockingbird, Phaethon continues accompanying him on his reconnaissance mission. After speaking to a black market seller, they learn that Lilac has indeed purchased the painting. Since Lycaon seems very knowledgeable in this field, Phaethon begins questioning Lycaon's line of work, and his past. Remaining vague, he mentions that it concerns his nemesis. Now that Lilac has purchased the painting, Lycaon is even more determined to stop her. The two go to confront her and try to stop her after witnessing her being made fun of by some other students for being edgy. She lashes out, saying that selling the painting is the only way for her to become a companion of justice and join Mockingbird. When Lycaon realizes he won't be able to dissuade her, he offers to help. Armed with weapons and a carrot, she plans to meet at the Ballet Twins with Mockingbird the next day. Lycaon laments their confirmation, vowing to help Lilac fulfill her heart's deepest desire by meeting her emotional needs. As they leave, Lycaon receives a call, saying that the fish has taken the bait, and Mockingbird contacts him. He requests more help from Phaethon in the next coming days before parting ways. The next day, Phaethon leads Lycaon through the Ballet Twins' hollow as he arrives early in order to clear the ethereals from Lilac's path. They meet with her, where he asks one last time if she truly wants to meet with these people. She insists, and Lycaon leads the way. As Lilac meets with Mockingbird, Lycaon appears to betray her. Raiders appear in the background to grab her, as they mock her for being gullible enough to fall for the plan. Lycaon raises his leg as if to attack her, before he rapidly knocks out the guards holding her. As the leader of Mockingbird questions their deal, Lycaon reveals that he indeed made a deal, but not with them. The day prior, Lycaon asked Phaethon to act as a front and organize a meet with Mockingbird. In this meeting, with their leader, codenamed K, he reveals that Lilac is just a target. They intend to kidnap her and hold her for ransom in order to score big. Lycaon and Phaethon agree to help Mockingbird with the kidnapping. As they hang up, Lycaon tells Phaethon of the true plan. Pretend to work with them, gather evidence against them, and then turn them into public security. Lycaon wants to help Lilac save herself by duping her, and he makes Phaethon promise not to tell her any of this. Back to the current time, Lycaon confronts Kay and comforts Lilac as Mockingbird attacks. He swiftly defeats them, indulging Lilac's edginess with a speech of epically edgy proportions before kicking Kay's ass. He tells Kay to never mention the name Mockingbird again, or nobody will be able to save them. Afterwards, Lilac tearfully apologizes for getting Lycaon into this situation. She says that although she thought that Mockingbird was suspicious, she went along with their plan because they made her feel special, so she stopped thinking. Lycaon forgives her, saying that he also walked the wrong path for a time. Public security conveniently arrives and arrests all of the Mockingbird goons. As it turns out, Lilac had set an automatic SOS to call public security if she was in the hollow for too long. The public security officers thank her, telling her that she did a good job for taking down an entire crime syndicate, as Lycaon calls her a true companion of justice. Later, Lilac comes to visit the video store. She tells the siblings how much better she feels after getting to look super cool, and that she decided to start her own comic, where the hero realizes that justice lies in everything they do. Lycaon praises her as she calls him the best attendant she's ever had. As Lilac leaves, Lycaon talks about how pleased he is that she can now be truly happy. He thanks Phaethon and tells them that the crime syndicate they took down was not actually the real Mockingbird. He reveals that he is very familiar with the real one, as he was once deeply involved with them, being a former member of the gang himself. He begins telling a story of his past, where a young Lycaon, who was not missing his eye or leg, was practicing edgy lines similar to Lilac with the old acquaintance that he mentioned previously. This acquaintance is Hugo Vlad, the leader of Mockingbird. We'll hear more from him later. Rina walks into the video store with her current client, named Granny Leisha, who has given Rina quite a peculiar task. She wants to seek out a silly sweet cake on 6th Street. Rina came to the siblings for help, as no one knows 6th Street better than they do. The sibling goes out of their way to get a picture of anything that could possibly resemble a sweet cake, but after showing all of them to Granny Leisha, she changes her mind, saying that she is looking for the drooling sweet cake, before changing again to ask for a loudmouth sweet cake. Rina pulls Phaethon aside, and explains that she is currently undergoing an assignment for the Housekeeping Association, and that the demanding grandma is her subject for evaluation. After the explanation, Rina suggests that maybe the sweet cake she is looking for could be a music record, so they head over to the Bardic Needle to obtain some more pictures. As they show Leisha the images, the sweet cake again changes to a wavy cake that looks like Rina's Bangboo Drusilla. Thankfully, Fairy searches Leisha with the keyword waves online and finds an article from 41 years ago about a beauty pageant dropout. The winner of the tournament was supposed to receive a trophy called the Crest of Waves, and the article includes an image of both the dropout and the trophy. Rina confirms that Granny Leisha was indeed the dropout, and believes if we can take her to the Crest of Waves trophy, she will finally be happy. Rina mentions the competition is held every year, and that she actually participated in the competition in the previous year, not as a competitor, but as a makeup artist for everyone involved. Conveniently, this means that she has connections to the event organizers, and can ask for a commemorative trophy. Since it's getting late, Rina takes Granny home for now, saying that she will reach back out the following day. The next day, Granny Leisha barges in and begins looking behind the shelves at the video store. As she does this, Rina appears, asking Granny if she's still looking for the sweet cakes. Rina attempts to show her the pictures from the previous day again, but an ad for Next Gen Invasion comes on the TV, which is a movie about a hollow appearing in the city. Granny Leisha screams out, "The hollow is coming!" as if convinced that the ad was real, quickly grabbing Drusilla from Rina and running out. Once they catch up with her, she asks who they all are and has no memory of interacting with them before. Rina suggests that Granny Leisha may be suffering from cognitive corruption syndrome, which is a disease that may develop in anyone as they age if they've spent too much time in a hollow, regardless of ether aptitude. Symptoms include rapid memory decline, cognitive disorder, and repetitive speech. In severe cases, their memory can regress back decades, making them forget everything that occurred afterwards. Rina apologizes for the inconvenience and takes Granny home, while saying that she'll meet back up with the siblings at the video store. Rina returns and explains that, after asking Granny's neighbors, she has been living alone for quite some time and does indeed suffer from cognitive corruption syndrome. She was not intentionally giving Rina a hard task for the assignment, but had actually lost her memory. The siblings ask why Drusilla didn't try to leave Granny's grasp, and Rina gives details on her backstory, saying that when she was younger, she had a doll that was used as the base for Drusilla. She didn't have many friends at the manor back then, so all she had to talk to was the doll, Drusilla. Her father didn't like the doll, thinking that it was something only servants used, and tried to force her to throw it away. Rina would hide the doll anywhere she could to prevent her father from finding it, constantly telling it, "I can do it. I can protect you." When Rina decided to become an agent and to use Bangboo in combat, she gave the Drusilla doll over to the manufacturer, who found a little recording device inside it, filled with the phrase, "I can protect you." Rina transferred the recording data along with the name Drusilla to the Bangboo. According to Drusilla, after Granny snatched them, she kept repeating, "I can do it. I can protect you," and Drusilla confused Granny for Rina, and therefore didn't try to escape. Realizing how late it is, Rina takes her leave and requests that Wise and Belle let her know if Granny shows up at the store again. A few days later, Rina shows back up at the store, asking if they had seen Granny, as she had gone missing. Before her disappearance, she mentioned heading to White Waves Hospital in search of the sweet cakes, the only issue being that the hospital was within a hollow. She reveals that the day that Granny dropped out of the pageant was the same day a hollow disaster struck and absorbed the White Waves Hospital. Granny Laisha had thrown herself into the hollow to try and save the children within, as she worked there as a maternity nurse. She fought hard to get 3 children, who she would call sweet cakes, out of the hollow successfully. This is how she acquired cognitive corruption syndrome, and these 3 kids are the sweet cakes she's been looking for. After catching up with Granny inside the hollow, Phaethon and Rina find her crying and hysteric, saying that she didn't manage to save any of them. Her memory has regressed so far back that she does not even remember saving them. Upon seeing Rina, she grabs Drusilla, still confusing it for one of her sweet cakes. She holds Drusilla tight, hoping to protect what she thinks is the last alive sweet cake. Ethereals begin to attack and Rina fends them off while telling Granny about the current lives of the children she saved. The smiling sweet cake still loves to smile, and became a maternity nurse just like her. The loud sweet cake doesn't like to talk much on the phone, but will come and see her after his concert finishes. And the drooling sweet cake has already become a senior hollow investigator, fending off Ethereals himself. Rina finishes by telling Granny that she didn't lose the sweet cakes, they just grew up. After defeating the Ethereals, Granny loses her memory again, and doesn't remember anything that happened the last few days. Sadly, she also doesn't remember her sweet cakes when they come to visit her. While it's heartbreaking that she does not remember her heroic actions and her darling sweet cakes, the Housekeeping Association arranges to put her in a nice nursing home, and all the sweet cakes agree to visit her on different days. Qingyi returns to the New Eridu Public Security Office for a meeting about Operation Hooked, led by Zhu Yuan. Here we meet Seth, another public security officer. He's a very cute cat boy, and his brother is the commissioner of Janus Quarter. Operation Hooked is a plan to strike against the Mountain Lion Gang, a dangerous gang that has somehow always evaded public security after entering a hollow and disappearing. This gang is led by a man named Razor, with a dangerous new recruit being Jane Doe. Qingyi and Seth were unaware until much later, but Jane Doe is actually working for the New Eridu Public Security, and is going undercover to bust the gang. She's a Rat Thyran woman, an expert manipulator and infiltrator. Not much is actually known about her, as she keeps her past under wraps as to not blow her covers. One thing that we do know is that she's Random Play's best customer. Qingyi, Zhu Yuan, and Seth all go to perform the operation, and after a quick scuffle with the gang members and Jane Doe, the gang tries to capture some civilians and flee, but Seth, being such a hero, decided to offer himself up in trade for some of the civilians. The operation ended with Seth and some civilians being captured, with Jane Doe and the other core members of the gang managing to flee. Once Zhu Yuan and Qingyi return to the public security office, Zhu Yuan explains to Qingyi that the operation's real purpose was to put on a show for Jane Doe, so that she would gain trust with the gang members and rise through their ranks to learn their secrets, and even shows Qingyi Jane's ID card, which shows that she transferred to their team from the throne quarter of New Eridu. However, Seth was not aware of this, so him being captured wasn't exactly planned. While public security is coming up with a new plan to try and rescue Seth, Jane Doe and the gang arrive at one of their transfer stations in the Ballet Twins Hollow, the closest transfer station to their main base. Jane Doe puts on more of a show when Razor, the boss of the gang mentioned before, shows up at the base. He's impressed with her performance and mentions that she may have a chance to be a trusted bodyguard. Once the boss leaves to find out how to move the gang out in groups, Jane heads over to Seth and mentions that he can't break free from the restraints due to being injected with muscle relaxants. Seth tries to butter her up and says that she's smart and has a good heart. She could turn over a new leaf and leave the gang and still be a good person. Jane follows this up by threatening to mutilate one of the civilians for trying to hide something, which ended up being just water. She then orders the guards to give Seth 3 times as much water than the rules say, and to not give the civilians any water until Seth finishes his. Seth chugs the water and finishes it as soon as possible, so that the civilians can get their share. She then leaves to gain information from the lower-level guards around the station. The one watching over Seth and the other hostages mentions that Seth keeps lecturing them like a preachy teacher. The information she gains from the other guards is that the station is well equipped with tons of supplies, and that this must be the only transfer station they have that leads to the main den. She also notes that the guards here seem to be newbies. Jane continues and manages to trick one of the guards into letting her explore the surrounding area. While exploring, she's blocked in her path due to needing a high-level keycard, so she decides to return to the return station for now. When Jane returns to the station, she's met with the guards almost having a brawl, which started because one of the lower guards, the same guard that was watching Seth, got upset at another gang member for stealing the food and other resources that were for the civilians. Jane breaks the fight up and manages to calm down everyone around, then gaslights more of the guards into giving her information on the patrol team and the fact that the last door that blocked her path needs a special electronic keycard, which is made by spare parts and is held by someone powerful. For Jane to create her own version of the keycard, she needs to go back to the new Eridu Public Security office in Lumina Square and steal some equipment. So she has a gang member lead her outside the Hollow to meet up with her liaison that can drive her back to Lumina Square to get the needed materials. In turn for the gang member to lead her out, she wants Jane to bring back a copy of a movie as well. The first stop is in Lumina Square to get the resources for the keycard. However, due to the fact that she's listed as a criminal, she needs to find a way inside while keeping the guards distracted. She does this very easily as she tricks some drunks to rush inside and manages to slip into the back of the office and grab the master key to the equipment room, allowing her to gain the needed materials to create the fake keycard needed at the transfer station. Once she has what she needs, she heads over to 6th Street to check out the video store there to rent the movie the gang member wanted. And surprise, surprise, look who we have here. This is the only help the siblings Wise and Belle give during this entire mission, since they are not a part of the operation and have no idea what is going on. After Jane apparently rizzes up the siblings and obtains the movie, she returns to the transfer station and is met with some gang members complaining that the hostages are being escorted to the bathroom too frequently, which Seth passionately declares is because they forced him to drink so much water. Jane allows the guard to escort them to the bathroom again, however notices that it's taking them quite a long time to return. Shortly after, another guard barges back in, saying all the hostages are gone, and the guard escorting them left with them. After a short chase to catch up with them, Jane meets them at the exit at the same time that Razor shows up on the scene. To show faith towards the gang, Jane pushes the guard off the roof of the building, seemingly to his death, and then gives a speech that motivates the gang to push against public security instead of running away like scaredy cats. During this speech, she also saves Seth from being thrown off the roof and invokes a duel with him to prove her worth as a bodyguard. Once the time for the duel arrives, they escort Jane to the main base, which is through a fissure that leads to Hollow Zero. Once they enter the Hollow, they force Jane to fight her way to the spot of the duel, seemingly to wear her out beforehand, but she obviously makes it just fine. However, once she arrives at the scene of the duel, Razor's right-hand man tries to break Jane's hand, but she swiftly avoids the sneak attack. She learns that Razor is the one who ordered him to do so. That way, she can lose the fight against Seth, allowing him to go up and kill him instead. Razor starts to choke Jane and she decides to start talking shit, which causes Razor to try and attack, but Seth shoves him out of the way. He tries to give a big speech to turn Jane to his side, but she instantly agrees to take him up on his offer, and they have a cute interaction going back and forth, where Jane mentions he can escape the restraints because she had him drink all the water to cause his body to get the muscle relaxants out faster. Razor rightfully gets angry at this back and forth and tries to take down both of them. Thankfully, Jane and Seth manage to take him down and begin to flee the scene, but get cornered at a fissure. Jane decides to buy some time for public security to arrive, and she starts to talk mad shit to the guards by calling them a daddy's boy. They argue for long enough that public security, along with Juyuan, Qingyi, and thankfully the guard that she threw off the building, who had landed in a fissure, arrest the entire gang. A few days later at the public security office, Qingyi makes fun of how Seth tried to defend Jane after the arrest, saying that she can turn over a new leaf and doesn't need to be arrested. Juyuan mentions that Jane is already set on another mission and had to leave the office, but had to return a DVD, which while Jane is there, she signs up for the highest tier membership the video store offers. Camellia Golden Week creeps up on the siblings as they start to see flyers advertising the event all over the city, and even on TV. This is a week where all of the shops in the city hold special deals and sell special items for a limited time. A fun event for all involved. The siblings, after discussing if they should take a vacation to enjoy the week of celebration, ask Fairy to bring up recommendations for Camellia Golden Week. In true Fairy style, she only pulls up negatives before stating, "Suggestion."
Do not participate in Camellia Golden Week.
Knowing that all the shops will be preparing for the event, Belle and Wise talk to their neighbors on 6th Street to ask for recommendations on how to spend their time on vacation. Unfortunately for them, every shop owner just promotes their own business as a way to spend the time, so they return to Rent and Play to come up with their own ideas. With her usual perfect timing, Nicole solves this for them as she bursts through the door with an amazing idea for holiday plans. Capitalize on the security gaps from a hollow. She shows off a supply box that she managed to steal from a sub-hollow called C-41 that has been marked by the HIA as in decline, meaning it will gradually shrink over time until it completely vanishes. Normally, these hollows are still guarded by public security to fend off hollow raiders. However, since most of public security is having to watch the streets for Golden Week that's going on, the hollows are left wide open. Phaethon agrees to help Nicole, sending Eos to Hollow C41, while Nicole finds a locksmith who can crack open the supply box. Once inside, the siblings confirm that there is a plethora of supply boxes inside the hollow and return to give Nicole the good news. Thankfully, she has good news as well, as she found out that the odds are that these supply boxes are from Midsummer Incorporated. Midsummer was a weapons manufacturer that rivaled Three Gates Corp back in Eridu, but after the fall, they couldn't keep up and disappeared. The three of them pry open one of the supply boxes. Inside, they find an item that Fairy describes as a heat haze amplifier. This is an item that can absorb etheric particles in areas with ether concentration, clearing the nearby areas and powering up agents and hollows similar to W engine drives. They take it back to C41, but after one charge, it breaks. Nicole mentions that she saw Koleda and Lycaon checking out C41 as well, and that they may have the parts that could fix the amplifier. The siblings then head to Branch Street to talk to Belobog, who, of course, is also trying to explore the hollow to loot the remnants of Midsummer Inc. for their own projects. Anton tells the siblings that Koleda is already in C41, so she isn't available to chat, but gives them a part he found in one of their supply boxes. The siblings then head to the Ballet Twins Road to find Lycaon. After locating him and explaining themselves, he also offers a part that may come in handy to repair the amplifier. With new parts in hand, they bring the amplifier to Enzo, who uses the parts to fix the device so that it can recharge itself. He also lets the siblings know that he has connections to a resort called the Willow Manor and can book them a stay to get a proper vacation. They agree and a booking is made. Before they can leave for their vacation, Nicole bursts into the video store with news that raiders managed to crack the code to the inner vault of Midsummer that's inside the hollow. But since it's decreasing in size more rapidly than expected, therefore allowing more lower ether aptitude raiders in, they have little time to raid the vault before others empty it. So they make a few more visits to the vault. Afterwards, Belle and Wise get all packed up to leave for the manor. They go to say goodbye to each shop owner on 6th Street. While speaking with Elfie, she mentions that there's a rumor that C41 is about to spike in ether activity and become active again, causing it to grow rapidly. Worried for the other agents' safety, the siblings pause their leave for the manor and reach out to Victoria Housekeeping, Nicole, and Belobog to let them know of the potential status of C41. None of them ever returned their message. Worried, they enter C41 once again to see if their friends have been trapped inside the hollow by its sudden increase in activity. Once inside, Fairy finds the signal coming from both Victoria Housekeeping's Bangboo, Butler, and Belobog's Bangboo, Safety, who had been trapped by the hollow, activating some of the smart defense machinery left behind by Midsummer. After saving the Bangboo, they return to their masters and inform them of their rescue. The siblings then leave the hollow and await an update from the agents. While waiting to hear back, the shopkeepers express their worry for the rest of Golden Week due to the fact that the hollow could become active again. The siblings assure them that everything will be alright, and finally hear back from the others. At the same time, the siblings receive a text that the manor reservation has been cancelled due to a lack of payment and time. After setting up a video call between everyone, they all share the intel they'd found while exploring to try and find the reasoning for the hollow's sudden re-expansion. Eventually, they come to the conclusion that since there has been so many rookies trying to get inside the vault that have been stumbling all over the place, has caused the leftover Midsummer defenses to activate. These defenses contain prototype AI chips in them, and the sudden activation of all these smart devices created an ether breeding ground, causing ether levels to continue rising. They decide to follow a similar approach to the one they had taken with the dead-end hollow. Focus on taking out one extremely powerful mech deep within the vault to stop the ether activity from rising. Everyone goes in and completes the plan, working together and executing it flawlessly. With the mech defeated, the ether levels flatten out, and the White Star releases a final ether reporting on the hollow, stating that it is still in decline and all neighborhood travel restrictions have been lifted, allowing everyone to enjoy Golden Week as intended. To thank the siblings for giving up the Manor Resort vacation to save Golden Week from the hollow, everyone involved assists with creating a surprise makeshift resort for the siblings. With Lycaon as the attendant, Ben as a chef, Anby as a catering specialist, and Corin as a head maid, everyone enjoys a great time feasting together before finally heading home as Golden Week ends. Wise and Belle decide to kill time by watching a movie called Inbringer 2. At the end of the movie, Qingyi comes knocking on the door asking about a request the siblings may have had for public security community service. While saying this, she is much more cheery than normal. When the siblings interrupt the flow of conversation, she deactivates her autopilot mode and returns to her normal self. She explains that public security has been wanting to crack down on Internet in an attempt to completely eradicate it. Their plan is to have public security officers go around and complete citizens' requests so that they don't have to post it on Internet, as this helps build trust between the citizens and public security. Belle and Wise, obviously not wanting them to destroy Internet, decide that one of them will join Qingyi on her endeavor in order to monitor their plans and see if they can put a stop to it. The first request they accept is from a girl named Holly, who asks public security to help find her missing friend, Teddy. Qingyi draws Teddy based on Holly's description, only to discover that Teddy is actually a sharkboo. Qingyi and Phaethon decide to check its last known location, and the proxy finds a poster for Bangboo Knows, with an autograph on it that reads, "To Holly and Teddy." The poster has some residue on it from a strong reaction of highly active etheric matter. Qingyi takes it and mentions that she found a suspicious vehicle near Teddy's last known location. If it were involved in the disappearance of the missing Bangboo, then the car should have the etheric matter on it as well. Qingyi says that she will stay and monitor the vehicle all night to try and spot anything, but Phaethon asks if it's really okay for her body not to get any rest at all. Qingyi explains that she finds it interesting the way that humans project such strong emotions onto things that are not actually alive and were made to be discarded. For example, she says that she is just an advanced intelligent construct model 01NG6 and is essentially just a Bangboo with more complex functionality. And yes, that model number does look like Qingyi when spelled out. She leaves it there and tells Phaethon that she will let them know if she finds anything. The next morning, Qingyi arrives back at Random Play, where she tells Phaethon that she found the car entering and exiting the Cretan Hollow. She's also applied for personnel and carrots from public security, and as long as approval goes through, they can enter and find Teddy. At this moment, Holly's dad comes in and gives Qingyi a new model Sharkboo, telling her to just reset it and give it to Holly while lying and saying that they found Teddy. As the proxy's about to decline, saying that they will find the real Teddy, Qingyi quickly accepts the dad's offer. After he leaves, she explains that she got a message from public security, and the request was denied, because Bangboo can't be classified as people. Therefore, it won't be handled as a missing persons case. In turn, this means no extra personnel or carrot data will be provided. Qingyi comes up with an idea to make the new model look like the old one while recovering the core chip from the original in the hollow themselves, transferring the data to the new model. However, after the visual modifications, Holly comes into the store before they manage to get the chip from the real Teddy. This causes Holly to get upset as she realizes immediately that this new Sharkboo was not the real deal. Qingyi then decides to go into the hollow alone to search for and rescue Teddy. Since Qingyi does not know the real identity of Wise and Belle as Phaethon, the siblings wait until, ironically, Qingyi posts a request on Internet for a proxy to help guide her, which they immediately accept, meeting up with her in the hollow as Eos. Qingyi remembers Phaethon via Eos from when they saved her and drew you in as they recovered the corpse of the sacrificed ethereal from the monument. Soon after, a distress signal from a Bangboo is detected. While searching to find Teddy, Eos is attacked by a gang calling themselves the Boo Nappers, who spray Eos in the face with some sort of substance, causing him to be disconnected from the HDD and booting the sibling out of the sensory sink. Fairy establishes a link to the emergency communication line within Eos, however the only way to communicate is through a direct line to Qingyi, and even if Fairy adds a voice modifier to the transmission, there's still a high likelihood that Qingyi will figure out the sibling's identity. They agree to make the connection anyway, and Qingyi tells them that she's about to make a move to retrieve Eos. She confronts the Boo Napper and gets him to reveal the location of the rest of their gang. He also admits that the spray he used on Eos was concentrated ether solution, which would flash corrupt Bangboo in order to strip them for their parts. They decide to continue investigating, but since Eos is severely damaged from ether, Fairy connects Qingyi to Eos via sensory sync, allowing all three of them to be connected at the same time. For the time being, everything is able to work normally. However, Qingyi will suffer some of the ether corruption from Eos. As they investigate, they find a whole group of dead, half-dead, and damaged Bangboo that are trying to escape from the gang. Many Bangboo have been inhumanely dismantled, with some being repurposed into switches for doors via their body. The gang has been killing and deconstructing Bangboo in order to sell their parts for profit. The sick and grotesque scene causes Phaethon and Qingyi to agree to take all of their corpses out of the hollow. After a long while exploring the maze-like camp of the gang and collecting as many Bangboo as possible, including Teddy, Qingyi comes extremely close to becoming corrupted, as the air is extremely dense in ether. They find a fissure to safety ahead, but the weight of all the Bangboo and her systems failing cause her to barely make it out. Phaethon sends a message to Juyuan and Seth to pick up Qingyi and all the Bangboo at the hollow exit. Immediately, they are all sent in for maintenance and cleaning, and it takes several days for them to be sent back. Qingyi comes to the store where she makes some sly remarks to the siblings, showing them that although she now knows the true identity of the siblings, she will not expose them. After chatting about public security putting their Intronaut dismantling plans on hold, she leaves and the siblings wrap up the day. Belle and Wise let Shepard know that they are looking for a commission in the Outer Ring to try and find information on Perlman after he fled New Eridu on the airship. A couple days later, Shepard shows up at Random Play, telling the siblings that if they want to get some real intel in the Outer Ring, then they need to make some friends with the biker gangs there. This will eventually lead the siblings to meet the Sons of Caledon, including Caesar, Burnice, Piper, Lighter, and Lucy. Caesar was the daughter of the founder of the original Caledon gang from back in the day. Growing up, she became close to Billy the Kid, the champion of Caledon at the time, and Big Daddy, a Boar Thyran, who eventually founded a new group called the Sons of Caledon after Caesar's father mysteriously disappeared. Big Daddy then raised Caesar as his own, teaching her to be tough and independent. Burnice, the jack of all trades of the group, is mainly known for being a nitro fuel addict. Piper, the gang's truck driver, is responsible for all the vehicle maintenance and other related jobs. Then we have Lighter, the current champion of the gang. Before he was part of the Sons of Caledon, he led a mercenary company that he founded alongside 3 other mercenaries, becoming very close with the members and their families. Unfortunately, all of his comrades died in an accident, leaving him as the sole survivor. He ended up taking out a huge loan to support the families of his friends, but being unable to pay it off, he had to fight in an underground fighting ring. One day, Big Daddy, who at the time was still the leader of the Sons of Caledon, paid off Lighter's debt and took him in. Finally, we've come to Lucy. She's a girl born into a high-ranking family who could get anything she wanted, except freedom. She wanted to become a hollow investigator once she got her ether aptitude test back, but her family disapproved. Lucy then hired some kidnappers to take her away, but the Sons of Caledon threw a wrench in the plan by beating up the kidnappers and saving her. Lucy then followed the Sons of Caledon to the Outer Ring, ultimately becoming their business consultant. A few days before the conversation between Shepard and Phaethon, not long after the airship hijacking incident, Caesar wins a fight to obtain a Sparkstone. This is an item that will allow them to participate in the upcoming Torre de Inferno, a cross-hollow race between the different biker gangs in the Outer Ring to see who can reach Cinder Lake and throw their Sparkstone into the volcano first. This event was created between 30 to 50 years ago in order to destroy the ether crystals that constantly grow around the edges of the lake due to the volcano being a massive pit of burning oil in the center of a hollow. As oil is organic, it is constantly under threat of corruption, and the oil from the lake is essential to the survival of everyone in the Outer Ring. Therefore, the Torre de Inferno is a great way to not only regularly clear the ether crystals from the lake, but it also acts as a sort of election system for the Outer Ring. The leader of the winning gang becomes the overlord of the Outer Ring, gaining control over the shipment routes throughout the area. After winning the Sparkstone, Caesar runs over to Big Daddy in celebration, as they've now locked in the Sons of Caledon's spot in the Torre de Inferno. Shortly after, they find Perlman passed out next to the crashed blimp and take him in after realizing who he was. Back in the present, Belle and Wise are awaiting results from Hand regarding the sacrifice from the monument. They receive a call from Billy, who surprisingly reveals himself to be the connection to a biker gang in the Outer Ring they wished for. That being the Sons of Caledon, of course. Billy then transports the siblings to the Outer Ring in a massive truck provided by the gang. On the way there, they get driven off the road and are forced to swerve into a hollow. The ones who drove them off the road include a man named Lucius, a member of a rival biker gang called the Vanquishers, who have been pestering the Sons of Caledon in every way possible leading up to the Torre de Inferno. The Vanquishers include their leader, Pompey, who's the current overlord, alongside Lucius, a cat Thyran named Pulchra, a canine Thyran named Mors, and an orangutan Thyran named Bellum. Unbeknownst to the rest of the gang, Lucius was working with an ether company in the city to sabotage the Sons of Caledon, which he did not only by driving them off the cliff, but by stealing parts from them. He even goes as far as setting up Casa, the mayor of Blazewood, to seem like a traitor. Inside the hollow that Billy drove into, he and Phaethon are saved by Caesar and Lighter right as Phaethon passes out due to their low ether aptitude. They awaken at the Sons of Caledon's base and are introduced to the whole gang. After being given information on the Tour de Inferno, they join the group in a set of tasks to prepare for the race. They run into issues caused by the Vanquishers, all done without Pompey's knowledge, as mentioned previously. This includes the Sons of Caledon running into Pulchra, who gets into a fight with Burnice. After they fight, they make friends, and Burnice offers the potential for Pulchra to join the Sons of Caledon later down the line. After Lucius's plan to frame Casa as a traitor, Pompey realizes that he was the one causing the Sons of Caledon issues behind his back. He gives him a warning, but lets his guard down when Lucius offers him a drink to rest up before the tour begins. This drink was poisoned with ether tablets that cause one's ether aptitude to decrease significantly. Finally, the Tour de Inferno begins. Jolly Ginny, the host of the race, introduces all of the gangs involved before everyone sets off. The Sons of Caledon start strong, but are sabotaged during the race by ether explosives that block their path, causing Pompey and Lucius to be the ones who make it to Cinder Lake first. As Pompey throws his Sparkstone into the lake, it causes a rapid increase in ether crystals. Confused, Lucius admits to swapping it out with an ether aggregation catalyst, which causes ether to rapidly form. The ether concentration in the area massively increases as the catalyst is detonated, and when paired with the poison drink, Pompey is corrupted almost immediately, but not before he's able to get a good slash in to Lucius's eye. The Sons of Caledon show up right as Pompey mutates into the corrupted Overlord Ethereal, causing them to have to fight him off, ultimately killing him. As they defeat him, they realize that they are quickly running out of time, as the ether crystals are rapidly covering the remainder of Cinder Lake. Caesar quickly grabs her Sparkstone and, in a beautiful moment of self-sacrifice, jumps into the volcano with her arm outstretched to get the stone into the burning oil, causing a massive explosion that clears all the crystals from the lake and saving the outer ring. As the rest of the group laments her sacrifice, they look up to see her falling out of the sky, as a hidden fissure inside the pit spits her back out.
I'll get the Sparkstone there.
What? Wait. No. Caesar, you can't be!
Caesar! Have you lost your mind? You'll die! Caesar! Caesar! If we can't stay here, we'll just leave!
You're right, Lucy. Even without oil, we can still make a living somewhere else. But what about the people who don't have a choice? I'm sorry, but this is what I have to do. Don't look at me like that, because I'll start to feel afraid.
Wait, there's an abnormal spatial fluctuation nearby. It's like something is coming our way.
It's not over yet. Where is it?
Glider and Lucy catch her and bring her to safety as they rejoice their success before returning to Blazewood. 3 days later, the siblings get ready to leave the Outer Ring. Caesar, now recovered, tells the siblings that they will reach out when Perlman wakes up from the injuries he sustained in the blimp crash, and invites them to a feast for when Caesar is crowned the Overlord. On the way back from the Outer Ring, Belle and Wise stop off at the border of the chasm, where there is a huge wall in honor of the fallen victims from the old capital. They discuss their history as students of Helios Academy and reveal that Carol was their teacher, Teferi, who quickly realizes that Carol's name is listed on the Pillar of Shame. This is when they admit that they want to reach Helios Academy in Hollow Zero in order to find evidence that can clear Carol's name. At this moment, Miyabi appears at the memorial. She overhears their conversation and tells the siblings that she is here to honor her mother, another victim of the fall. She gives them a glare as she states that she will bring whoever caused the fall to justice. Once they arrive back at the video store, they run into Yanagi of Section 6, who is congratulated for taking down Nullface, an elite hacker. She ends up renting a movie from the store and leaves shortly thereafter. The siblings then find an internet post stating that Section 6, including Miyabi, have been invited to test a new combat simulation in the HIA's latest VR system at the HIA Club in Lumina Square. A week after the events of Torre de Inferno, Burnice invites the siblings back to the Outer Ring to help rebuild Cheesetopia, a grand restaurant in Blazewood that's run by Casa. After a ton of work, they finish the restaurant in time to hold a grand feast with the residents of the Outer Ring and the other biker gangs as they crown Caesar the new overlord. As things finally begin to calm down once again, Nicole bursts through the doors of the video store as always, this time with a laptop she managed to salvage within Hollow Zero. She leaves it up to the siblings to crack the information on it. Within it, they discover the journal notes left behind by Spacebar during the fall of the old capital that we mentioned way back in the beginning. He was given the laptop by his mother to commemorate his enlistment into the Defense Force as part of the Diamond Division. He's very forgetful, so she wanted him to have something to write notes in. She even has him write their home phone number on the laptop so he doesn't forget it. After being in the Diamond Division for a while, Spacebar begins to show his distaste for the work he's doing, as he wanted to be infiltrating hollows and suppressing ethereals. He wonders if it's his ether aptitude that's holding him back. Due to his forgetful nature, his team nicknamed him Spacebar. Eventually, we started to see big iron fighters let into the division. These are giant mech intelligent constructs that he says are big enough to swat him away with their hand. He wonders why the Defense Force even hires real people anymore when they can just use these mechs instead. He mentions becoming crestfallen after one of the iron fighters picked a flower and gave it to him after a training exercise. Eventually, he goes on a mission with Obsidian Division and witnesses their battle prowess up close. He got to see their captain in person. This captain was someone who would support him in every mistake he made and listen to his problems. Apparently, the captain also recognized Spacebar from all the transfer requests he had sent in. He eventually managed to impress the higher-ups on a mission when all of his team had lost their ability to fight, with Spacebar managing to defeat the enemy by himself, earning the highest commendation in the division. While out on a joint operation with the Crystal Barrel Division, he got saved by a sniper who just so happened to be Trigger. Spacebar begins to feel homesick and books a 3-day leave to visit his mom. However, just as his bus is about to leave, a mission comes up and he is unable to make it. His mother tells him that she thought he just didn't want to come home, but he promises to stay a little bit longer the next time he's able. On his way back to the base, he bumps into members of the Exaltists who were holding a public rally, chanting about wanting to be refined. Spacebar notes that he didn't know the cultists were still active these days. His next journal records his events during the fall of the old capital. He writes that an unprecedented hollow disaster has swallowed up the entire block as far as the eye can see, and he is not aware of anywhere in Eridu that could harbor survivors. He mentions that most of his squad is ethereals by now, as he is the only one who managed to retreat from the front lines and find anti-corruption supplies. He writes about how he has trouble sleeping at night as crystals form on the window of his base, and that when he closes his eyes, he sees the face of his comrades before they died. While seeing the Exaltists in the background, still roaming the hollows, Spacebar regrets the fact that he did not take a closer look at them when he saw them the first time. Eventually, he finds some Defense Force members that begin to evacuate, and he learns that his family managed to survive. However, Before he could join them, Ethereals attacked and the evac scattered, leaving Spacebar to die alone, joining his corrupted comrades. As they finish reading through the journal entries, the siblings call the number left on the laptop and manage to get a hold of Spacebar's mother. They explain his final message, one of missing her and wishing he could have gone home for his final vacation, but that he was a hero and did not die in vain. The mother thanks them profusely over and over before hanging up. Right up until the very end, Spacebar's identity remained a mystery. The fall of the old capital swallowed up thousands of ordinary people just like him. That's why it's so important to get to the truth of the fall. After Caesar is crowned overlord, Bell and Wise reach out to the Sons of Caledon looking for more commissions due to a lack of funds from the electricity bill thanks to Fairy's usage. Piper and Burnice need to find some supplies in the Hollow, so they ask if the proxies would want to help. The siblings agree and head back to the HDD to meet the girls in the Hollow. While booting up the HDD, the siblings mention in passing that it would be really nice to win the lottery. They meet Burnice and Piper in the Hollow shortly after, where they find an old lady about to be attacked by Ethereals. Coming to her defense, Burnice takes them all on by herself. To show her gratitude, the old lady, funnily enough, hands over a lottery ticket for a drawing taking place later that night. Phaethon returns to the video store with Burnice and Piper in tow as they await the draw. To everyone's surprise, their lottery ticket actually won the 3 million Denny grand prize. They all agree to split it 3 ways so they each get 1 million, which they can collect in a few days. A few days pass and Burnice gets attacked by a gang that heard about her winning the lottery. As they attempt to rob her and pay off her own debts, Burnice, being the sweetie pie that she is, tells the gang that she'll use the money to throw a massive feast and plenty of nitro fuel, called the Burnice Cup 7 Days and Nights Unlimited Drinking Festival. This causes the gang to ease up and leave her alone. Once they collect the money, they are all hit with the realization that taxes come out of the winnings, leaving only about 300,000 Dennies for each of them. Phaethon spends their winnings on the electricity bill and the late fee, while Piper spends the whole thing on a new engine for Steel Tusk that guzzles gas way too fast, even when used properly. This causes both Phaethon and Piper to be down in the dumps, so Burnice tries to cheer the two up by offering to do some commissions and earn some more money, to which they begrudgingly agree. After entering a hollow, they find yet another old person about to be attacked by Ethereals. However, this time it's a man. After saving him, he says very similar things to the granny from the first time, and also rewards the three with a lottery ticket. As they discuss what they would use their potential new earnings to buy, Phaethon checks the numbers. The ticket was indeed a winning ticket for 30 million Dennies. However, the ticket was given out over a year ago, with it expiring a couple months ago. As Piper and the proxy lament their luck, Burnice swoops in like the ray of sunshine she is to cheer them up as she tells Piper that she had researched a new fuel method that allows Piper to use the new engine she bought with only a 10% increase in cost. Piper takes this as a win, and the two of them head off as Phaethon returns to random play. Bell and Wise head to Lumina Square to do some shopping, but are surprised at the massive crowd that has appeared around the HIA club. While attempting to squeeze through the crowd, someone yells out, "Phaethon!" which causes Wise to freak out and pull Bell to the side. Thankfully, their identity was not actually exposed, as someone corrects the person that yelled that it was not Phaethon, but Nullface they saw. Section 6 arrives and everyone in the crowd begins to roar in admiration for the members, with some asking Miyabi to step on them.
Lady Miyabi, please step on me!
And others calling Harumasa by a nickname that's Harumasa Masa. A few days before this, Yanagi was approached by a Hollow Investigative Association representative about having Section 6 work with the HIA to test a new VR system by entering the virtual space and having Section 6 evaluate the system. As you know from the Internet post we mentioned during the Sons of Caledon situation, Section 6 had all agreed to appear at the HIA Club to partake in the collaboration. Back in the current day, each of the Section 6 members that dealt with fans, that being everyone but Yanagi, had received badges with new Eridu Guardian on it. Once everyone finishes with the fans, they head inside, where Yanagi lets everyone know that they will be going into the VR machines and just defeating Ethereals as normal while the simulation collects data based on Section 6's performance, which will be used to set the maximum limit inside the system. She tells them that the data collection will end once all enemies inside the system have been defeated, which she learned from reading through the entire manual on the VR system to prep before the event. The guide asks if he can get a group photo after the data collection is complete. As all of Section 6 says the boot up phrase and get transported into the VR machine, they all get ring markers around them to show the progress of their data collection. Before all the enemies are defeated, a voice comes over the comms stating that data collection has been completed, and that they managed to finish the collection early by speeding things up in the back end, allowing the collection to be completed before all the enemies were defeated. Yanagi asks if they still want the photo when they get out, and the voice gets confused, before attempting to recover and act like they knew about the photo request. Unbeknownst to Section 6, Nullface had somehow hacked into the HIA system and taken over the VR machine, tricking the group into thinking they had logged out of the VR system when, in reality, they were all still stuck inside. Yanagi sensed that something was amiss when she sees that the HIA and all other vehicles were missing from the parking lot, mentioning that it feels as if she's inside a hollow. They enter the HIA club once again, and everyone that was inside before is now missing. Once they exit back out to Lumina Square, all the people are missing, and the world has glitches as if they're in a matrix. They all head back into the club so Yanagi can attempt to put the machine into safe mode, which she thankfully learned from reading the manual before heading in. Yanagi launches safe mode, and Sokaku and Harumasa begin attacking Yanagi against their will, as Miyabi mentions that she had the urge to kill her about 5 minutes prior.
I had the urge to kill you about 5 minutes ago.
Yanagi quickly knocks everyone out, as Nullface reveals himself to her, and admits to trapping them in the system. Once the data collection ring around the members finishes, Nullface will have a full digital replica of each member. Once the rest of Section 6 awakens, Yanagi comes up with a plan to enter the VR machine inside the VR machine, and attempt to kill the last couple enemies that were originally left in order to auto-complete the test. After entering the first test, they find and defeat one of the missing enemies from the original test. Before entering the second stage, Harumasa's data collection finishes and he's transformed into Harumasa. Yanagi gets mocked by Nullface for being too clever for her own good. They enter the second stage, and Yanagi once again outsmarts Nullface, clearing the second trial. Now annoyed with Yanagi getting in the way of keeping them all trapped, he boots Yanagi out of the VR system before she can get them all out. Yanagi attempts to log back into the system, but fails, as the system prompts that she does not have the required authentication information. She realizes that the new Eridu Guardian badges that everyone got from their fans is the missing authentication, as she was the only member of the Section 6 to not receive one, leading to her being unaffected by Nullface's hacks. This means that Nullface was either hiding within each fan group to make sure the members of Section 6 received the badge, or handed out the fake badges to all of the fans, knowing that Section 6 would be obligated to accept a gift from a fan. Yanagi has the HIA scan one of the badges in order to make her new credentials to log back in. As she manages to get back into the VR system, she finds that Sokaku has already become Sokabu, just like Harumasa. She then sees Miyabi fighting off hordes of ethereals to protect her Bangboo companions. Yanagi helps Miyabi slay all the nearby ethereals, and with no time left, Miyabi's data collection finishes. She becomes Miyabu, leaving Yanagi all alone to deal with the situation. While attempting to slay the third and final VR enemy to clear everyone out of the simulation, Nullface constructs a digital replica of Miyabi to defend the last enemy, and Yanagi is forced to fight the Void Hunter. Thanks to a tip from Miyabu, Yanagi manages to get the upper hand, defeating the Miyabi construct, destroying the last enemy, and clearing the VR simulation. Finally, everyone is booted out of the machine. Yanagi explains that Nullface was behind everything, as she orders Section 6 to do a complete and swift takedown of the hacker/proxy group. The HIA apologizes for the mishap. As the video store is swamped with customers, Belle and Wise are invited back to the Outer Ring by Caesar, so one of them stays behind to manage the video store while the other goes ahead and meets up with the Sons of Caledon. Upon arriving, Phaethon is unable to find her, instead finding Lighter. He greets them and mentions that today is Settlement Day, an event celebrated in the Outer Ring where everyone who has beef between gangs has 3 days to brawl it out in whichever way they want. Each side needs to put up an item on the line as a wager, but it has to be something that truly means something to them. After 3 days, no matter the outcome, they need to forget about the beef and move on. Phaethon jokes about how they want revenge from one time that Lighter stepped on Eos's foot. Lighter jokes about doing a nitro fuel competition, and Phaethon agrees. For a while, Lighter is matching the proxy shot for shot, but eventually Phaethon comes out on top and wins the drinking match. Andreas, a supporter of the old overlord Pompeii, walks up to the bar and challenges Lighter, wagering his badge of honor as he blames Lighter and the Sons of Caledon for Pompeii's death. However, Lighter refuses the fight due to the item Andreas put up for wager not being important enough. Andreas calls out Lighter's past as a mercenary and how his old comrades had passed away, but Lighter kept his resolve. They both end up wagering their boxing gloves and begin to fight. Lighter easily gains the upper hand and wins the fight, but tells Andreas that he can come back for a rematch as many times as he wants within the 3 days. Anytime, anywhere. While redeeming nitro fuel tickets with Burnice, she mentions that Big Daddy wanted to see Lighter, and asks that the next time Phaethon sees him to pass on the message. Lighter wanted to talk to Big Daddy about something as well. He tails Andreas for a bit and overhears him shouting on the phone, mentioning a hollow. It's suspicious that Andreas knows about Lighter's past, as he does his best to keep it hidden and has not told anyone about it since coming to the Outer Ring. He admits that the past Andreas shouted was true, and that he wears his sunglasses all the time due to an injury he got in the underground fighting ring. At this point, the older sibling arrives in the Outer Ring, and after hanging around for a bit with the others, they spend the night in Blazewood. The next morning, Piper tries to reach Lighter with no luck, but doesn't worry too much about it as he goes off the grid pretty often. Phaethon, knowing that Lighter probably went into the hollow to look for Andreas, gets worried and enters the hollow themselves to check it out. They use Fairy to find Lighter's location, and he reveals that while patrolling, he discovered that Caledon's former foes were plotting an assault. Lighter thinks the situation is critical and asks for Phaethon's help in navigating and finding their old enemies in the hollow. Once they find Andreas and the others, they overhear Andreas fighting against the gang as they promise to only hurt the Sons of Caledon, but have now started putting the civilians of the Outer Ring in danger as well, which is unacceptable. The gang mocks him for being similar to Pompey and further mocks the fact that he was backstabbed by his right-hand man, Lucius. Andreas, confused by this new information, asks for confirmation, as he was told that the Sons of Caledon were the ones behind his death, not Lucius. Andreas begins to fight with the gang as Lighter jumps in to help, but the gang manages to escape using a smoke bomb. Lighter requests to fight Andreas while making a deal. If Lighter wins, Andreas has to leak all the plans he knows from the gang. If Lighter loses, then he'll tell Andreas the last words of Pompey. After Andreas loses and leaks the plans, he speaks about his respect for Lighter's strength and says that it's easy to envy him. They fist bump and part ways. Once out of the hollow, Lighter tells Phaethon that he will deal with the gang's plan the following day alone, as he promised Big Daddy back when he was taken in that he would deal with any grudges and enemies from Caledon's past. Lighter enters the hollow the following day, and while the gang is planning their attack, Lighter walks up to their base and takes on the entire group by himself. Even though he was massively outnumbered, Lighter manages to come out on top, raising his red scarf in victory. Phaethon, of course, witnesses all of this, as they went into the hollow to keep an eye on Lighter just in case. Outside the hollow, Lighter takes a moment to catch his breath. While experiencing the sunset, he spills his true emotions on his past as a mercenary, and recounts his mistakes. The chaotic days in the underground fighting ring, the deal he struck with Big Daddy, and how his mindset has changed after joining the Sons of Caledon. When he first joined, he thought of it as just another mission. Over time, he grew to genuinely want to protect everyone, as he couldn't stand losing any more close friends like he did as a mercenary. He finishes by thanking Phaethon and showing his appreciation to them as well. By the time they returned to Blazewood, everyone had gone home, and settlement day was over. Lighter tells Phaethon that anytime they want to come to the Outer Ring, they just need to hit him up and he will gladly come pick them up. Roland reaches out to Bell and Wise for help with an upcoming exploration of an area within Hollow Zero called the Arpeggio Fault. He explains that 2 years prior, there had been a failed White Star Institute mission to retrieve data from the 4th laboratory at an old White Star base. Strangely, the ones who managed to make it out alive had their memory affected for an unknown reason. He tasks Phaethon with investigating the fault alongside Soldier 11 and some Bangboo in an attempt to figure out what happened 2 years ago. As it turns out, one of the Bangboo in the mission was the Bangboo of Eloan Mystique, and they want to figure out the truth as to what happened to their master. Soldier 11 and Phaethon uncover the entire story of Eloan Mystique with the help of her Bangboo. Once the mission is complete, they find the resting place inside the vault that Eloan's comrades had made her. On the grave was an image of Eloan, which Phaethon gives to the Bangboo so they have something to remember her by. They also managed to enter the 4th lab, which appeared to have been raided. They found a note left behind that reads, "May the Creator... to fulfill the lifelong dream." This shows that while neither the Rebels nor the White Star Institute managed to get inside the 4th laboratory during the investigation 2 years ago, it had nevertheless been raided by the Exaltists, and the research inside was stolen along with the rare etheric matter. The siblings return to the video store after the investigation is complete. As the siblings go about their day-to-day life, we see Eos chatting with a red Bangboo wearing special attire in the video store. When Phaethon walks up to see what they're chatting about, the Bangboo gives an alert that a VR expert has been found and establishes a communication link with an unknown figure. The figure begins speaking through the Bangboo as though they were surprised to see that it worked. She introduces herself as a person, as she's using the latest prototype tech for syncing consciousness with Bangboo. Phaethon remarks to themselves about how similar this is to the HDD, and the woman speaking through the Bangboo continues. A new VR machine, funded by the TOPS Alliance and developed using the data from Section 6, is currently undergoing a closed beta test. There is one slight problem. The VR machine has an error, and an intelligent construct got her consciousness scrambled after joining the test and has not been able to wake up. TOPS swept this under the rug and didn't send any help, so this person wanted to reach out to a VR expert to supply the help. Since Phaethon regularly uses the VR training machines at the HIA, they agreed to help out. Before leaving the store, the Bangboo woman remarks about the posters and movies the siblings own that have a specific star in them, that star being Astra-Yao, which the Bangboo bears an odd resemblance to via color and design. If that name rings a bell, that's because Astra-Yao was the little girl who was found in a bunker during the fall of the old capital. Her dream of becoming a star like Haran de Winter had been realized, and she was one of the most popular, if not the most popular artist in New Eridu. It is in fact Astra that is controlling the Bangboo currently, and the siblings will meet her in person in the near future. Once at the HIA club, Phaethon logs into the Intelligent Constructs test account named Aria Does Not Dream Nightmares. They clear the VR stage and free the construct before Phaethon questions the ability that Astra has to connect to the Bangboo. The woman admits that it's a prototype from TOPS that's based on research from a brilliant scholar from an organization in the past. From this statement, we can infer that this is referring to Carol Arna and the HDD. The big difference, however, is that the TOPS prototype can't be used inside of a holo like the HDD can. After chatting for a bit, they both part ways. Finally, the secret mastermind of the plan that has been cooking in the background since the start of the game will finally be revealed as the story of Season 1 reaches its climax. Nicole calls the siblings, letting them know that the Cunning Hares are watching Perlman in the outer ring after he finally wakes up from the crash. Nicole says that she'll come and pick them up and bring them to the outer ring, but requests that they turn on the news. As they do, they see the unhinged reporter from the start of the game discussing the municipal election that's right around the corner, resulting in public security having round-the-clock security patrols across New Eridu. He then introduces Inspector Bringer as the hero who cracked the vision case wide open, saying that they'll have an interview with him. However, the reporter is immediately kicked off the premise as they did not have a permit to film there. Simultaneously, in the outer ring, the Cunning Hares are watching the TV alongside Perlman as Bringer appears on screen. Perlman freaks out, exclaiming that Bringer is one of the masterminds behind the Vision scandal, as well as Sarah's partner and secret ally. Phaethon, on the phone with Nicole, overhears Perlman's claims. For those that don't remember, Sarah was the one that acted as Perlman's secretary in the Vision case and offered him the plea deal, along with the briefcase to open on the airship when heading to the court case. Nicole finally arrives at the video store to pick up the siblings, saying that she didn't bring Perlman with her due to the election season causing heightened security checks. She tells them that going into and out of the outer ring is 10 times stricter, and if what Perlman said is true, public security would arrest them on the way in. Therefore, the plan will be to have the siblings navigate everyone into the city by driving through the hollows in order to stay out of sight from public security. While the siblings are hesitant at first, Fairy speaks up, telling them that if Perlman's claims are true, he may possess information about the unknown species in the monument construction site, which could help their long-term objective of finding evidence to clear up Carol's name. They then agree to the plan, with the caveat that one sibling will go with Nicole, while the other stays at home to help navigate with Eos through the HDD. They all leave and head to the Outer Ring. Meanwhile, outside the dead-end hollow, at the scene of the Vision Corporation scandal, Bringer is practicing his speech for an interview on the news. He recites a sob story that he wrote to pull on people's heartstrings for his run in the election. The story involves him following his leader to make it to New Eridu, where hope would begin anew. After a long journey, they finally made it to the city, and the dream came true. The city embraced him and allowed him to continue his life. As he flubs his lines, Sarah walks in and mocks him for not even being able to recite the story he wrote. Bringer spits back at Sarah, asking why she's there. He then mentions that every single thing that Phaethon has gone through since the start of our story is due to him and Sarah. They were behind the Vision Corporation scandal, as Bringer was the one to supply the public security uniforms to the fake officers inside the train. He was the mole that leaked the location of the sacrifice on its transport to hand. They hired Nullface and orchestrated the attack on Section 6 during the VR machine tests. They hired Lucius to take out the Sons of Caledon for having Perlman. He then says that their plan can't continue without the sacrifice sample from the creature in the monument. He jokes, asking if he's supposed to butt heads with the Void Hunter in Section 6, to which Sarah replies that a plan is just a tool, and that real believers would simply find a new tool to use. Bringer doesn't take the true believer comment lightly. Lowering his tone, he tells Sarah,
"Let me make this clear. We're equals. I don't need you telling me how to do things."
She tells him to calm down, as she's here to help. She hands him a folder that contains information on the secret of the Hoshimi family and the usage of the cursed blade, Tailless. Bringer asks if this information is credible, as he has never seen or heard of this before. Sarah exclaims that White Noise went to great lengths to obtain the information. The real White Noise, not the overconfident underling that attempted to hack Phaethon during Chapter 0, leading to the siblings acquiring Fairy. Sarah wants Bringer's help in double-checking the information, and Bringer tells her that he will reach out after the speech is over. As he leaves, they have one final exchange.
That leader of yours, the hero who led you to New Eridu when you were a kid, what happened to him?
The night before we reached the city, he became corrupted. He was abandoned by the very survivors he'd been protecting.
A short while later, as the Cunning Hares gather with the siblings in the Outer Ring, Perlman carefully explains the truth. While he was the CEO in name, Sarah was the one orchestrating all of the Vision Corporation's major plans, including the old metro construction project. He has proof of all of their dealings. Since he was CEO in name, he had to sign a lot of documents for the company, and kept hard copies of every proposal and email related to the old metro project that Sarah worked on, which he hid among various different construction documents. If they can find them, they will have the evidence needed to show the connection between Sarah and Bringer. Thankfully, the old metro project was transferred to Belobog after Vision was let go. Phaethon mentions that they can reach out to Koleda to try and have Belobog help find the evidence within the documents. Nekomata then asks what they should do with Perlman, and if they should turn him into public security. But, since they have no idea who is a part of Bringer's inner circle, it's a risky option. Instead, Nicole flexes her connections, saying they need someone more powerful than public security, before admitting that she called in Section 6. The Sons of Caledon show up in their leaps and bounds truck, as they are transporting none other than Section 6. Miyabi makes a comment about Nicole arranging a secret meetup in the Outer Ring on such an important day, stating that she better have worthwhile intel. The different factions take some time chatting with each other before doing a big debrief. Nicole explains how she knows someone as powerful as high up as Miyabi. When Miyabi first joined hand, she went on a mission and got duped, causing her to lose her precious family katana, Tailless. Nicole was the one who scammed Tailless from her. Nicole defends her actions, saying that it was her first gig on the street and she had no idea who Miyabi was at the time. Once Nicole found out exactly who Miyabi was, she returned the sword. Shortly after, Section 6 demands to interrogate Perlman alone. Once they finish, Nicole asks how it went, and Yanagi mentions that Perlman's case shows no evidence connecting Bringer to the plot, only Sarah. A big difference. Nicole makes a snide comment back, but Miyabi agrees with Yanagi. The pink-haired girls begin to go at it before Harumasa and Nekomata join in, causing the tensions to rise between Section 6 and the Cunning Hares. Suddenly, Anby interrupts, telling Section 6 to stop and to not move any further. She calls out that each member of Section 6 has been intentionally surrounding the hares since their conversation started. She tells Section 6 that if they have no other motives, to stay within her line of sight. Harumasa compliments her on how perceptive she is, then says that it must not be a coincidence that Billy has his hand on his holster. Billy retorts that he will take his hand off his holster when Yanagi lets go of her retractable blade's handle. Nicole is confused and asks if they're serious. Miyabi jumps in, saying that they will be taking Phaethon in as they continue to investigate the Vision case. Yanagi mentions that she was surprised to see the independent investigation team lead here, and accuses Phaethon of being a proxy. Nicole attempts to defend them, but Yanagi stops her, saying that Perlman's statements said a proxy was deeply involved in the entire Vision case, and that their investigations showed a link to a proxy that was deeply involved with the Belobog Monument incident. After arguing back and forth, as Nicole tries to keep the defense up, the entire group is ambushed with gunfire. Miyabi blocks a bullet aimed for Perlman by slicing it in half. This bullet was filled with some type of corruption liquid, which leaves a mark on the blade of Tailless. Miyabi blames the ambush on Nicole, but Nicole puts it back towards her, saying it was Miyabi who set up the ambush. Piper then comes rolling in with the Leaps and Bounds truck. The Cunning Hares hop in alongside Phaethon as they drive off, leaving Section 6 behind. The Hares and Piper get chased by the ambush squad as they attempt to lose their tail and escape the outer ring. The truck that Phaethon is in loses control, and Phaethon is thrown out of the truck and into a hollow. When the siblings awake, they see Miyabi as she entered the hollow to go after them. Phaethon attempts to gain connection to the outside via their eye implants, but with no luck. Both of them would like to get out of the hollow as soon as possible, so they put aside their differences and decide to work together, with Miyabi protecting Phaethon as they collect data from observation piles in order to create a carrot to escape the hollow. While obtaining the data from the last pile, Miyabi slays the last of the ethereals and attempts to sheathe Tailless. However, as the marked spot where the ether-poisoned bullet hit the blade enters the scabbard, Tailless's Firefox energy bursts out as Tailless attempts to escape from the blade.
Impressive! How's it looking? I've already got some usable exit routes. The nearest one is... What's wrong? What's happening? Tailless is trying to break free. What? Miyabi! Miss Miyabi! What should I do? Can we seal it with the sheath? Miyabi! Hold it steady! Almost there! Is it sealed?
Miyabi gains respect for Phaethon for helping sheathe the blade, instead of using the situation as an opportunity to run away. To honor this, Miyabi explains the past of her family heirloom, mentioning that her father created the scabbard for Tailless. It has never gone out of control like that before, and she plans to reach out to her father when they get out of the hollow to look for an answer, despite him likely being busy socializing with the mayor. Here, she makes a small comment that her father likes to switch wine out for juice during social events. Phaethon takes a look at the scabbard to see if they can fix it, and they notice that the scabbard feels familiar, almost like a maze of hollow observation data attempting to trap something inside. Phaethon then uses nearby data piles to create a temporary fix, allowing Miyabi to use the blade normally until it can be properly fixed. After fixing the blade and finding the last of the carrot data they need, Phaethon passes out from low ether aptitude. Half an hour later, Phaethon arrives outside the hollow with the Cunning Hares and Section 6 standing over them. Fairy chimes in that she recalibrated the ocular implants and that Miyabi was the one who pulled them out of the hollow. She reveals that the rejection reaction within their body caused them to go into cardiac arrest, but thankfully Section 6 and the Cunning Hares provided resuscitation. We then find out that the two factions had teamed up to take down the mercenaries, and that Section 6 had decided to hold off on Phaethon's arrest until further investigation is complete. Section 6 will be allies for now. Unfortunately, during the earlier scuffle, Perlman was captured by the mercenaries. Billy joins the Sons of Caledon in taking down the remaining mercs, headed to their location as Nekomata, Anby, and Nicole distract them. Section 6 then take Phaethon back to the city. After returning to New Eridu, HSOS-6 gets information that the mercenaries that took Perlman should have a base inside the Ballet Twins hollow. Fairy confirms this when she finds a biosignal matching Perlman inside the hollow. Fairy then gets an error as the video store's electrical system is targeted. At this moment, public security enters the video store for routine checks due to the election, demanding to see into Random Play's office where the HDD is stored. Right before they enter the office, Zhuyuan and Qingyi appear, stating that the Special Response Team will be taking over the checks on 6th Street for now. Fairy begins a self-diagnostic to fix herself as the siblings chat with Zhuyuan and Qingyi. Minutes earlier, Qingyi had received a message from Fairy in binary that stated, "Help." Zhuyuan, frustrated, asks for the truth. Miyabi then taps into the speakers in the workshop and offers to explain the situation to her. Qingyi helps with explaining the situation, and outs the siblings as proxies in the process. Zhuyuan sighs, pulling out her wallet and handing Qingyi 1,000 dinnies. As they were approaching the video store, Qingyi mentioned that the siblings are proxies, but Zhuyuan was so confident that they wouldn't deceive the two of them and bet on it. Phaethon tries to apologize, but Zhuyuan quickly and angrily brushes them off. She mentions that the only reason she's not going to bring them in is because Miyabi vouched for them. As Zhuyuan leaves to look into any evidence and find intel for the case at Public Security Headquarters in Lumina Square, she tasks Qingyi with staying at the store to keep watch. While this happens, Phaethon connects to Eos to help Section 6 inside the Ballet Twins hollow. They enter the hollow and eventually reach the mercenaries' communication base. Phaethon attempts to hack in, but then claims that they need more data, so they lead the crew through a fissure to teleport around the base. As they reach the second communication hub, Phaethon hacks into it, and the hub sets off a timer for explosives all over the base. As they run for their lives, they conveniently find Perlman just in time as a fissure appears. As they scan it, the fissure only shows one calculated route, rather than the multiple it normally would, meaning it's a trap. Due to the building exploding, however, they don't have any other options. They all jump in and come face to face with Bringer, Sarah, and public security officers on the other side. Bringer spins a story that Section 6 in hand were helping Perlman in and out of hollows, saying that they will all be arrested and brought in for questioning. Yanagi quickly comes up with a plan to have only Miyabi arrested, in order for the rest of the group to be able to come up with a plan to break her out. She then tells Bringer that they caught Miyabi helping Perlman and were attempting to stop her. Miyabi picks up on the plan, throwing Perlman into a hollow to give credence to the claim. Sarah then reminds Bringer that the speech is happening soon and they are running out of time, so he accepts Miyabi as the only arrest. Section 6 return into the hollow and find Perlman, bringing him to Belobog so they can search for the files that he mentioned before. Zhuyuan rushes into the video store, asking Phaethon to call Section 6, where she enables the revelation that Perlman has a tracking device on him. As it turns out, Bringer had been monitoring everyone's location through that chip since they were escorting Perlman the whole time. His willingness to let Perlman go while only arresting Miyabi adds further confusion and raises even more questions. They decide to split up, with Section 6 heading to Bringer's location as Zhuyuan and the siblings attempt to find Miyabi. Before they leave, Phaethon pulls Zhuyuan aside and gives her a genuine apology for lying to her about being a proxy, saying that they meant no harm while promising to make it up to her somehow. Eventually, Zhuyuan manages to track down the vehicle carrying Miyabi, and it's headed to the location where Bringer will have his speech, just outside the dead-end hollow. Since the streets are jammed with people heading in that direction to attend the speech, they are forced to take a detour through the dead-end hollow in order to make it there in time. They ride the same train route from Chapter 1 that leads to Canvas Street, the scene of the Vision scandal. While on the train, Phaethon and Zhiyuan attempt to deduce why Bringer and Sarah would target the Hoshimi family. The Hoshimis eventually stopped prioritizing martial skills, instead involving themselves in the city's management using their political power. Zhiyuan says that she can try to contact Miyabi's father and ask him directly, but unfortunately, the maids that pick up the phone don't have access to her father at the moment. Phaethon decides to call Lycaon to see if Victoria Housekeeping had ever worked for the Hoshimi family before. Luckily, Lycaon is able to connect them to Miyabi's father, Soichiro, directly. Phaethon recalls what Miyabi had said in the Outer Ring Hollow earlier, and uses the tip that he likes to switch wine with juice during social events to gain his trust before they explain that something odd happened with her scabbard. Soichiro gives a rundown on the history of the blade, explaining that if anyone was targeting Miyabi, it would be for the forbidden power within the blade, and that if the scabbard was compromised, she needs to avoid using the sword at all costs. At the same time, within the vehicle holding Miyabi, she has a conversation with Sarah. Miyabi taunts her, saying that she doesn't need a blade to deal with her. In response, Sarah picks up Tailless and unsheaths the blade easily, as Miyabi looks on in horror. While Nullface may have failed at killing Section 6 inside the VR machine, they were successful at taking their modeling data, including their biometrics. With her fingerprint simulating tech glove, Sarah uses Miyabi's print to bypass the lock on Tailless. As she draws the blade, she uses the glove to steal some of Tailless's energy, freeing the demon within the blade in the process.
So we'll make you the threat.
Miyabi lunges for the sword, grabbing it back from Sarah as she falls out of the transport truck and into the speech crowd. She feels a chill throughout her body, and her eyes go blank as Tailless takes over Miyabi's body, locking her in an illusion within her mind. In this illusion, countless ethereals surge forward like a tidal wave. Miyabi relentlessly swings her sword, cutting them down effortlessly as voices chant in her mind. Eventually, the ethereals are replaced with images of those she cares about. Civilians, the Cunning Hares, her teammates in Section 6, and even the Phaethon siblings. As she refuses to draw her blade against the innocent, Tailless begins to speak to Miyabi directly as she fights against Tailless's ideals and the needless sacrifice that each user had to partake in to pass the sword down over the generations. She argues that the Hoshimi family legacy shouldn't stop at inheriting this gift. Miyabi tells Tailless that her mother was the last sacrifice it will ever receive. If its power is something that outsiders can take by bending the rules, then what's the point of clinging to the sacrificial ritual in the first place? She then proposes a deal. If Tailless agrees to become a blade that slays only evil, Miyabi will repay the injustices that were forced upon the previous sacrifices to be made. Tailless tells Miyabi that she is the second most arrogant person they've ever met, as they agree to accept the deal. If Miyabi can truly fulfill her vow, it will bless her with its power. Miyabi then awakens, being held by Zhiyuan and Phaethon at their side. As she entered the illusion, the two of them realized something was wrong due to the flames appearing in Miyabi's eyes, so they knocked her into the dead-end hollow before anything terrible could occur. They then revealed to her that Miyabi wasn't just slaying ethereals in her mind, she was actually slaying all the ethereals coming at Zhiyuan and Phaethon inside the hollow. Miyabi's furrowed brow relaxes, and tears stream down her face, as the invincible Void Hunter sobs softly like an ordinary girl. Zhiyuan then takes Miyabi to a medical center, while Phaethon returns to the video store to find evidence on Bringer's location. Simultaneously, Belobog had been searching for the hidden evidence alongside Perlman. After collecting it all, they send it to public security, who immediately calls for Bringer to return to HQ. In fear of getting caught, he runs to Port Elpis, causing chaos on the way in order to attempt to avoid capture, even crashing into several cars. As Section 6, minus Miyabi, and the Public Security Criminal Investigation Task Force arrive at the port, Phaethon quickly sets up the portable HDD and joins Section 6 as they enter the hollow to confront Bringer. while the public security agents stay outside to keep people away from the hollow in case anything goes wrong. After they catch up to him, Bringer, being pinned and out of options, pulls out a syringe and injects it into himself as he says,
"This perfect form will lead us into the age of hollows! Creator, I implore you, revive me!"
What's happening?
Ether activity is rising.
Huh? What?
This dialogue from Bringer proves his connection to the Exaltist. A massive surge of ether then bursts from Bringer, and a massive ethereal-looking hand emerges from his location. Phaethon is shocked as they recognize the hand as the same one that kidnapped Carol Arna during the fall of the Old Capital. They all watch in horror as Bringer emerges from the hand as the first known fully successful sacrifice ethereal, keeping his sentience and retaining his ability to speak. He attacks Section 6, who realize that they are not strong enough to defeat him alone. They attempt to retreat as Bringer chases them through the hollow, taunting them all the while. As they run, many of Phaethon's allies from the previous chapters arrive to assist. We see both Belobog and Victoria Housekeeping appear, helping clear the way and slaying the ethereals that have both seemingly spawned by Bringer and those that are attracted to the immense ether energy pouring out of him. Eventually, they watch as he attempts to absorb an enormous amount of ether canisters in order to, assumedly, grow more powerful. Harumasa spots an explosive barrel within the mass and fires a shot that only he could make, detonating the canisters and dealing a massive blow to Bringer. As he collapses, Sarah shoots him with a sniper bullet carrying another dose of the sacrifice serum, which powers him up even further. Just as Bringer is about to land a huge blow against Section 6, Miyabi comes drifting in on the back of Caesar's motorcycle, jumping off and blocking the attack like the badass she is as the Cunning Hares and the Sons of Caledon arrive to join the fight. They fight valiantly, eventually bringing him to his knees. Bringer, incensed at the small army fighting against him, siphons an absolutely insane amount of ether energy, summoning his own version of the Cursed Blade. At this moment, Miyabi draws Tailless, now glowing a dazzling blue as it grants her its full power. Bringer screams that he will kill everyone as he swings his blade at Miyabi. She, thinking of her mother's sacrifice, the final sacrifice to Tailless, counters his attack and delivers a single slash so powerful that it shatters Bringer's corrupted blade and even splits the wall of the hollow.
So much power!
We are not afraid of you! Seriously? Talk about showing off.
As their allies leave the hollow after Bringer's defeat, Wise and Bell teleport to the remaining bit of Bringer via a very convenient fissure, kicking him to the side and demanding answers as to where he took their teacher, Carol Arna. He realizes the siblings are her students as he screams one final "refine me" and creates a massive ether explosion. As the dust settles, the dying Bringer sees that, much to his surprise, the siblings tanked the explosion, their ocular implants glitching and glowing in response. Bringer fully dissipates as his final words to the siblings are spoken. After finally leaving the Hollow, Wise and Bell return to Miyabi. Together they visit the chasm once again. While Miyabi may have overheard some information before, after everything that has happened, Wise and Bell decide to spill their backstory to Miyabi, telling her everything. They tell her that 11 years ago, in the old Minerva quarter of Eridu, their home was the Helios Academy, that they are the students of the guilty. They then reveal that on the night of Eridu's fall, the Academy was attacked by monsters, armed combatants, and, most importantly, a giant white hand that ultimately took Carol away. After bearing their soul to the Void Hunter, they ask if she can trust and work with them. Miyabi reaches behind her head, unties her hair, and gives the siblings her Hoshimi family hairpin as a symbol that her family will always protect them. She then states that while they may be a proxy, they are her proxy. Afterward, Bell and Wise finally return back to the video store for some much-needed rest. Soon after, however, they are reached out to by the Bangboo Snap. The Bangboo, piloted by a woman that they helped save the intelligent construct from the VR program earlier. Snap exclaims that Phaethon needs to come save her in Lumina Square as soon as possible. They hurry to the location, finding a line outside the theater where a TOPS meeting is happening, and Astra-Yao is performing. The siblings go to the alley, where they find none other than Astra-Yao herself, in the flesh. The three of them quickly escape to 6th Street, where Astra convinces Phaethon to go spend time with her since it's her birthday, and she wants to stay away from that boring TOPS meeting. They agree and take her around the city, visiting Bardic Needle to check for albums by Haran de Winter, traveling to Port Elpis, where they share a touching moment atop the lighthouse, and finally go to Reverb Arena, a music club where many smaller bands perform. Here, Astra competes in an Astra-Yao lookalike competition with Bangboo and somehow loses. Her bodyguard, Evelyn, shows up to take Astra back to explain to everyone why she left and to properly deal with her fans. Phaethon wishes her a goodbye and a happy birthday. Evelyn asks them to keep everything a secret, thanking them for giving her a more special birthday than just a meeting. Phaethon returns to the store shortly after. Inside the HSO office, Section 6 discusses new cases that could be handed off to them soon, and one particular case intrigues Harumasa. Public security had recently seized a batch of illegal pharmaceuticals that could supposedly temporarily increase someone's ether aptitude. The side effects, however, are increased corruption after use, which can quickly cause the user to turn into an ethereal. Harumasa learns the drugs were taken from Port Elpis and leave to see Wise and Bell at the video store. He requests that Phaethon help him explore Port Elpis Hollow as his carrot is acting up. He gives a brief description of the drug case and that he is searching for the drug's creator. Inside the Hollow, Harumasa sees a helipad and mentions that he always wanted to learn how to fly a plane and feel the breeze in his hair as proof of his freedom, and says that he actually keeps his phone lock password as an arrow pointing up and to the right to resemble a plane. They continue and find Seth along with another member of public security checking the area out. Harumasa requests to see a bit of the drug that public security had confiscated, but since HSO and public security have their own internal rivalry, they refuse to do so. But Harumasa quickly dashes over to Seth and takes a sample out of his pockets. He then squeezes a few drops onto his hand to take a sniff, and from that alone comes to the conclusion that the sample was an incomplete version of the product, and does not have the right ingredients to increase ether aptitude. While the crew is chatting, a young man comes stumbling in, showing signs of corruption in his eyes, asking for help. Unfortunately, he quickly corrupts into an ethereal.
The kid's turning into an ethereal!
After defeating him, Seth points out that it is no normal corruption, as his symptoms were unlike anything he's ever seen, and the ethereal core appeared almost instantly. With no way to save him, a man in a suit walks in.
Ether aptitude regression syndrome. People with this condition are naturally frail, with lesions appearing on their skin. But they have a higher ether aptitude than the average person. In the late stages, their bodies will rapidly deteriorate until they gradually lose all sensory perception under severe pain. In the end, just like that kid, even the slightest contact with ether causes severe corruption. Their high ether aptitude makes this disease turn a blessing into a curse. And there's no cure yet. Long time no see, Harumasa. How have you been these past years?
He introduces himself as Kirishima, a doctor that was looking after the man that just turned into an ethereal moments ago, and a figure from Asaba's past. He and Harumasa catch up as Kirishima admits to looking into where Harumasa's old master could be hiding, and that he had no idea the truth behind his master's experiments. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten involved. Kirishima claims to run a sanatorium now that treats patients with ether regression syndrome to make up for his past while working with Harumasa's master. He offers Harumasa to work together to try and find his master. Harumasa doesn't respond and instead takes Phaethon and rushes back to the video store where he explains his past to them. As a child, he was taken in and relentlessly tested on with the drugs which are created by his master, which involved using spinal fluid. The choker he wears is to cover the scars from his neck during the testing. The drugs were looked into, and the master was charged with crimes to which he fled shortly after. His master taught him everything he knows, including archery and how to use a blade. To Harumasa, he was like family. The headband he wears is from his master, and he wears it in memory. This is why he was able to tell the drug was unfinished by smell alone. The current drug making its rounds is not his master's work, but a cheap knockoff. Harumasa says he will reach back out when he finds more information. Harumasa agrees to meet up with Kirishima and some of the patients to chat about the potential of working together to find his master. They meet at the Hot Pot in Lumina Square, and where Harumasa meets 3 of Kirishima's patients, Tsubaki, Kana, and Ryosuke. During the Hot Pot dinner, something seems off with everyone's demeanor. Later, Seth shows up and asks to take Kirishima away for questioning, as they received an anonymous tip that he could be involved with some illegal dealings. Harumasa is then asked with escorting the patients to Port Elpis, where Kirishima will meet them after the questioning. Harumasa asks Phaethon to keep watch as he goes and scoops in on a conversation between Seth and the other officer from before. They were chatting about the drug situation after dropping Kirishima off at the HQ. Seth learns how the drug is made using the tissue of live patients, and begins to get angry that someone would treat others like that. Harumasa jumps in, saying if they look at the big picture from New Eridu's standpoint, these patients are just a necessary sacrifice they have to make. This comment brings Seth to a breaking point.
Asaba Harumasa! As an executive officer at Section 6, how could you say that? No one deserves to be a sacrifice! We all swore an oath when we graduated from the academy. No matter where we end up, public security or HSO, we pledge to serve and protect all civilians equally, not to judge them as more or less valuable. You can't weigh one life over another. If you really believe that, you shouldn't be wearing that uniform.
Phaethon steps in to calm the situation down while Harumasa makes a comment that he is surprised that a man like Seth's brother could have a sibling like him. He then returns to the patients and spends the day with them, chatting about all sorts of topics. After getting their trust, they admit that Kirishima is lying to Harumasa and is using them as new test subjects to try and recreate the drug his master created. The patient that turned in the hollow before was named Shinya, and he took the spot of being a test subject that day from Kana in order to protect her, as they were the first ones in the sanatorium and had grown close. Towards the end of the day, Kirishima finally arrives to take the kids back, and Harumasa slips some GPS chips and earpieces into the kids' pockets to track where the sanatorium is. On the way back, Kirishima scolds the kids and shows his true colors, which is heard by the earpiece.
You didn't say anything you shouldn't have today, did you?
No! We didn't say anything!
Good. Remember, you're just my living medical supplies. Anyone who dares disobey me will be joining Shinya soon. I could use someone to test the side effects of the latest batch.
Harumasa comes up with a plan to fully agree to Kirishima's plan to look after his master inside a hollow, and while doing so, a team will go into the sanatorium and save the kids. This plan was made as to not raise his suspicion that Harumasa is planning to take him down, because if Kirishima did figure it out, then he would probably kill the kids at the sanatorium and flee to hide evidence. Before heading to the location to confront Kirishima, Harumasa goes back to HSO and says very endearing things to each member, as if he's saying his final goodbye to them. Shortly after, he embarks on the mission inside a hollow to take Kirishima down. While inside the hollow, his regression syndrome begins to act up, and he begins coughing and seeming very sick, but pushes on nonetheless. Finally, they find the location of one of his master's research documents, where a symbol was found that Harumasa recognized. This was the symbol he would draw to have alone time with Master and get away from the other researchers in his childhood. This symbol was an arrow pointing up and to the right. During those moments is when he would teach Harumasa archery and tell him stories. As they explore, Kirishima is clearly looking for a specific item and not the master himself, but tries to hide this fact from Harumasa. Finally, they find a briefcase by a massive ethereal that seems to be guarding it. Around the area are his master's old clothes and glasses. This causes Harumasa to get fed up and tells Kirishima he knows that he is after the briefcase, as it is the last known full version of the drug, mentions the team saving the kids, and throws some shade while he's at it. Kirishima's facade falls and tells Harumasa that the ethereal protecting the case is his master, as he witnessed him turn with his own eyes. His master tried to go against the power players, and it's only fitting he ends up like this. His master had grown fond of Harumasa and decided to refuse the final test that would kill Harumasa and fled instead. Harumasa defeats the ethereal, but the regression syndrome causes him to collapse. Kirishima grabs the case, and Phaethon attempts to steal it back with Eos, but gets thrown to the side. As Kirishima goes for a kick, Harumasa jumps in and takes the kick for them. Harumasa, tired and corrupting, begins to see a vision of the patients, as he pulls back his bow for a final shot to stop Kirishima from running away. As Kirishima is hit with the arrow, it tases him, causing him to drop the case, and the drug rolls out. To make sure no one would ever get the drug, Harumasa quickly grabs it and injects it into his own neck. He then passes out, and Section 6 arrives to subdue Kirishima and his accomplices in the sanatorium. Harumasa is rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Several days later, he awakens and manages to stay alive, and Section 6 throw a surprise party for his return, while the doctors do research on why he lived. Turns out the drug in the briefcase was specifically tailored to Harumasa's genetics, and was an attempt to fully cure his sickness. While it did not cure him fully, it did save his life and helped quell the sickness quite a bit. His master's last wish was to save Harumasa, and he continued that wish by protecting the briefcase as an ethereal until it got into Harumasa's hands. Phaethon and Harumasa chat for a bit before he asks Phaethon to make a promise, that if he were to ever fully turn into an ethereal, that they would be the ones to kill him. They agree, and Section 6 has a day out at the port with the saved kids from the sanatorium, and after hanging out for a while, they all go their separate ways and head home. After the Bringer incident was settled, Phaethon and the other members of Section 6 are invited to Mr. Sorichiro's abode to attend a thank you banquet hosted by the Hoshimi family. While there, he pats Phaethon on the shoulder, saying, "I'm very happy with you, and since you can help Miyabi control that blade, how about becoming an adopted child of the Hoshimi family?" According to Yanagi, this didn't appear like a joke. He then shows everyone a photo album of Miyabi's childhood photos, much to Miyabi's disdain. This sends Miyabi into a depressive state, so a few days later, while Section 6 is looking for Phaethon's help, it's Yanagi who shows up to give them the mission brief. She explains that the hollow they need help navigating shows peculiar signs of corruption phenomena. Spatial structures are constantly shifting with the nearby terrain, and the HIA and White Star Institute are still stuck in the scouting stages. This special hollow, dubbed Melinoe, is a companion hollow of the Persenis hollow, and is classified as a special deviant hollow, which are highly corrosive to inorganic substances in addition to the normal organic substances that ether corrupts. She explains that Melinoe has shown the appearance of an irradiant core, which they intend to research. This is a deviant ether crystal that further intensifies the hollow's ether activity and corrosive effects. Presumably due to this irradiant core, the appearance of the land inside the hollow is completely washed out, as if it had sucked all the color out of the land. Phaethon and Section 6 begin their exploration, coming across new technological devices created by the White Star Institute that's able to fix the spatial distortions caused by the irradiant phenomenon. This is a device that uses light beams to affect the nearby ether, reconstructing the land. Deeper inside the hollow, the crew arrives at a base full of researchers and investigation teams. Miyabi is tasked with defeating special ethereals that have been affected by the irradiant energy in order to collect more samples, along with shards of the irradiant core that can be found around the Wasteland. Before leaving, she is warned that some investigators have reported hallucinations. Miyabi then heads out, soon finding an unstable fissure where the energy is only flowing in one direction. She shatters the fissure, which causes a swarm of ethereals to erupt forth. After defeating them, Miyabi and Phaethon explore much of the Wasteland, slaying ethereals and collecting parts of the core. As they progress, Yanagi points out that the new research is showing that the land itself is being mutated. It's almost as if the Hollow is turning the land into a massive ethereal. They give the research team the samples Miyabi obtained, and the researchers promise that they'll reach out again when they have results. In the meantime, Sokaku attempts to cheer up some kids from an orphanage that was evacuated from the Hollow, but they're too worried about their caretaker to smile. They haven't seen her evacuate and are worried for her safety. Phaethon and Sokaku then go to find the caretaker, ultimately uncovering the sickening truth. When the Hollow hit, their caretaker saw it as an opportunity to use the kids as free test subjects in her Hollow experiments. After Phaethon tells Yanagi the truth, she asks them to lie to Sokaku, fabricating a fake story where the caretaker bravely stepped forward to cover the children's escape, but didn't make it out herself. She justifies this to the sibling, saying that before Sokaku learns about the evil and ugliness of the world, Yanagi wants to first tell her a story about love and courage. After Phaethon tells Sokaku the false story, Yanagi comes over and asks for help in recovering supplies from a crashed vehicle that was holding supplies needed to upgrade the base within the Hollow. They managed to recover over 40% of what was lost, putting it to good use on the base. Yanagi reaches back out shortly after, informing Phaethon that the Hollow has started expanding at an increased rate, creating a risk that it could connect to the surrounding Hollows and become a new Great Hollow. To prevent this, Miyabi decides to target the strongest ethereal she can find within the Hollow they've explored so far. After defeating it, the Hollow expansion successfully slows down, and they find another irradiant core shard. Miyabi begins to feel Tailless resonate with the core's energy. After some more research, the team finds a clear path to the main ethereal underneath the core, and they set off to clear a path for Miyabi. Of course, Miyabi slays the ethereal no problem, and Tailless resonates with the core again, as Miyabi is sent into another illusion. This time she sees herself as the illusion recites the same lines as it did before. Miyabi begins to hear the voice of Phaethon, as she realizes that they are not the voice that calls for Miyabi to wield her blade, but one that urges her to set it down. She is freed from the illusion, and Section 6 hands the Hollow back over to the normal authorities as it's back under control. The siblings then receive a letter from Miyabi declaring how important they are to her, and ask that when the day comes that she no longer has to wield her blade, if they would join her in the future. Ray from the White Star Institute, a researcher that works at Scott Outpost, announces that Belle and Wise as the investigation team lead are her sole designated contact, and that if anything were to happen to her, to seek them out immediately. The following day, she enters Hollow Zero and goes missing. A White Star Institute researcher by the name of Charlie shows up at the video store the day after Ray went missing, and requests the siblings' help in finding her. Phaethon follows Charlie back to Scott Outpost, where she reveals that Ray had been monitoring abnormal ether in Zone A-17, where activity had recently spiked and shown intense fluctuations. This area is known as the Lost Void. Ray had been requesting a detailed investigation of the area, but the Institute had never issued approval, so Ray went in to research it herself. Roland provides more information about the search parties that have been sent out in recent time. They've been ambushed, and various outposts have been destroyed by coordinated attacks by Ethereals. They seem to be using tactics, working together to outsmart the defense force, a very worrisome outcome that only gets worse as Phaethon goes deeper into the Lost Void, finding defense force members that had been baited into a trap when Ethereals used a wounded defense force member to lead the rest of the group into an ambush. After sending the defense force members back to get treatment, Phaethon finds a recorded data log that Fairy plays back for them. It details a conversation between Ray and Miyabi that showcases Miyabi being enlisted by Ray to help explore the Lost Void. Once they got deep enough, Miyabi announced that she must stop the investigation and cannot go any further. The nearby ether disturbances feel similar to the Dark Wall, and due to an agreement between Void Hunters, anything related to the Dark Wall must be reported to the other active Void Hunters before they can proceed. If you recall, we mentioned the Dark Wall all the way back in the intro and the original 7 Void Hunters that founded Eridu. This was the wall that was pushed back 37 kilometers by Colonel Vike, Lieutenant Colonel Dan of the Garda Staves, and the leader of the Falkenhayn mercenary troop. After adventuring deeper, Phaethon finally finds Ray, who cracks some jokes and doesn't seem worried at all. However, during their conversation, they chat about how the Dark Wall is located at the edge of the city, and Ray says that it seems someone is intentionally diverting the city's attention away from the edges by steering all monitoring and research efforts towards Hollow Zero. Ray, being interested in the connection, compared data fluctuations between the Dark Wall and Hollow Zero, with some of the reports dating back to the founding of Eridu with the first generation of Void Hunters. When she tried to download the data, everything she was looking at became locked, and she received a blank email that she took as a warning to stop digging, as her internal account at the Institute was getting error messages, as if something was scanning all of her research. At that point, Ray couldn't trust the higher-ups from the Institute and decided to go into the Hollow and collect first-hand data. However, due to the Ethereal's behavior, Ray believes it's being caused by another, more powerful entity, but needs more observation data to be sure. After collecting the data, Ray says the entity might be on par with, if not stronger, than Nineveh, since it can manipulate ethereals as its pawn. It seems the goal of this ethereal is to increase the ether concentration to achieve its own descent. This is when a powerful ethereal, like this one or Nineveh, once ether activity is high enough, can move out of the depths of Hollow Zero to an outer area hollow. Ray comes up with a plan to kill ethereals in order to lower the ether energy and stop it from making a descent. On the way to a large group of ethereals, they see the shadow of the entity hover over some dead Defense Force corpses. It lowers crimson silk down, turning the corpses into ethereals and controlling them like puppets. This red silk is the same one that was found in the Arpeggio Fault, and the massive ethereal that attacked at the time was the very same one. This ethereal is the reason why the White Star Institute members that made it out alive had their memories messed with. After defeating some ethereals, the entity backs off. Ray mentions seeing a name of an ethereal by the name of Geppetto in the data she obtained after hacking into the White Star database. After defeating some ethereals, the entity backs off. Ray mentions seeing an ethereal by the name of Geppetto in the data that she obtained after hacking into the White Star database that could perform similar feats to what they just saw. We will see more of Geppetto in the future. She mentions that it's odd the data on the first generation Void Hunters was locked, as if they were trying to hide something. She promises to reach out to Phaethon when she learns more. Phaethon and Ray then leave the Lost Void, and Ray is forced to write self-reflection reports on why her going solo was bad for the Institute. On this normal, ordinary morning, Wise sits in front of the TV. The tension is palpable, the kind you'd expect of a battle within a hollow. A familiar voice emanates from the TV.
It's an important place to me. Countless musicians have performed on this stage, including the artist who inspired my music, Mr. Yoran de Winter.
Astra Yao will be performing her next big concert at the renowned Star Loop Tower near Luminous Square. Wise and Belle somehow convince Fairy to use her power to score them some tickets to the concert, but by the time Fairy's convinced, the tickets are sold out. To make up for it, Fairy adds a retrieval commission with high pay to the siblings' schedule, and they head out to complete the mission. When they arrive at the location, who do they find but Astra Yao herself inside the hollow fighting ethereals? Belle is starstruck as Astra pets Eos. As it turns out, the item Astra is looking for is a rumored recording of Yoran de Winter's final performance. Yoran de Winter, the old capital's biggest star, had two companies fighting for rights over his voice. Those companies being Fugue and Odium. Odium is the current label that Astra works under currently. The situation between the two companies led to Yoran not being able to perform until the situation was handled. Unfortunately, Yoran passed before it was resolved, and his final performance was not the massive show they wanted, but an unplanned, unpublicized, and underground show during a fan meetup at The Gramophone, a music shop that used to be on 6th Street. Astra reveals that she was at the final performance as a child, which was what inspired her to become a musician. To honor Yoran, she wants to use this copy of his final work during her concert at the Starloop Tower. They search through the Ballet Twins and eventually find the record. They begin to leave the tower as Astra's bodyguard, Evelyn, comes in and takes the record away from Astra to play a prank. They say their goodbyes to the siblings and Astra gives Eos a kiss. Astra and Evelyn enter their car as Astra excitedly tells Evelyn about the proxy siblings and how they helped her find Yoran's final work. Evelyn reminds Astra that the deadline for the concert is fast approaching, and she has not finished writing her song. However, Astra quickly changes the subject. As this happens, Evelyn notices two suspicious cars following them, quickly deciding to use a hollow to shake off the pursuers. Once Evelyn defeats the assaulters, she asks the other bodyguards to take Astra back so that Evelyn can focus on finding the communication devices of the pursuers in an attempt to find out how they knew Astra's schedule. She finds a communication device, but unfortunately the data was wiped. She then takes it to an old friend from, quote, the organization she gets her missions from. Surprisingly, the friend she meets is revealed to be Rain. After catching up with each other, Rain explains the information she was able to find on the communication device. The attackers were employed by a rival company, Fugue, and a mole at Odium HAE leaked Astra's whereabouts. After Rain leaves, Evelyn realizes that their situation is becoming more dangerous. She returns to Starloop Tower where Astra is getting ready for her performance, and informs Astra of the situation. Upset, Astra laments being forced to work with companies like Odium and Fugue, wishing her music could just be that. Her music. She tells Evelyn of her past in the bunker, and that she believes music is the power to reach people's hearts. She then inserts Horan's records into her microphone, Himiola, and puts on a performance for Evelyn.
Music is magic.
Maybe I am enchanted by some kind of magic. It makes me believe that even I may be worthy of protecting this star's radiance.
A little later at Random Play, Belle and Wise celebrate as they receive a ticket to Astra's show from Evelyn. Fairy checks online comments for the upcoming concert, relaying that haters online are complaining about the fact that Astra is planning on using Horan de Winter's songs in her next concert, believing that she's not worthy to do such a thing. On the day of the concert, Evelyn welcomes the siblings at Starloop Tower's lobby and deduces their true identity as Phaethon. Astra bursts in, chased by the enraged music director for failing to complete her final song. The group runs away from the producer, hiding in a VIP lounge where they unexpectedly meet Lady de Winter, the widow of Horan. Lady de Winter follows suit with the haters online, giving Astra some shade as she states that no one can replace Horan. Astra, however, stands her ground and insists on paying tribute to him with a performance. In the end, Lady de Winter gives her blessing. Astra continues chatting with the siblings while Evelyn follows Lady de Winter, believing her to be the mole planted by Fugue that leaked Astra's schedule. As she talks to herself in an attempt to reason out who the mole is, it's revealed to the player that Evelyn is actually a mole from Fugue herself. However, after becoming so close with Astra, she no longer cares about company affiliation, only the safety of Astra Yao. She finds secret messages left by Fugue to meet at 8 in the atrium landing of the tower, so she meets up with Mr. Hobson, the Chief Governance Officer of Odium HAE. During the meetup, he reveals that they knew Evelyn was a spy and orders his men to take her down as she tries to explain that she no longer wants to work for Fugue while she tries to inform Hobson of Fugue's incoming attack. While fighting off Odium's men, Fugue's attack begins as Astra's show starts. Her melodies immediately cause the ether reactors on the stage to turn on in a beautiful scene, causing the stage and the entire upper section of Starloop Tower to begin flying and lifting into the air. Evelyn frantically attempts to call for help, but finds that communications have been cut off. She instead turns to the siblings, asking for their help in retaking the master control room before something happens that could cause a disaster, as the control room not only controls the stage, but the navigation and stability for the entire flying Starloop Tower. As they arrive, they find a suspicious countdown on a monitor. Wise begins to check it out while Evelyn attempts to reach Astra, still on stage, unsuccessfully over comms. She decides to head to the stage herself to protect her, while Belle and Wise stay behind to deal with the countdown device. Meanwhile, the stage goes dark for the intermission. Astra starts to think it's just a normal malfunction, using the darkness to her advantage to switch costumes. When the lights return, Astra notices the abnormal communications, checks her device, and discovers unexpected assailants with deadly intent intruding on the stage. Thinking quickly, she seamlessly incorporates the battle with them into her performance on stage to buy time for Evelyn to arrive. Just in the nick of time, Evelyn makes it to Astra's side, and they work together to take the others down. Shortly after, Belle and Wise make contact with them through EOS, informing them that the countdown was indeed explosives. Since the stage is in the air, if the bomb goes off, then everyone on the stage will perish as well, meaning whoever planned this attack intends to take the audience down alongside Astra. As they realize this, Lady De Winter comes forth, her true intentions written on her face. She begins to rant, furiously stating that the death of Horan wasn't his own decision, despite his cause of death being suicide. She blames his death on Fugue and Odium, as all the disputes between them led to Horan's inability to perform, watching helplessly as his music drifted further and further away. She pushes the blame onto the fans as well, stating that if they had not been so harsh on his every move, if they hadn't hurt him with baseless speculation and detached remarks, then maybe he would still be here today. Horan de Winter was pushed to the darkest corners of his life by his fame, and only then did he take the only way out he knew. As her speech reaches its climax, the explosives go off, and Starloop Tower begins to fall. Astra then starts to sing, resonating with the harmonic core and re-engaging the thrusters. Unfortunately, Lady De Winter brought a Terror Raptor mech, and its entrance causes the harmonic core to shut down. She pulls out a pistol, aiming it at Astra. Evelyn quickly jumps in front of her and takes the shot. After exposing Evelyn's true identity as a spy for Fugue, Lady De Winter takes her leave. As Evelyn apologizes, Astra tells her that she doesn't care about Evelyn being a spy. Evelyn was the one who shielded her from everything, protecting her with kindness and resilience. She knows how much Evelyn truly cares about her. The moment is interrupted as the stage continues to fall faster and faster. Despite her attempts, Astra's singing alone is not enough to reboot the harmonic core's boosters, so Belle begins to sing with her. Then Wise, Evelyn, and the whole crowd join in, moved by the music. In this moment, the realization of Astra's dream. Enough music and emotion is generated to send the thrusters into overdrive, allowing Starloop Tower to land, and everyone makes it out safely. After the Starloop crisis is over, Evelyn is questioned by public security, and Qingyi promises Evelyn that she will investigate the connection between Fugue and the thugs. Surprisingly, Astra comes in and requests that Qingyi give Horan's final record to Lady De Winter, hoping that the music will help soothe her pain. A while later, Evelyn and Astra decide to visit the siblings on 6th Street. On the way to the video store, Evelyn takes Astra to a parking lot location across the store, and Astra quickly recognizes it as the site of Horan's final performance. To both of their surprise, as they are telling stories, they discover that both of them were there that day, though they hadn't met each other. They both marvel at the power of Horan's music, the ability to connect hearts and resonate across time. While in the video store, Wise and Belle show off the HDD and Fairy to both Evelyn and Astra, where she asks,
Fairy, fairy, on the wall, who's the best singer of them all?
You. You are. You always will be.
They all decide to eat lunch, but due to the paparazzi outside, they have to make an exit through the back, heading off to enjoy some well-deserved time together. With the concert now finished, Astra is excited to finally take a break, but there's one more job she must do before she can rest. The end of the year is quickly approaching, which means another New Eridu holiday is coming up. The Yearlight Festival is an event held every year at midnight on New Year's Day to honor Gilded Carrot Day, when the days start to become longer and the nights shorter, followed by spring shortly after. Gilded Carrot Day is also a holiday to commemorate the pioneer of proxies. It was on this day that Joyous first managed to leave a hollow using a path he calculated, bringing back the first carrot data in Eridu's history. The day that Eridu's light began. It's said that when Joyous escaped the hollow, he only had a borrowed Bangboo with him, a prototype made by Lady Sunbringer herself. In honor of the Bangboo, they hold a beauty and dance-off competition for Bangboo, with the winner becoming the lucky Bangboo that lights up the Yearlight Memorial, starting the new year. Wise and Belle are roaming around Lumina Square when Emilian comes by and asks Eos to partake in the competition. Eos, however, isn't feeling up to it. Thankfully, Astra comes in to save the day, personally requesting that Eos win the competition in order to be her partner, as Astra is the guest of honor who will light the Yearlight alongside the winner. Thus, Eos begins their journey of learning to dance and trying on different clothes to fit the theme of each dance-off. After winning several rounds, we meet one of Eos's final competitors, Robin, a Bangboo that belongs to the Mockingbirds, Hugo's personal Bangboo. Now, I don't blame you if you don't remember who Hugo is, we only mentioned him 3.5 hours ago. He is Lycaon's so-called nemesis, his former partner in crime from his days as a Mockingbird himself. Lycaon believes he was sent to sabotage the Yearlight Festival. While chatting with him, he introduces himself to the siblings and Astra as a collector. One who collects things not based on their worth, but on the stories they contain. During this conversation, he manages to get Astra to hand over her microphone, Hemiola, for him to inspect. While doing so, he steals Astra's self-made copy of her first ever album from within it, and replaces it with a limited edition version that only 10 copies were produced. This album holds significantly more weight to him than the limited edition released to the public, as it holds more of a story behind its existence. The contest continues as expected, and Eos wins the competition. Vivian, a beautiful woman and Hugo's current partner in the Mockingbirds, can't believe that Robin lost to a crusty Bangboo like Eos, stating she hates the siblings before leaving. The Yearlight finally begins. Eos lights up the memorial alongside Astra as all of the factions we know and love celebrate the new year with each other. Astra, Evelyn, and the siblings have a heartfelt moment about time and the future that New Eridu can bring them as they wish each other a happy new year.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Ellen sends Wise and Belle a message, asking for their help with a commission that only they can take, so she wants to talk in person. Shortly after, Ellen arrives at the video store in normal clothes instead of her maid outfit. She looks around for the bathroom, checking every nook and cranny, including underneath the couch, eventually heading upstairs to the siblings' private bathroom, where she changes into her maid clothes. Ellen requests the help of the HDD to keep in contact with her friends Ruby, Lynn, and Mona as she completes a normal commission of retrieving documents in a hollow. Ellen has a final school group assignment, and the date of this group project clashes with the commission. Since no one from her school or close friends knows that she has a double life as an agent in Victoria Housekeeping, she wants to attempt to do both and keep her agent side a secret. If anyone were to find out, she would have to transfer schools. While Phaethon gets ready for the commission, Ellen takes a nap on the couch. Once Ellen wakes up, she enters the hollow, and Fairy patches her friends through Ellen's phone so that she can communicate with them. During the call, Phaethon overhears that Ellen's friends call her Nom Nom Shark, and learns that they have not even started on the project yet. Unfortunately, while fighting in the hollow, the call drops, and while one sibling restores the connection, the other chats with Ellen. Unfortunately, the connection is restored right as Ellen responds to Phaethon, allowing Ellen's friends to hear a joke she told about getting good grades to better serve her rich clients. Phaethon chimes in, introducing themselves as Ellen's colleague, and that she's just telling a joke, which calms the friends' suspicions for now. Ellen continues on with the commission, and her friends overhear her defeating some ethereals, causing them to become very suspicious. Ellen quickly says that she needs to finish work and hangs up the call. Fairy chimes in that the documents Ellen found in the hollow were not the ones that she was looking for. But since this was the location she was given, they decide to retreat and double-check with the one who gave Ellen the mission in the first place. She leaves, saying that she will reach back out when she receives any news. At the subway exit of Lumina Square, Ellen ends up running into her friends while in her maid attire, which they question her heavily on. Out of options, Ellen makes up an excuse that this was her outfit for a part-time job at the video store. Noticing the situation, Phaethon runs over to help. When they arrive, the friends chew them out, saying that no decent video store would require its employees to wear a maid outfit. After clearing up some misconceptions, the friends ask if they can help promote the video store by putting flyers up around Lumina Square. After giving the nearby shop flyers, they all return to the video store, where Ellen has to act like she works there while getting teased by her friends. She does a terrible job, and the friends become very worried for Ellen, but hide that for now. Everyone takes a group photo and her friends leave, all while secretly planning to tail Ellen on her next outing to see what she's hiding. Ellen explains how she met each of her friends to Phaethon. She met Mona when she kicked open a locked bathroom door in a hurry to complete a commission, only to find Mona stuck inside. She met Lynn when she borrowed her notes to catch up in class. And finally, she met Ruby when Rina made Ellen lunch one time and shared it with Ruby. And here, Phaethon shows concern for the safety of Ruby after eating some of Rina's food. Ellen then heads back for now and reaches back out to finish the commission another day. Instead, Lycaon shows up and thanks Phaethon for helping with her school worries, before giving a new debrief on the commission with Ellen. They need to recover a Bangboo. Fairy provides the path to the Bangboo, but mentions that there's no other biosignals coming from inside the hollow. After hearing her friends' screams, Ellen quickly acts and decides to save them, even if it blows her cover. The girls attempt to make an excuse as to why they are there once Ellen saves them, but finally admit that they were under the assumption Ellen was in danger or was being threatened by Phaethon as her boss at the store. They wanted to gather evidence to potentially give to public security, but Ruby mentions that they now know that her real part-time job is as an intern hollow investigator. Just as Ellen is going to correct them and tell them the truth about working for Victoria Housekeeping, Mona interrupts her to tell her own secret. They all go around admitting secrets before finally leaving the hollow. The girls decide to use Ellen on their project and interview her about hollow experience as Phaethon edits the video to keep Ellen's identity anonymous. Phaethon and Ellen leave to head home, and Mona, Ruby, and Lynn discuss how they know Ellen is more than just a simple hollow investigator, but if Ellen doesn't want to discuss it, as her friends, they will help her keep it a secret. Ellen gets a text from the girls after changing back into her normal clothes at the video store and heads out to get some food. The new year should have started off strong, but instead, the siblings are met with Soldier 11 going missing. A while after the New Year's celebration, Phaethon returns to the video store and informs their sibling that General Chop mentioned Soldier 11 had not stopped by for noodles in some time. Upon hearing this, they realize that they have not heard from her in quite a while either. Days prior to this realization, Trigger goes to Scott Outpost to glean some information from Ray about Soldier's whereabouts, as she had requested for help in finding 11. Ray informs Trigger that they finally got some eyewitness reports that someone who looks a lot like Soldier 11 was found in Hollow Zero, with some armed individuals who are not Defense Force personnel. Trigger sets off to the location immediately, where she discovers a suspicious group. After fighting off and capturing one of them, she pressures them for information, stating that if they don't tell her where 11 is, she will remove their protective gear and leave them in the Hollow, where corruption will be the one that takes their life. After giving her the location of the others in the group, who had apparently taken Soldier away already, Trigger slams the butt of the sniper on the enemy's head, knocking him out. She finds 11 being taken through a fissure as she fires on them in an attempt to stop them from entering, and one of them mocks her, stating that she can't stop Silver's revival. Unfortunately, more enemies begin closing in, and by the time she deals with them all, 11 is gone and the fissure is closed. She returns back to 6th Street and makes a call to her companions in Obsidian Division, asking them to alert the higher-ups that she and Soldier 11 will be taking all their time off starting today, and requests the companion to keep this a secret from the captain for now. Her companion also makes a post on internet to try and glean some information for Trigger on what the enemy could have meant by Silver's revival. Eventually, a meeting is set up with someone who responded to the post, and Trigger is tasked with meeting, quote, a young woman with a chicken burger. Of course, this is referring to Anby. After Anby finishes spilling some information on Silver Company to Trigger, she is asked to prove herself in the Hollow, with combat to prove her identity. Before leaving to the Hollow, Anby returns to the video store to inform them of her departure for a bit, as she's left the Cunning Hares in order to deal with the situation alone, and is crashing at the siblings' place in the meantime. Anby takes her leave and proves herself in the Hollow, and Trigger is astonished to find out that the rumors within the military of the Silver Company were true. Anby divulges more information on the situation, stating that they couldn't just replace all soldiers with the clones because it was too costly, not in making the clones themselves, but in replicating the subject's unique physical abilities, mental aptitude, and reflexes. The clones that did not meet the mark were deemed disposable. During this conversation, a band of ethereals interrupts them, and after defeating them all, Trigger and Anby notice a woman leave via a fissure nearby wearing the Silver Soldier uniform. On the other side of the fissure, a clone from Silver Company named Twiggy arrives back at her base, berating another clone. This clone, however, is one that she created herself, not an original from the Silver Company days. Twiggy was a clone that actually managed to survive the suicide mission that took place when Obsidian Division shut down the program. She was found with no limbs by scavengers and was sold off. The new owner couldn't find a purpose for her, so she was sold off again and again like merchandise. Eventually, she was bought by a woman to be a trophy girl. This woman cut Twiggy open and operated on her, feeling the incredible pain the entire time, as anesthesia doesn't work on the clones. This woman then gives Twiggy some robotic prosthetics and used her connections to retrieve some incomplete data for the company's research back in the day that allows Twiggy to revive the technology, albeit a lesser version. The clones she creates have no combat ability, so she instead creates them in order to sell them off for organ harvesting and to establish connection to tops. This got her in touch with a man named Hartman, who we will discuss very soon. After berating the clone, she walks over to Soldier 11, who is tied up against the wall. She explains her hatred toward the other clones for being praised by the company back in the day, and how she was seen as less. She describes how she plans on taking Soldier 11's tissue for research to enhance her clones. Meanwhile, outside the base, Trigger and Anby had followed through the Hollow. They eavesdrop on the conversation from the outside, confirming to them that 11 was inside. Anby quickly infiltrates the base via an air duct as Twiggy recites her backstory of being sold to 11, which Anby also overhears. She then reveals that she knows Anby is hiding, as Girl A had sounded an alarm. Anby retreats, escaping as she is forced to defeat the enemies with Trigger. After they are defeated, Anby and Twiggy go back and forth on their experiences after the company was dismantled. Their paths were similar to Trigger and Zoe, as they started on the same path, but chose different routes to deal with the pain and suffering that path caused. Anby tries to console Twiggy, saying that she can do the right thing and join her and live a normal life. While Twiggy seems to want to accept the offer, she declines, throwing Soldier 11 on the ground and kicking her over to Anby, who quickly lifts her up and hands her to Trigger. Anby claims that she will return for Twiggy as they take their leave. Afterward, Twiggy has a discussion with Hartman on the phone, who states that her research is crucial and gives her some tech from Eridu's time. Trigger and Anby drop 11 off at random play to rest up for a bit, but after she wakes up, she seems to have lost her memories. Wise and Belle agree to watch over her for the next couple days. Trigger and Anby head to General Chop at Waterfall Soup to get Soldier's favorite spicy noodles. On the way, Trigger reveals how Soldier 11 acts in the Defense Force, along with her favorite things. Anby, sad that she knows nothing of her sister's current life, asks if 11 had ever talked about her, and Trigger replies that Soldier has never mentioned Anby before, but seems fixated on a certain betrayal. According to 11, someone very important to her vanished without a trace, leaving her to deal with the company herself. Anby divulges that she did not reach out to Soldier, as she had Nicole do a check on 11 to see how she was, and when she found out that she was in Obel Squad and was doing well for herself, decided to not bring up her past to weigh her down. Anby then asks Trigger to prove that she can take care of 11, so that she doesn't have to worry about her anymore, and Trigger promises to show her worth. The next day, Soldier 11 and Trigger go on a date while the Cunning Hares show up on 6th Street. Anby apologizes to Nicole for leaving without telling them, promising to never do it again. She asks Nicole to help find Trigger and 11's current location while she apologizes to the others. During the apology to Nekomata, she gives Anby a gift, a handcrafted doll that looks just like her. She teases Nekomata for this and graciously accepts the gift. After gaining the location of Soldier 11 and Nicole, she finds them as Trigger reveals the day that she and 11 had. Anby was impressed by the date that Trigger planned, who says that she learned it all from the siblings. She continues saying that she used this to show how much she cares about 11, and that Anby doesn't have to worry about her when Trigger is around to take care of her. Anby then entrusts her doll Nekomata gave her to 11 and requests that they take care of it, while Anby goes back into the hollow to deal with Twiggy. They head back to the video store where Anby apologizes for the past and reveals 11's original name, Harin. She does this now, knowing that when 11's memories come back, she will forget this moment. It's a way for Anby to get her solace of an apology without having to weigh 11 down with their past. As Trigger and 11 go to sleep, Anby returns to the Cunning Hare's base and dons her old Silver Company uniform and wielding her signature twin blades, the weapons she left behind with her past. She then heads into the hollow with Eos to have the siblings as backup. Once they arrive, they confront Twiggy, who reveals that she made a ton of clones, explaining that she used them as a farm for organs to sell off and gain more money until she's able to produce actual soldiers through the cloning process. She says that then she'll be able to create her own army, with Anby leading them to crush New Eridu as their commander. Sick to her stomach, Anby responds,
I'm sorry, Twiggy, but now I wish you had died back in the hollow.
I know! I feel the same way about myself. I'm disgusted.
As it's clear a fight is about to break out, Twiggy pulls out a vial and injects herself with it. Before she can finish, however, Girl A snatches it from her and injects the other half into her own arm. Girl A finally speaks, thanking Twiggy for allowing her to be born and swearing to protect her. Unfortunately, a strange scene then transpires where all of the hopeless replicas are torn apart and absorbed by two massive, monstrous shadows, as all of the clones are transformed into two powerful Thanatos ethereals. As Anby prepares to face these two foes, Soldier 11 jumps in to help. She and Trigger had followed Anby, as once 11 had regained her memories, she found a recording device inside the doll that Nekomata gave Anby, allowing 11 to rehear the entire apology. She knew she had to take action, and requested Trigger's help in going into the hollow, with Trigger dealing with the enemies leading up to this area as 11 ran ahead to help her sister. Together, they defeat the corrupted clones. Trigger and the siblings head out to let Anby destroy the base and Silver Company tech left behind by Twiggy, but hesitates for a moment as she remembers the scene of Girl A thanking Twiggy for being born. She states that she's made up her mind, and we cut away. We have no real confirmation on Anby's decision during this moment. This tech could or could not have been left standing, and only in the future will we find out the truth. As everyone leaves, they recount everything that happened with the Cunning Hares and take a well-deserved break. After resting, 11 fully regains her memories, but unfortunately forgets everything that happened during the period that her memory was fuzzy, meaning that she no longer remembers Anby's apology. Anby, however, is okay with this, and thanks Trigger for all of her help during the mission, and reveals that she is glad there is someone like Trigger to take care of 11 for her. They agree to watch a movie with the siblings sometime, and they all head back home. Even though Hugo knows the siblings are aware of the switch-out he performed during the Bangboo dance contest, he has no fear in showing up in person to the video store to ask them for a movie called The Children of Devils. The plot of this movie is about a man who was unwillingly turned into a vampire, and after years of plotting, finally kills his father, ultimately dying in the process. You'll see very shortly, but this movie is deeply tied to Hugo's story arc. He then buys out the entire video store and mentions he happens to know one of the New Eridu's upper echelon, and some even collect human organs. This comment is in reference to Hartman and Twiggy's situation back in Anby's quest. This will soon come back up later. Before taking his leave, Hugo mentions there is an auction happening soon, and if Phaethon would like to join, they just have to ask him. then tells them there's a raffle happening at Lumina Square that they should go over and try. As the siblings head over, they end up running into Hugo at the raffle, surprising no one. During this encounter, Phaethon is involved in quelling a ruckus with a member of the Ravenlock family. A family that, according to Hugo, was affiliated with Top's upper echelon in the past, but has since lost their reputation. As we've mentioned previously, Top's is a massive conglomerate of companies that hold power, one capable of going toe-to-toe with the Mayflower City administration, and who are apparently at each other's throats behind the scenes. Speaking of the Mayflowers, as the sibling returns to the video store, Victoria Housekeeping is already inside, awaiting their return, where they finally reveal to Phaethon that their master and owner is the mayor of New Eridu, a member of the Mayflower family. Remember when I said he'd become an ally? Now is that time. Lycaon puts the siblings on a call with the mayor, who reveals that he was friends with Carol Arna in the past, and has a huge amount of respect for her and her research. He reveals that he still has some of her research on the implants and the HDD, and explains that due to the fact that the implants are linked directly to their brain, the HDD system takes up part of their body's capacity, reducing the ether aptitude. He's had the Marcel group create an upgrade for the HDD that will reduce its power consumption drastically, allowing Phaethon's ether aptitude to increase back to its original level and enabling them to enter hollows themselves. The mayor also mentions during this conversation that the siblings have a power that can affect all of New Eridu, and that power is a double-edged sword that can be used against enemies or allies. He then informs them that due to his duty to protect New Eridu, he hadn't reached out thus far because he was unsure of the siblings' character and intentions, instead observing them from afar to determine if they could be trusted. After glowing recommendations from the Victoria Housekeeping crew, he now believes that they are worthy of Carol's legacy. Lycaon quickly installs the upgrade into the HDD, and the siblings immediately feel a sense of lightness and clarity as, quote, a mysterious power swells within them. After some testing with the new upgrade inside of a hollow, the mayor mentions that the sacrifice ethereals that the Exaltists create can exist outside of a hollow with the help of a sacrifice core. This allows the ethereal to exist without relying on ether. He then tells them that the sacrifice core that was inside of the sacrifice from the Belobog monument had been stolen, and is being hidden and auctioned off at a high-end auction, the same one that Hugo had mentioned previously. To assist the mayor in rooting out the sacrifices and the schemes of the Exaltists, the siblings head to Hugo to accept his offer to attend the auction. Hugo says he will honor his offer if the siblings can do a task for him. He wants them to overhear a conversation between Hartman Ravenlock and his partners. While doing so, the sibling overhears him mention that his organ harvesting operation was shut down, and he is now relying on his insurance scams to continue getting closer to the higher-ups at Tops. One such higher-up being Master Edmund. After relaying this info to Hugo, he gives the siblings the tickets to the auction. At the behest of the mayor, Lycaon joins them, and they are allowed to use some of the Mayflower's funds to attempt to purchase the Robe of Heroes, the item the sacrifice core is attached to that is being auctioned off. When they arrive at the auction, they encounter Vivian, the other members of Mockingbird and Hugo's partner in crime. She helps the siblings not get swindled in an encounter with a woman named Sienna, who attempted to play on their heartstrings to win over the siblings in helping bid for an item that was listed as being created by someone whose art went unnoticed until his passing, where only then did they gain recognition. The bid for the Robe of Heroes begins, and Master Edmund can be seen in the back, as the siblings and Hartman go head-to-head in the bid. Unfortunately, Hartman secures the robe at a ridiculously high price. As the siblings lament their loss, Hugo breaks in Phantom Thief style and steals the robe from the auction. Lycaon, shocked to see Hugo at the auction, tries to explain who he is to the siblings as they interrupt him and give him another shock, stating that they already know Hugo. They both give chase in an attempt to reclaim the core from Hugo, but he plants traps along their path, as if he's toying with them. Eventually, Lycaon corners him on a rooftop and they brawl it out, evenly matched. To stop them from killing each other, Phaethon dangerously jumps in the middle of the fight, almost getting a robot leg and scythe blade to the head as they forget that they are not a Bangboo hide anymore. Hugo escapes and Lycaon reminisces on the past, where a new figure by the name of Jack is introduced. He was Lycaon and Hugo's mentor during their time growing up, and the one that showed them the way of phantom thieving. Lycaon explains all of this to Phaethon, mentioning that the reason he left Mockingbird was because they had a strict no-kill rule that Hugo ignored on his path to get revenge against his father for his childhood, slaughtering countless people in the process. Or so Lycaon believed. Lycaon made this assumption when he found Hugo surrounded by bodies and blood in their final mission together. What he failed to realize in that moment was that there was no blood on Hugo at all. Hugo never broke his oath, but the lack of trust made Hugo upset, and he decided to take the blame for the killings, forcing the facade that he will kill when he deems it necessary. Lycaon will learn this fact much later in our story. The siblings and Lycaon return to the video store where the mayor makes another call, stating that he received a letter threatening to release sacrifices all over the city of New Eridu, which they assume is from the Exaltists. To search for leads, they decide to visit Zhuyuan in order to go through Bringer's belongings. After meeting up with her, Zhuyuan informs them that his belongings were already transferred to Section 6. Phaethon and Zhuyuan then head to Section 6, where they manage to crack an audio recording from the former public security commander.
I'm probably not getting out of this hollow, but at least this tape recorder still works. Let's say these are my last words. I gave away my anti-corruption equipment to save those civilians, so I'm not in good shape. Unfortunately, we came up against a horde of ethereals right after that. I rushed over to fight them off and tried to save the civilians, but in the thick of all the fighting, I turned back and realized that I was somehow alone. Nobody was behind me. Luckily, I managed to defeat the ethereals, but the wounds and corruption I sustained in doing so should be fatal. I don't mean to cast the blame at all here, and if any of my colleagues ever pick up this cassette, I hope that nobody is ever held accountable. It's just human nature. It's normal. I just have a few regrets. Oh, what's that over there? I've seen a miracle. Yes, that thing is right. So long as humanity is in constant conflict against the Hollows, we'll never be able to grasp true power. Only by embracing everything. It's the only way. Only by embracing this power can everyone survive. Oh, Creator, please grant me this!
Bringer, on the brink of death, had made contact with the creator that the Exaltists worship, who somehow managed to not only heal Bringer from his wounds, but show him a miracle that caused him to change his entire philosophy and begin worshipping the creator, joining the Exaltists. Phaethon returns to the video store and finds Vivian waiting for them. She explains that she wants to find Bringer's belongings, as he has a notebook that will be crucial in cracking the alleged sacrifice attack. She makes a passing comment that she has a history with the Exaltist herself, but we'll get more into that thread a little later. Before they head to the location that the notebook could be, according to Vivian's information network, she mentions how much she adores and loves Lord Phaethon. At this point, Vivian is unaware that the siblings are Phaethon, and that she is working with her most treasured idol right now. On their way to the Hollow, they run into Trigger and Anby, who are there to meet a contact that would give her information on the Ravenlock family. As you know, Anby had already dealt with Twiggy and the clone situation. She has continued the investigation to see who was funding the experiments and to find out who could have created the serum that Twiggy used to end her life at the end of the encounter. As it turns out, the contact they are here to meet is Sienna, the woman from the auction. When Sienna shows up, Vivian begins to cry, but acts as if it's no big deal. Sienna gives her information to Anby, asking that in return they head into the Hollow to retrieve an item that she lost. They all agree and enter together. While inside the Hollow, Sienna reveals that the artist from the item she wanted to buy was created by her husband. The Ravenlocks were impressed with his art and attempted to hire him to create fakes of masterpieces. Shortly after he declined their offer and attempted to shine a light on them, he was found having killed himself, as the Ravenlocks silenced him so as to not expose their schemes. Sienna began investigating the Ravenlocks as much as she could to get back at them somehow, and that's how she has so much information on them. She tells them that the item they are trying to find in the hollow is her wedding ring, and Vivian takes her to the side to talk alone for a moment. When they return, Sienna stays behind as they go and look for the ring. After exploring for a bit, they return to Sienna's location only to find her dead. Vivian explains that Sienna had told her when she took her to the side that she was sick and was going to die soon, so she planned on dying in the hollow. She had scammed her way through a bunch of physical exams and managed to take out a hollow corruption policy through Ravenlock Insurance, the same insurance that Hartman mentioned when Phaethon spied on his conversation earlier. She asked the others to join her, as she would need someone to take her body out of the hollow in order for her daughter to claim the insurance money and live a better life. She was a skilled information broker and tried her best to find hard proof of the Ravenlock scams to bring them to justice, but sadly failed to do so. So her own death became her last chance to give a middle finger to the Ravenlock family. Vivian then explains that she knew she was going to die beforehand because she has an ability to see the future when it comes to horrible events. Whether it's death or a mutilation, she can see it coming, which caused her to be exiled as a kid as people blamed her for every death she tried to warn about. They all saw Vivian as the cause for the bad luck, forcing her to have a lonely and depressing childhood. Trigger and Edby then bring Sienna out of the hollow, while Phaethon and Vivian continue toward the location of Bringer's notebook. Hugo arrives, successfully convincing Phaethon to let Mockingbird have the notebook instead of giving it to the mayor. In exchange, he allows them to bring Lycaon with them as they join the Mockingbirds on a mission to stop the Exaltist plan. They agree, and Vivian in turn gives them a beautiful necklace. Earlier that day, Hugo had set up a meeting with Hartman, promising to give him the sacrifice core if he helps Hugo get into tops. They go back and forth, taking small jabs at one another during this conversation, until they come to an agreement and drink wine as a toast to celebrate. Hugo knew that this wine was poisoned with something that we will reveal later, but he decided to drink it anyway, so as to not blow his cover. As Hugo is having this conversation, he has flashbacks to his childhood. In his family, they were ranked, and Hugo was always seen as the outcast, as he was a bastard child born from an affair and made obvious by his heterochromia. They were encouraged to tear each other apart to climb the family ladder, as there can only be one winner in the eyes of their father. During one monthly assessment, Hugo's sister, Sienna, was murdered, and Hugo was framed for it. Instead of being punished by his father, he was praised for having the resolve and gumption to do what it takes to climb that ladder. That month, Hugo was ranked number 1. Now, seemingly ready to double-cross Phaethon, the original plan to stop the Exaltist begins, and the siblings bring not only Lycaon, but Anby as well, since she has every reason to want to take down Hartman. They approach the location that was marked in Bringer's notebook, but are blocked by a locked door that the siblings at home help crack. At this moment, Vivian notices that the siblings are capable of communicating within a hollow, and connects the dots that they are Phaethon. She begins to fangirl, telling how much she worships them and are going full simp. Before they arrive at the final location, Hugo takes Phaethon aside and requests that if anything happens to him, to please take care of Vivian. They head in, finding a cocoon that is holding one of the many sacrifices planted around the city. Hartman reveals himself, as Hugo then joins his side, leaving Lycaon, Vivian, and Phaethon baffled by his betrayal. As the final confrontation happens on the roof, Hugo double-crosses Hartman, revealing his full name, Hugo Vlad Ravenlock. He tells the group how much he despises Hartman for killing his family and mocks him, saying that his whole plan was to bring Hartman down and to stop him from getting further into tops himself. As Hartman screams that he isn't worthy of being a Ravenlock, Hugo reveals that he had made a deal with Master Edmund to make him the head of the family, as Edmund doesn't care who achieves his goal as long as it's completed. After a climactic and dramatic fight between Lycaon, Anby, and Hugo that ended with Hugo nearly defeated, he takes Phaethon as a hostage, demanding that Vivian hand over the sacrifice core that she had taken from him in order to save her idol. All as Hugo threatens to kill them. Lycaon quickly rushes forth and stabs his hand through Hugo's body, piercing his heart. He drops the sacrifice core, which Hartman quickly grabs and flees with as Lycaon removes Hugo from his arm, his body dropping into the hollow below. They lament the situation that just occurred, especially at the fact that Hartman managed to get away with the core. Before they all leave, Vivian has a vision. Her beloved Lord Phaethon beautiful wings sprouting from their back, falling from the sky in a rain of feathers as Vivian attempts to catch them. She mentions only seeing fear, suffering, despair, and destruction in their future. As they all depart the scene of Hugo's betrayal, we see another figure, one who has seemingly been watching everything from the sidelines. Seemingly happy with this turn of events, she says to herself that another obstacle is out of the way and that she will be pleased about all of this. She asks the creator to guide her and leaves. Meanwhile, Lycaon, Vivian, Anmi, and Phaethon return home to come up with a new plan. Saddened by the day's events, Vivian decides to stay at Random Play for a while so she doesn't have to sit alone with Hugo's actions weighing on her, as she grapples with the fact that her closest friend and someone she looks up to as a sibling is gone. Ray contacts Phaethon as she wants to attempt to explore the Lost Void once again after being let off easy from her first investigation. She sends in a report claiming that there is a data breach and that she wants to make sure the leak is fixed. The data breach was actually Ray hacking into the Institute's files again. While going through them, she found some research on combat boosters for in-hollow commissions that are based on relics. These relics are items created from the data of high-end ethereals to help boost an agent's combat prowess against that specific ethereal. In this case, the relics Ray found were created for Geppetto, and since she can't get her hands on the relics themselves, she reverse engineers them to create replica relics, allowing Phaethon to use them in combat to test them out and gather more data on them. While exploring the Lost Void and collecting data for the relics, Phaethon comes across a little tiger thyron talking to an ink-looking bird. She introduces herself as Zhufufu, a disciple from Yunkoi Summit, occasional hollow investigator. Zhufufu tells them to not worry about the nearby ethereals as her master can take them all on easily, including Geppetto. Her master, according to Zhufufu's description, is a lady wearing a bright yellow coat with long white hair who constantly looks upset. Her name is Yishuan, and the bird that Zhufufu was chatting with is her master's. Phaethon continues deeper into the Lost Void, where they find a group of mercenaries that are stuck inside of a bunker. They had been ambushed by ethereals under Geppetto's control and were forced to take shelter inside the bunker. When Phaethon lets them out, the mercenaries admit that Geppetto isn't the only one of their targets to keep watch in the area. Normally, they have Geppetto under control, but due to the ether wave that disrupted their ether extraction towers, everything went haywire and they lost control. Phaethon meets back up with Ray as they go over the data they've found so far. It appears that the Institute has known about Geppetto for a long time, but has never tried to take it down. On the contrary, they're actively letting it roam the Lost Void under its control. The mercenaries that Phaethon let out were hired to keep check on Geppetto regularly. They decide to continue investigating and going deeper into the Void. They find gangs as they explore, showing that the Institute has not only hired mercenaries, but also gang members to keep an eye on Geppetto. Ray asks Phaethon if they know about Helios Academy, which they respond by asking if she's referring to the Void Hunter Arke. Ray is surprised to see Phaethon knows something that happened so long ago. Some of the documents that Ray had found in the database don't seem like White Star's work, but actually resemble the research scope and methodology of the legendary Helios Academy from the past. Once again, they decide to keep pushing deeper. Phaethon runs into Geppetto, and after a close fight, Geppetto gets recalled back into the Void by strings that are attached to him. It appears the Puppet Master is yet just another puppet. After the fight, Ray and Phaethon get approached by the mercenaries once again, but this time a voice with a filter applied speaks up.
Please be patient. Apologies for our previous discourtesy. It was our mistake. We only recently learned that you're, in any case, as an exceptional independent investigator, you have the right to know more about the situation. Please trust in our goodwill. As long as you don't push further into Hollow Zero, we can provide you with all the information you want, plus more useful tools like the replica relics. Furthermore, as a token of our apology and respect, we will also provide you with another piece of information before you leave Geppetto's territory. Have you ever considered that powerful corrupted entities might not just be an act of nature, but rather something created by people?
They are a higher-up from the White Star Institute that gives their respect to Phaethon, and mentions that they only recently learned of their true identity. The voice promises that if Ray and Phaethon do not push further into Hollow Zero, then they will provide them with all the information they could want, including the real relics. As a token of their apology and respect for Phaethon, they divulge some information regarding Geppetto's territory with a quote. As Rei is shocked by this information, the voice tells the duo that's all they can divulge for now, but will reach back out soon. They also give Rei full clearance into the files so she does not have to hack in to take a peek anymore. Once returning to the Scott outpost, Rei promises to reach out to us once again, where she goes through the files to share her findings. But for now, all she has found is that Nineveh and Geppetto are grouped together in a hidden directory, meaning that both Nineveh and Geppetto might be man-made. She alerts Phaethon that apparently the outpost was demolishing the logistics station blocking the view of Hollow Zero and recommends they go take a look. They arrive and get a massive new look at Hollow Zero along with the new friend Zhufufu that they met in the void. She says that she's going to wait there for her master to return from inside the hollow. After some short chatting, Zhufufu bids farewell with a cheerful smile, and Phaethon gets the feeling that they will meet again in the future. One day, Pulchra shows up at the video store, teasing and threatening the lives of the siblings for having messed up Lucius's plan during the Tour de Inferno, and showcasing that she knows that Belle and Wise are Phaethon. As the teasing continues, Burnice appears and explains that Pulchra has officially joined the Sons of Caledon. Pulchra expands on this, saying that she joined because the Outer Ring had not had much action lately and her income was unstable. Since she's good at gathering intel, she took Burnice up on her offer to join the team from Chapter 4. Phaethon then joins Pulchra on a set of errands that the members of Caledon requested Pulchra complete for them. Pulchra becomes annoyed that they keep sending her on errands, but it all culminates in a surprise party for Pulchra, where each member says nice things about her and congratulates her on being a member. It is then revealed that all of the items Pulchra ran errands for were actually items for her. Everyone hangs out for a bit, and Pulchra writes in her notes that while she originally joined for money, she doesn't plan on leaving, even if someone offers higher pay. She has become one of the weirdos. After some time, Vivian has an update on the sacrifice situation. She comes to the video store to discuss, telling the siblings that someone had leaked the information that Hugo was a child of the Ravenlocks, and now public outcry is turning against Hartman, as they suspect he murdered Hugo for his own selfish gain. Lycaon then arrives to forward a request from the mayor, but first begins to apologize to Vivian for having killed her closest companion, Hugo. She stops him mid-apology, stating that while it's unfortunate what happened to Hugo, she has her own things she needs to follow through on before she can mourn, namely, getting to the bottom of the Exaltists and the sacrifices. Lycaon offers some information from the mayor, but only under the condition that Vivian agrees to work with them. He leaves, and after discussing it with Wise and Belle, Vivian agrees it would be beneficial to take the mayor up on the offer, and they head to the Ballet Twins to meet up with Lycaon. Once there, they call the mayor, who reveals that after looking into Bringer's data, the sacrifices in his notebook were created by an Exaltist named Landon that was active in the Janus quarters. Landon had passed away a few years prior, but had been researching sacrifices prior to his death. He is said to have created a batch of serum that could turn living people into sacrifices, and that after his death, the recipe to the serum was lost, as the activity from that branch of Exaltist had ceased. The mayor surmises that Hartman had gotten in touch with the remaining members of the Exaltist that used to follow Landon, and was helping them create new sacrifices. A sacrifice outbreak would cause the city to be thrown into chaos, giving Tops the authority to step in and make the Mayflowers look incompetent, shifting public trust towards Tops. The mayor tells them of his deal. If they help him look into the sacrifice locations and retrieve them so he can dispose of them, he will fan the flames on the Ravenlock family, causing them to look even worse than they already do. In addition, he asked his friend, a woman named Yixuan, who he calls someone comparable on the level of a Void Hunter, whose strength is on par to someone like Miyabi, to look after the siblings and maybe even help unlock their true potential, as her research overlaps with Carol Arna's from back in the day. They agree to the deal and begin to look into the other sacrifice locations. As they begin checking each of the cocoons, two things happen. First, they hear Tops employees discussing Hartman's backup plan, but don't find any details on it. Second, all the sacrifice locations they find have somehow already been destroyed. They continue to check the locations and come across a white-haired woman named Camille, the same white-haired woman on the rooftop when Hugo fell. As Vivian sheds a tear for her, she realizes the fate that is coming for her. It's then revealed that Vivian and Camille were previously very close, as they were both followers of Landon's Exaltist branch back in the day. Vivian was under the impression that Camille fled when she did, but Camille said that she never left. Before Camille leaves, she gives Vivian a warning to not come close to them again because she loathes her. This woman is later to be revealed. Vivian mentions the Top's conversation about the backup plan and how it's still bothering her, so they agree to meet up with one of her contacts to get some more information. Of course, this contact is none other than our favorite hacker, Rain. She shows them reports on miners that were hired for a job by the Ravenlock family, but had gone missing near a hollow each time. They follow the leads Rain and one Diniboo provide, and come across one of the miners that made it out. The miner mentions that he was brought into a hollow for a job, but upon going inside, he and others were given pills that were told to improve their ether aptitude. After taking them, their minds began to feel fuzzy, and the figure who gave them the pill wanted to inject them with something before he escaped. He gives them the location of the incident, which happens to be on top of the rooftop of a tall building. They contact Victoria Housekeeping, who takes the man and keeps him safe while investigating the description he gave to try and find an exact location. While Vivian and Phaethon await news, they spend the day together, and Vivian eventually works up the courage to reveal the truth to them. She explains that due to her past of seeing misfortune and being treated like a bad luck charm, she eventually reached a breaking point. She went to the top of a building, one with a beautiful view, one she planned on being her last. As she was about to take her final step, she received a notification on her phone, one for a comment on Internet, a comment from the one and only Phaethon. While she does not describe exactly what the comment said, she says it brought her back to life mentally, and she decided to continue living. Phaethon had saved her life. Once the location is found, Vivian and Phaethon head there and eavesdrop on a conversation between Hartman and Camille, where Hartman mentions wanting to meet Camille's higher-up, Dina. They agree that Dina will show herself once Hartman proves to have the sacrifice core. Vivian and Phaethon take a shortcut to try and make it to the core first, but once they arrive, they find the box empty. Hartman and Camille arrive shortly thereafter, but before a fight can break out, Dina appears, core in hand. She strikes up a conversation with Vivian, throwing shade at her and claiming that the sacrifice core is fake. To prove it, she takes the core and coldly inserts it into an open wound on one of Hartman's subordinates. He collapses to the ground, screaming in pain, but not corrupting. While Dina wipes her hands, she shows a look of disdain. She states that the core can max out the ether particles within someone's body in an instant, and the fact that the man she gave the core to hasn't turned yet proves that the core is a fake. Dina yells at Vivian to hand over the real core, but Vivian, of course, refutes, saying that if she truly had the core, she would have destroyed it already. Dina, now angry, causes several explosions to occur, so as to attract ethereals to their location while she retreats with Hartman. Yishwen shows up and introduces herself to Phaethon and Vivian as she eviscerates all the ethereals and tells them to run to safety.
What? An evil miasma gathers here. Another place of conflict. If you wish to avoid disaster, then head southeast. Now!
Thank you.
Once they make it to a safe location, Vivian describes her past with Dina, Landon, Camille, and the rest of the Exaltists. Dina was Landon's biological daughter, and she was the one who would choose other members of the Exaltist branch to partake in the sacrifice experiments under the guise of a blessing. Dina did this knowing that the people she chose would die. She didn't care though, as this gave her a purpose, a reason to be praised by her father, Landon. Once he found Vivian, however, he pushed Dina to the sidelines and replaced her with Vivian due to her vision powers. Anyone that she would look upon and cry for would be the ones chosen for the next experiment. One day, she looked upon Dina and cried. Not wanting to see her only friends perish, Vivian instead looked upon Landon and forced herself to cry. Once Landon refused to accept the blessing, the other members realized that he was lying. As they pressed him about it, Landon pulled out a gun and threatened the other members, eventually pointing it at Vivian. Camille ran in to stop him from harming her, grabbing the gun. It goes off as she grabs it, causing Landon to be shot in the process. After this incident, Dina blames Vivian for the cause of her father's death, which led to Vivian fleeing the Exaltists. She explains that she assumed Dina would leave as well, and never imagined that she would stay to continue his research. They return to the video store shortly after. The following day, Vivian leaves to go see if she can find security footage from the auction. She meets Jal, who somehow also works here in addition to her dozen other jobs, and she explains that a blonde man had taken the footage and wiped it from the memory. Vivian showcases the amazing and discreet ways of communication within Mockingbird, quickly finding a bird with the videotape that Hugo had taken from the auction tied to it. They bring the tape back to the video store and Fairy plays the contents. They witness a conversation between him and Camille, which shows that she is semi-betraying Dina, not for personal gain or malicious intent, but for her own good. She wants Dina to have a fresh start away from the Exaltists, and not to awaken all the sacrifices. So she requests the locations of the cocoons from Hugo in order to destroy them. This is why we ran into her earlier. After the tape ends, Lycaon calls, saying the mayor found an opportunity for them to gain some information on Hartman. There's a banquet happening soon, and they can have Vivian act as a tycoon with Phaethon as their +1. The major benefit here is that inside the location of the banquet is Hartman's study. They agree to go, convincing their way into Hartman's study. While searching, Hartman enters the room himself, pistol in hand. Vivian and Phaethon hide while he rants about taking the power in the family before pointing his pistol at the location they are hiding. However, instead of the bullets firing, they all hit the floor as the very much alive Hugo reveals himself. He then explains exactly how he tricked everyone with his faked death. We flash back to days prior, just after the incident on the rooftop where Hugo died. We see him and Lycaon meet outside the ballet twins, Hugo complimenting Lycaon's much improved acting skills, as Lycaon can't help but sigh. He explains that he used his status as a Ravenlock to negotiate with Master Edmund for Top's resources for the future, while confirming their disdain for Mayor Mayflower. Simultaneously, he used his identity as the leader of Mockingbird to deal with Hartman, gather intel, and send the letter to the mayor threatening to infest New Eridu with sacrifices, which gave the mayor an excuse to act. He then orchestrated his death to get the heat off of him and onto Hartman, and to sever his ties with the Mockingbird in order to protect Vivian and Phaethon. Lycaon questions his motives with all of this, and Hugo claims that he did everything in the name of justice. Justice against the Ravenlocks for his sister's death, and justice against the Exaltist for Vivian. He winces in pain, and asks Lycaon to take him somewhere that is discreet, quiet, and can take a lot of damage. Lycaon leads him to a small warehouse in Port Elpis, where Hugo proceeds to tie himself to a chair. He explains that Hartman had drugged his wine with a mind-controlling substance when they had met and made their deal, which he had immediately noticed. He had someone analyze this drug and discover that he could delay the onset of its effects by taking another medication, preventing Hartman's control over him. Doing this, however, increases the eventual psychoactive effects, potentially shattering his mind. So, he has tied himself down in order to prevent himself from injuring himself or anyone near, as he endures the hallucinations the drug will create. Lycaon, looking very worried, tells Hugo to not die and takes his leave. As the hallucinations begin, Hugo is forced to come to terms with everything he has done. His mind tortures him, his subconscious given form as both Robin and a shadowy version of himself that berates and belittles him as he relives every mistake and regret. Evil Hugo, if you will. He suffers through visions of his mother as she wishes he had never been born, selling him to the Ravenlocks and putting him through hell while she lived a life of luxury. He grapples with the death of his sister Serena at the hands of his other siblings. He blames her death on his own existence, saying that if he had never been born, the other siblings wouldn't have been able to target Sienna for being kind to him, and she would still be alive. He experiences a confrontation with a dark version of Lycaon, who accuses him of being just like his father, being willing to do anything to serve his own interest, willing to throw away the lives of innocent people in order to advance his agenda. As the hallucination intensifies, Hugo watches as this evil Lycaon transforms back into the dark mirrored version of himself. They argue, with Dark Hugo affirming every single terrible thing they have done, essentially saying that they were born into evil, so they should embrace it to become more powerful and realize their true potential. The real Hugo, however, has changed. He forgives his mother, saying that he simply doesn't care anymore. He understands that his sister's death would have been inevitable, as the Ravenlocks destroy anyone not strong enough to rule, evidenced by his father and siblings ultimately being killed by Hartman as he took over the family. He rejects hatred, refusing to be dragged down by it any longer. Evil Hugo rages, claiming that their hatred is what got them this far. As the hallucination turns into a battlefield, Hugo confronts his dark mirror self, saying that the only real betrayal he could commit now would come from agreeing with him, as he'd be betraying himself. As they fight, he fully accepts all of his faults, forgiving himself and embracing every part of his subconscious, and choosing to move forward towards a better world. Hugo emerges from the hallucination as Lycaon, the real Lycaon, arrives to release him. Despite Lycaon's protests and insistence that Hugo get some rest after this experience, Hugo says that his uncle and the Exaltist won't give him the chance. They have a discussion, with Lycaon putting the pieces together and explaining Hugo's own plan to him. Hugo talks about Edmund assisting him due to his pure, direct lineage of Ravenlock blood, which Edmund views as more noble than Harmon's side branch. Lycaon then deduces that Hugo was the one who stole the sacrifice core from the mayor's lab and the one who put it up for auction, all done to lure in the Exaltist. He continues, saying that Hugo had talked Harmon into a partnership for more intel, warned the mayor of the threat of the letter, and faked his own death to escape the consequences of this entire mess. As Hugo congratulates Lycaon on his deductive capabilities, he reveals the one piece of the puzzle Lycaon was missing: that Hugo had teamed up with the mayor. Lycaon, shook, stands incredulous as Hugo explains that although he and the mayor don't agree on everything, they are on the same wavelength regarding the sacrifices. After Lycaon picks his jaw up off the floor, the two of them leave Port Elpis to follow the final lead remaining before they confront Hartman. They head into the Hollow, as Hugo's lead relates to some missing workers from companies operating under the Ravenlocks. They rescue several workers who tell the pair that the Ravenlocks had lured them in with the promise of high-paying jobs, but had ultimately tied them up and told the workers they were being shipped off somewhere. They gave them a carrot and free them, telling them to leave as soon as possible. The two of them continue onward, eventually coming upon a group of workers being forced to take a medication by two Ravenlock family members under the guise of increasing their ether aptitude, which is actually the same mind-control drug that Hugo had been given. Lycaon and Hugo defeat the Ravenlocks and free the workers, some of whom are revealed to be planted by Hugo in order to gather data on the drug so they can create an antidote later on. With Lycaon impressed with Hugo, the two of them leave the Hollow and return to Port Elpis. As they stare out at the water, Hugo and Lycaon have a heart-to-heart where they reconcile their differences and impart their mutual respect for each other. As their conversation comes to an end, Hugo says that it is now time to witness the end of Ravenlocks. With the details on his survival now revealed, Hartman begins to crash out, saying his tricks mean nothing. As long as the Ravenlock name stands, he still has power. Hugo smiles and ushers him towards the nearby TV, where they watch and listen as Edmund denounces the Ravenlocks, severing any connection from Topps and the family. Hartman asks why he would denounce his own family, and Hugo says he's mistaken, as he reintroduces himself.
Oh, Uncle. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm the name people whisper about. The one who robs the rich and gives to the poor. I'm the master con artist who can fool anyone, anytime. I'm the leader of Mockingbird. The one who turns every headline into my own stage. I have friends who'd catch me if I fall, partners who'd shed tears for me, and allies who always have my back. I am Hugo Vlad.
Everyone then leaves the Ravenlock Manor on Hugo's speedboat, leaving Hartman behind. They arrive at Port Elpis and await Lycaon's arrival. Here, Vivian is furious, demanding an explanation for why Hugo didn't explain his plan to her. He retorts that he did it for her own safety, as he doesn't want to get anyone he is close to in harm's way again. Lycaon arrives and everyone heads back to the video store. Once they arrive, Hugo reveals that he learned from Camille that Dina intends to embed the sacrifice core into the sacrifice. This will cause the sacrifice to become much stronger, with the caveat that sacrifices created in this way will not retain their minds, indiscriminately attacking all living beings, including their creator. Because of this, Dina planned on using a person that was affected by the mind control pills, and used the serum that was left behind by her father. This way, the sacrifice would stay under the creator's control. As they worry about not knowing the location of the real core, Hugo then reveals that the necklace Vivian gave Phaethon back in the Hollow, while first searching for Bringer's notebook, had contained the core inside of it the whole time. meaning Phaethon had been in possession of the core during this entire charade. He honors his promise to give the core to the mayor as payment for protecting Vivian and Phaethon. The siblings state that now that they have the sacrifice core, all they have to do is stop Dina from using innocent people to make more sacrifices, and destroy the last batch of Landon's serum. Hugo departs to find the location of Dina and the serum as the others get ready for the mission. The next day, he reaches back out with the location as Hugo, Lycaon, Vivian, and Phaethon head into the Hollow as the other sibling joins via EOS on the HDD. As the group enters, they split up to destroy the last of Landon's medicine. While doing so, Vivian recalls the vision she had of Phaethon on the rooftop, and pockets a vial of the serum for herself, determined to change the ending. Everyone continues exploring as they let Hugo and Lycaon take the civilians that Dina planned on using as a sacrifice out of the Hollow to safety. While Phaethon and Vivian double-check to make sure every vial of the serum was destroyed, shortly after, Dina and Camille approach Vivian and the proxy. Dina expresses her obsession with Landon's hope for the serum and his research, as Vivian and Camille try to talk her out of the craze. Camille says that she made a deal with Hugo and the mayor. She will take the blow for everything Dina has done so that she can walk away from everything and start a new life. While Camille will be seen as someone who forced Landon's only daughter to research how to create sacrifices, colluding with the Ravenlocks for her own gain, making everything Dina did appear to have been under duress. Camille then reveals that her younger sister, who had been stolen from her by the Hollows, had red hair just like Dina. When she joined the Exaltist, she saw Dina as her last hope and sought to take care of her no matter what. Camille then leaves through a fissure to deal with the test subjects on the other side, knowing that she will die in the process. Dina screams for Camille to come back before quickly following her through the fissure. Phaethon and Vivian follow shortly behind as they find Camille's corpse. Dina then reveals her twisted childhood under Landon's control from her POV. How jealousy and a loss of purpose from Vivian taking her role from Landon caused her to feel hollow. She refuses to reconcile, saying there is no turning back. And even though Camille already paved a way for her to return to normal life, Dina selfishly destroys that path as she injects herself with the serum and turns herself into an ethereal. Vivian fights Dina to protect Phaethon. As Dina is nearly defeated, she launches a beam attack towards our two heroes. As Vivian realizes that she can't save both herself and the sibling, she too injects herself with the serum to gain the power to take Dina down, and the proxy is knocked unconscious. As Phaethon wakes up, they chase after her as she tries to flee, covered in ether crystals, and begins to corrupt. As they hold the dying Vivian in their arms, unable to accept this fate, they subconsciously draw on the power deep within themselves, calling on the true power of the eye implants, as they manipulate the ether out of Vivian's body and reverse her corruption.
So warm, and the night is beautiful.
Vivian? No! It can't end like this!
Phaethon passes out again and has a dream of their teacher's smile. But soon after, the environment and their teacher both dissolve like water as they awake back within random play. Their sibling by their side to greet them. They explain that Vivian was just fine, as Hugo and Lycaon had brought them out of the Hollow while Phaethon was in a coma. After resting a bit more, Lycaon and Hugo come over, explaining that the mayor theorizes it was the etheric energy within Phaethon's body that affected Vivian's condition, and the surrounding etheric particles, causing Vivian's corruption to recede. In short, they can manipulate etheric energy at will. Although that is all he can explain, he claims that Yi Xuan might be able to give more of an answer, who they will meet again soon. Hugo, Lycaon, Vivian, and the siblings have a bit of fun with each other before finally ending the day and going their separate ways. The danger of the sacrifice outbreak finally ended. The following day, Yi Xuan shows up at the video store and formally introduces herself as a mystic from Yunkoi Summit, a sect of mystic arts. She explains that their disciples travel all across New Eridu and sometimes collaborate with authorities. Yi Xuan is currently affiliated with the Hollow Investigative Association, or the HIA. She continues, saying that the mayor has tasked her with teaching the siblings her ways in the mystic arts back at her home in Waifei Peninsula in order to help them better control their abilities. They then spend the day together roaming Lumina Square. Along the way, they stop at the antique shop there, where Yishuin slips a paper to the merchant inside in return for an object that she says will be important later during training. They then part ways, and Phaethon returns home to the video store for a much-needed break after the events of last year. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached the end of Season 1. It was a long ride, and I hope you guys enjoyed this recap. Season 2 is arriving in less than a week from this video, and they are allowing you to jump straight into Season 2, so new players don't have to wait to experience this new story. If you are interested, Season 2 will cover a new area of New Eridu called the Waifei Peninsula, where the story will be much more intense as the siblings will discover the truth behind their powers, the HDD, and the Exaltist plan. This brings new enemies, new factions, new areas, and new forms of ether called miasma. There will be plenty in store for us to discover, and I hope you will join us for the ride. I would like to give a huge shout out to my bestest friend in the whole wide world, Cal, for helping me revise this script and package it all together nice and neat for y'all. I could not have done this video without them. Another shout out to my friend Connor, who did the voice for the mayor at the start of the video. A special shout out to Ashikai, who voiced Zeta during Trigger's agent mission. And a huge final shout out to Streetwise Rhapsody, who allowed me to use plenty of their footage of the story chapters that I didn't have recorded. Thank you. If you made it this far, put a ZZZ sleep emoji in the comments so I know that you are a dedicated Zenless lorehead. Bonus points if you include a guess as to how many words were in this script. Thank you guys so much for watching this double feature-length film, and I will see you all in the Waifei Peninsula as our quest continues in Season 2.
The license agreement has been signed. Together, we will make New Eridu.
It doesn't look like an ethereal, but it doesn't look like a corrupted human either. This creature might bring us closer to the truth behind the fall of the old capital.
Meaning, there might be a mole in public security.
But the mastermind behind everything is also waiting and watching, and wanted to silence anyone who knew their identity.
Luckily, we were helped by a lot of people along the way, and we're finally approaching the heart of the conspiracy. Section 6. Operation Start. So, you are the culprit?
How could I possibly lose to you?
However, answer us! Where did you take our teacher?
The day the old capital fell, it was that giant white hand that took her away.
For the rest of your days, continue to revel in the fantasy of searching for the real thing.
And so the trail sank beneath the water once more. But deep down, we can feel it. This is only the beginning of our story.
The test is complete. Elixir P07 confirmed effective. May the Creator refine him.